Wagertainment for every fan. Spend tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
We will. We're going to give you some juice. What's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. And it begins.
What's
Titans
that?
Week. Hell Week. Titans Week.
Hell Week.
Hell Week begins today. Practice begins today. Scouring injury reports for the 15th time this season begins today. And this will be the newest, most important injury report of all time, at least for 2023 today. We'll, I would assume, get more information just via whether he practices or not, or he's there for C.J. Stroud. Nico Collins is a big one today.
This is where the rubber meets the road in terms of, okay, what kind of a team are the Texans? And the biggest difference between the Texans and other teams perhaps that have had winning records over the first two-thirds of the season is depth. And for a team that's just really on the upswing in terms of starting in on their improvement, hopefully, long-term, it's, boy, you really get tested when you lose a couple of your key players. And you saw it in the Jets game. I mean, the offense, I say a couple key players. I mean, you're down your two best wide receivers, and by the end of the game, your franchise quarterback. Not to mention, your really only viable tight end in Dalton Schultz. Yeah, okay. You got when that's your offense that you're out there, and that'll be. I mean, that's what I'm dreading today. Is I don't want to see that they might be down not just their starting quarterback, but if they were still down Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz, that's a tough pill to swallow.
Schultz, I'm optimistic about just because it's been a few weeks now. Collins, I'm not optimistic about. A calf injury, 3-4 days removed from a soft tissue lower leg injury. This I don't know. Like I'm going based off of my history of watching sports and hamstring and calves, and it doesn't feel like a 1 week injury usually.
But remember with Dalton though, this is where I don't want you to get too confident about Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
Okay, watching hamstring injuries, you know that they can be finicky and they can just keep recurring. He was out there full go on Wednesday last week.
Limited,
okay. Yeah. But then it was completely out on
Correct.
Thursday.
Yep.
So there was some kind of a setback, presuming. Like at the time I was hoping, hey, maybe they're just managing it carefully. But he's out there limited on Wednesday, doesn't practice at all on Thursday. It seems like maybe there was some kind of a setback, so who knows what that means.
Well, dude, and meanwhile, over in the corner, we got Blake Cashman going, hey, guys, I'm injured too. He's not really doing that. I'm doing that figuratively, but totally lost in the wash because you got a quarterback in concussion protocol and you got his best receiver with a calf injury is Blake Cashman, who has arguably been your best defensive player this year, at least your most consistent defensive player this year.
Yeah, and then I would say, and then the same thing, like where I think a lot of people would say, so what? Well, Tavierre Thomas is going to miss 1 to 2 games, and you look, glaring issues aside, in moments, he's still like. There's a reason guys have been playing. It's because the guys behind them typically, even though coaches make mistakes sometimes, on average the guys behind them aren't as good. Yeah. They brought Des King in to help spell Tavierre Thomas, but there's still an issue with depth now that you don't have. You're starting to dwindle on the viable football player side of things.
They are getting their kicker back this week. Kaimi Fairbairn is back in the house. Kaimi Fairbairn is going to be activated here this week. So.
Presumably, unless they released Matt Amendola yesterday.
Yeah.
Unless they're gonna swap him out for somebody else who is also unemployed right now.
I should say all reports are Kaimi Fairbairn will be back this week. So there is that positive. Look, this is it's not ideal this weekend. It's probably going to be Davis Mills starting. It's the Tennessee Titans. It's not like they're going to Kansas City to play the Chiefs at Arrowhead. It's not like they're going to Baltimore to play the Ravens or something.
It's not like they're going to Carolina to play the Panthers or New York to play the Jets.
Right.
I mean, it's just the Titans.
I get it.
It's not like these are the stalwart Panthers who destroyed and dismantled the Texans.
But unlike, at least
have you learned nothing?
At least unlike I was appropriately scared of the Jets. The Panthers I completely dismissed. I was wrong on that one. But my point is that look, if DeMeco Ryans is the coach that you hired him to be, If this defense is improved over last year, it's not a great defense, and they're hurt up. And if Bobby Slowick is this, young savant of an offensive coordinator that all the hot head coaching prospect lists seem to think he is, and you've got Tennessee coming back, probably feeling pretty good about themselves after beating the Dolphins on Monday night. This is a game like this. If you're a playoff team, this is a game you should go win. I know you're a 2.5-point underdog. Like, you should find a way to win this football game.
Okay, so they're 2.5-point underdogs?
Yes.
All right. So the games in which they were underdogs and won.
Okay.
New Orleans, they were a 1-point underdog.
Yep.
They lost to Baltimore, by the way. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. New Orleans won for some reason. The preseason game.
Saying you're skipping around. Yeah.
Yeah, for you degenerates that. Yeah.
Why are you looking at me? Yeah.
Beating the Jaguars, they were 7.5-point underdogs.
That's good.
When they beat the Jaguars,
Yep.
that was a big upset.
Yep.
They were 3-point underdogs when they beat the Steelers.
Yep.
That was a big upset. They were 2.5-point underdogs to the Falcons. They lost there. The Saints, they were 2-point underdogs.
Yep.
They won that game. The the most recent underdog victory and most impressive victory that they weren't supposed to win was the Cincinnati Bengals.
Correct.
They're on the road, 5.5-point dogs. They won that game. So they've had multiple instances this year where they won games that they, quote unquote, shouldn't have. This one, they've already established they've got the moxie to do it. Doing it with Davis Mills is a whole other story.
It totally is. If we're drawing narratives, I mean, I like that you frame that with being underdogs in these situations.
Yeah.
That's my language, for one thing. But two, I think there's something to that. If we're drawing narratives from what you just said, because what I would add to that is they were favored in Carolina. They lost. They were favored against the Jets significantly at the beginning of the week. They lost. If we're drawing narratives on what is, let's face it, still a pretty young team, veterans sprinkled in, but overall a very young team, is that DeMeco Ryans does a really good job of getting a chip on their shoulder in games that nobody's believing in them. That's good. They don't handle success so well, or
they're awful
being
at it,
hunted. Yeah. So if we're to draw those two narratives from the first 13 games of the season, this situation is a situation that is somewhat tailor-made, at least in terms of the ethos of the game and where how they're viewed and things like that.
Yeah.
They're being doubted this weekend by a lot of people. DeMeco Ryans has done a good job getting his team up to play when people. I know they say we channel out the noise. We don't listen to any of that. And maybe DeMeco himself is truthful about that. I can see where DeMeco would be able to channel his overall just the blinders as to what's going on outside the building. I have a hard time believing that a group of 21 to 25-year-olds are doing that, in no small part because Derek Stingley's on Twitter yesterday asking people to vote for him for the Pro Bowl. You can't tell me that these guys don't hear things like nobody believes in them this weekend.
How did he phrase it? Like, what,
I don't know.
How many games has he missed this year?
He's played 6 games. He's
played in 6 games.
He's played in 7 this season.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's very important to get these individual accolades and awards when you're a guy that's roundly been on the sum total of it. He's still a disappointment. I'm really excited about the way he's been playing, but he's got to stay healthy. Yeah. Let's focus on taking it one game at a time, not letting guys catch balls for first downs in front of you. Yeah. Let's do these things first. Let's play consistently, and that's right. My constant fear, like the football coach in me, always goes back to, all right, complacency is just about undefeated. No matter who you are, no matter how hungry you are, you constantly have to be reminded, no, there's plenty of people out there who can beat you, especially in the NFL on any given Sunday. And this team has just decided to let teams like the Panthers and the Jets show them that lesson.
Yeah.
So I have no doubt that they're going to go out and play better versus the Titans. It's just stumping for Pro Bowl votes.
I got it in front of me here. He's got hashtag Pro Bowl vote at Sting Jr. And then it says every retweet counts as a vote with some prayer hands. And then he included a graphic that has a picture of him and the hashtags you need to use and whatnot. And it's been retweeted 2,100 times.
Yeah, and you know what, man, you just went head-to-head with Sauce Gardner, who looked very much like the better cornerback in that game. Sauce Gardner was making stuff happen. Sauce Gardner was all over the place. Sauce Gardner was a machine in that team. How do you do that? How do you do that where you're just you re-emphasized the narrative just several days ago? Sauce Gardner looked like an absolute stud in that game. And, all right, great, great. Yeah. Individual accolades, individual honors.
Yeah.
Number 2 overall draft pick. Let's focus on that. Let's not focus on victories. Great.
I didn't retweet it. You'll be happy to know.
All right.
I don't think he's deserving of going to the Pro Bowl. That's why.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
He's playing half the games first.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah. It was a nice pick against Denver, though.
Which one? The one that was tipped to him?
That's right. He had 2. Yeah, they were both kind of nice. They were both. You know what? I may go retweet this. He played pretty well in that game.
Of course he did. Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
I'm not going to retweet it.
He was MVP of that game.
He was. AFC defensive.
Boy, nobody's put together a better 2019 and one half of 2023 than
Derek Stingley Jr. Absolutely.
If I were to cherry pick stats and basically who had the best 2019 college season and half of a season of 2023, Derek Stingley by far.
Dude, I'm on Twitter here, not voting for Derek Stingley for the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
This video, did Draymond waylay somebody again last night? He just turns around and smacks Nurkic in the face. Draymond didn't he? He got ejected, a flagrant 2 last night. What is up with dude? Draymond is acting like he's acting like he's been concussed for the last 2 years. Like he's gotten worse. Draymond Green.
He's had he's having a midlife crisis.
Man.
I think he's at that point where I think he's going through something this year where he feels like he lost his edge. Ever since he punched that dude and dies, I think he feels
his
like
teammate Jordan Poole.
I never should have apologized for punching Jordan Poole. That kid had it coming.
He just turns around and like clenched fist, just windmill smacks Nurkic in the face last night. Holy cow! All right. Off and running.
Can I tell you my grumpy old man moment? Now that I'm having a grumpy old man moment about Derek Stingley stumping for Pro Bowl votes in a year in which he's played 7 games, Tony Baselli and I, when we were talking before the Jaguars game, we were both just like, what is it with these guys liking each other? And Tony's like, I know, it disgusts me.
Yeah.
These guys trading jerseys after games, taking pictures. Let's be sure we get together. And Tony is as devout as they come.
Yes.
Very, very religious man and everything. I think if I had to press him on it, I don't think I would guess he doesn't like the joint prayer circles afterwards either. Like, all right, look, let's separate these two, okay? Separation of church and state, separation of kinship and football. Yes.
Yeah.
We'll go pray on our own, okay? You go pray to your God, you heathens.
That's right.
To be clear, Tony never said anything like that.
No. That's Seth saying that.
Although he does hate people liking each other, as do I. Yeah.
That is clear. And jersey swapping.
Yes.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. John McClain joins us in a couple of hours. Chance to win Def Leppard, Journey, Steve Miller Band tickets, by the way, too, at the top of the hour. So be listening for that. They're coming to Minute Maid next August. So be listening, top of the hour, for your chance to win tickets to that concert. That's going to be a whole lot of fun. The Texans are having to do, honestly, this weekend against the Titans, what a ton of season. We'll tell you what that is next. But first, Yellow Rose.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. All right, so I agree with this text. Davis Mills has an opportunity to shine. I think
Yes.
I think, Seth, this Sunday is a huge opportunity for Davis Mills. I think this is a huge opportunity for Bobby Slowick, who cannot. Bobby Slowick has a chance to show he's more than just a C.J. Stroud whisperer on
more
Sunday.
than just a pretty face.
Right.
Sick of him getting by on his charisma.
Yep.
Sick of him getting by on just his this devil may care at. I don't know.
Yeah. To say it's an opportunity for DeMeco Ryans, like I know that DeMeco Ryans needs opportunities for anything. He's a very highly viewed head coach right now, but this is a game DeMeco's going to have to bring his A game for to put a game plan together this Sunday.
Look, I was joking about Slowick's charisma, although he is way more charismatic than we were led to believe he was. The biggest thing about Bobby Slowick is he's got a chance to show he can do something with Davis Mills. At some point, I'm guessing a team is going to be thinking about hiring him, but then look at the Texans' rushing attack and think, well, I don't want to sign on for this set of problems. Okay, great. What am I going to have? Some young quarterback like a Justin Herbert or a Josh Allen or somebody else that's got to do it all on his own and gets the crap beat out of him? No, thank you.
Yep.
I'll move on to somebody else that can actually put together an entire offense.
Yeah, any owner making a hire at head coach, that would be the first question I'd ask Bobby Slowick. Like, what was this? Put up like 10 plays in a row, like some compilation cut up of running plays for the Texans. Like, what is happening here? Now, The Texans are basically set. The Texans are being asked to do this Sunday if C.J. Stroud doesn't play. Still a big if. We don't know yet. We'll find out more today when the injury report comes out. Is C.J. at practice? Is he limited? What's the story? It's a big practice today. The story of the NFL in 2023 is teams having to make do with quarterbacks that they were not planning on having to make do with, especially lately. The Cleveland Browns have won games with force this year. I understand their defense is elite, but Joe Flacco has looked elite. No Flacco jokes aside. Flacco looked good. Jake Browning in Cincinnati has won a couple games and kept them in the playoff hunt. They're one of the 7-6 teams. Gardner Minshew has been the starting quarterback for the Colts basically since the beginning of October. They're in the playoff hunt. Tommy DeVito has won 3 games in a row in New York. The Minnesota Vikings are the 6th seed right now, and they benched their quarterback this week, Josh Dobbs, for Nick Mullins. So Davis Mills is just, if indeed he has to play, this is the next in line, man. Like the Texans need to do what so many other teams that, quite frankly, that they're competing with right now have been able to do this year, which is find a way to win with a backup quarterback.
I think that there are a few different trends, without getting too super nerdy about all of this, that have kind of maybe made things a little bit more equalized at the quarterback position. One is that defenses are just playing more conservatively and just they're not allowing guys like Pat Mahomes to just flat out tear them apart downfield. They're saying, all right, you're going to have to be a boring quarterback if you're going to have to win. And in doing so, kind of it makes it more more reasonable that a boring quarterback can beat a Pat Mahomes who's forced to try to be a boring quarterback or anybody else like that. Then the offensive lines have just gotten worse and worse, and various reasons for this potentially, but including just practice time and transitioning from college, all that. But guys are getting banged up, so you just got more backups playing. When there's more backups playing in general, then it's easier to be as good as your average NFL quarterback because you got a bunch of backups out there. So, yeah, I think there's less excuse now for losing with your backup quarterback than there probably ever has been.
Yeah.
And that goes back to Bobby Slowick, DeMeco Ryans, everybody else. All right, like you're playing a bad football team this weekend with your backup quarterback. Do something. Let me see something.
Yep. I mean, Jake Browning's winning football games. You know what I mean? Like, Tommy DeVito is winning football games. Davis Mills has experience in the league. Like, Davis Mills has started a whole bunch of games in the league. He should be able to win a game at Tennessee this weekend. I don't care who his weapons are. Find a way to score 20 points in this game. That period. I think if you find a way to score 20 points, I think there's a good chance you win this football game.
It is, though. I mean, given everything we just said about backup quarterbacks, the guys that do well tend to have some pretty good options at receiver or some kind of threat or rushing attack that helps them. I don't like what is it as composed at the end of last week's game. What's the strength of the Texans' offense?
Oh boy.
Brevin Jordan? I mean, is it Robert Woods? I don't know if there's a strength on that offense. There's not a good tight end. Brevin Jordan's not good yet.
Yeah.
There's not a genuinely good wide receiver.
Yeah.
Is there a good running back? No, there certainly is not. No matter what D'Amico curiously says in press conferences about the rush being okay. Is there a good offensive lineman? There's Laramie Tunsil. And, that's it. It's a really, really bad offense you're rolling out there. And honestly, I would bet against the Texans hardcore this weekend. What's the spread right now?
2.5.
I don't get how it can be that way. Unless C.J. Stroud reemerges. Now, if Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz both play, that's a whole different story.
Okay.
But if Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz don't play, bet against the Texans. Unless they've got to prove me otherwise. I'm challenging them to prove me otherwise. Whatever the hell that team was there in the rain in New York, in New Jersey on Sunday, that team doesn't have the balls to go in there and beat the Oilers wearing their throwback uniforms. That's what you're saying, basically. If you're sitting there, if you're getting angry on the text line saying, Seth, how come you're so down on the Texans? Oh, basically you're saying that this crew can beat Love You Blue. Because that's what they're trying to do.
They're trying
to go in there and beat the Oilers on Sunday. Yeah. You're saying these guys are better than some of your more beloved teams that went to the AFC championships?
Yeah.
My God, why would you offend them like that? Why would you talk that way?
It's men in Love You Blue uniforms, so sure, yeah, it's Love You Blue. Absolutely.
They're spitting in Robert Brazil's face every time they say that, Sean.
I know. Here was D'Amico Ryans. Let's dig back into this because again we'll learn more about where C.J. Stroud is today. As far as the schedule goes today, they're scheduled to practice today. We'll know more then. D'Amico Ryans meets with the media on Wednesday. Quarterbacks don't meet with the media if they're in concussion protocol. C.J. was on the schedule Sunday with the media. I think that was done just sort of preemptively and not to start full-scale panic by not putting him on there on the schedule. But if he's in the concussion protocol, they typically don't meet with the media by rule. Here was D'Amico Ryans on Monday about C.J. Stroud in the protocol.
CJ is still in the concussion protocol. We'll see how it goes throughout the week, and hopefully he continues to feel better. And we'll see, as he goes throughout the week, we'll see how he progresses throughout the concussion protocol, and that just has to run its course. I don't think many guys haven't came back the following week after concussion. You have to make sure at the end of the day, no matter the position, no matter who the guy is, you have to make sure guys are healthy, and we're protecting guys. And that right when it comes to the concussion, right, or the head injuries, we have to make sure we're protecting all of our guys because it's more about their long-term health as opposed to just everybody gets excited about the next game and the next opportunity. But we care about these guys as men off the field and making sure their health is at utmost importance to us.
Okay, I'm jotting down notes from that answer, and I'm going somewhere with this. Okay. D'Amico points out guys typically don't come back after 1 week from the concussion protocol. Goes into deep detail about got to keep guys healthy, protecting, uses the word protect a couple of times. We care about guys off the field. So there's a feeling that D'Amico Ryans is kind of like laying the groundwork for CJ to be out for at least this week. And I believe that I believe that could be hang on one second. I believe that that could be the case. I will point out that there are very recent examples of Ryan's previous employer, the San Francisco 49ers, of quarterbacks who were in the concussion protocol and played the following week. As you pointed out yesterday, Seth, that CJ could be the first quarterback to miss a game with a concussion this year, but he's not the first quarterback to be in the protocol, first starting quarterback to be in the protocol. Brock Purdy was back in October. He still played with the concussion on a Monday Night Football game, but started feeling symptoms on the way home, but was cleared in time to play the following week. More recently, Derek Carr was put in the concussion protocol 2 weeks ago, came back to play this past week against Carolina. So the two most recent examples of starting quarterbacks in the protocol actually did come back to play the following week. We should point that out.
Yeah. I disagree that D'Amico was kind of just broadcasting that he was going to hold C.J. Stroud out no matter what. I think he was just to me it sounded like he was just laying it out how they approach it and that they're going to take it conservatively. But if he came in yesterday afternoon and passed all the screening and would move on to the next step, I don't know if everything he said on Monday in the press conference means that no, there's no way in hell he's playing this week. I
agree. Yeah, I'm not stating as fact one way or the other. I'm just trying to read the tea leaves because I think, Seth, you can make a case, and I think you've made this case this week.
Yeah.
That even if he clears it, it's probably a good idea to let him sit one more week because he's had 2 incidents in a row. There's 2 games in a row where he's been taken off the field. The Denver game he was taken off the field to at least get looked at, and then this game he followed. His head hit the ground hard, and he was writhing in pain on the ground. I wouldn't hate it, honestly, if he cleared the protocol and they didn't play him this week for the sake of the big picture. I think there's a case to be made.
I'd be totally cool with that. Yeah. I'm just saying, as far as where D'Amico is saying, how he's framing it, given what coaches know about, where a guy is in the protocol or anything, I think he could have given that statement that he said about CJ at any point in the calendar year, and that's just his policy, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to be super, super conservative in this instance. We really don't know how he's going to react like this. I wonder if obviously he knows Mike McDaniel pretty well, and he saw what Mike McDaniel did last year and how they handled it with Tua Tagovailoa. I wonder if they've had specific discussions about that. All right, hey, we've got to be, you can't just take it at face value that the medical professionals know what they're doing, because they don't, and it's not the medical professionals' fault. It's just it's not a hard science.
Well, in Tua's concussions last year, at least the one that I can remember most vividly, was almost a carbon copy of CJ's on Sunday.
Bouncing off the turf.
Bounced his head off the turf. Yeah, and I get concussions are weird. Sometimes you can just hit it right on the button, in some other type of hit, and the guy's concussed. Yeah. They're weird injuries.
Who are the guys that came back? It was Brock Purdy and Derek Carr.
Derek Carr,
in less than a year.
In less than a week. Yeah, they came back the next week.
I wonder how they played in those games.
Derek Carr beat Carolina this past week. I don't recall. I'm guessing Brock Purdy won just because that's what the Niners do, but I'm not totally sure. He did get concussed when they were playing their worst football, when they lost the 3 games in a row. So I'm not.
Which game did he get concussed?
Got concussed in the Monday night game against Minnesota.
Okay.
Are you looking at his game log right now?
Yeah, I'm looking at the next week. He completed 71% of his passes versus the Bengals, 365 yards.
Okay.
1 touchdown, 2 interceptions.
Did they win? They lost that game, didn't they? They lost to the Bengals, if I'm not mistaken.
I'll look it up for you.
Okay.
It's not on this
little. Doesn't say? That's the worst game log ever. It
no, it's when Google. No, it's not a game. It was when you just Google it and it pops right up. It doesn't.
Yeah, I think they lost. That was when they were losing and the Bengals were winning. I think earlier this year. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. We'll get to some headlines in the next segment. A reminder: a chance to win Journey, Def Leppard, Steve Miller Band. Kids, you'll have a good time at this concert. I promise you. If you go, adults. You'll have a good time at this concert. Def Leppard, Journey, Steve Miller Band. We're giving away tickets at the top of the hour, 7 o'clock segment. Be listening then. The cue to call in. You could win tickets. Tickets go on sale this Friday, I believe, for that concert. Minute Maid Park, August the 14th. All right, up next, headlines. A lot of headlines to get to. Basically, a legendary head coach. Apparently, the decision's made. It just hasn't been executed yet. We'll get to the Texans injury updates and another quarterback done for the season. All of that in headlines.
SportsRadio610
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to it. Texans injury report in headlines. We'll start there. The good news. We'll start with the good. Ka'imi Fairbairn going to be back, it would appear. Matt Amendola waived yesterday. Ka'imi Fairbairn should return. So in a game that is a 2.5-point spread this weekend, the Texans are underdogs in Tennessee. Having your field goal kicker, your starting field goal kicker back, probably a pretty important thing. The bad news, Blake Cashman, linebacker, played really well this year. Tavierre Thomas, slot corner. They are both going to miss, according to Aaron Wilson, 1 to 2 games with their injuries. So that's a problem on defense. And then offensively, we're just going to wait and see what happens today. The big names we'll be keeping an eye on, Seth, will be obviously C.J. Stroud in the concussion protocol, Nico Collins, calf injury, and Dalton tight end, hamstring injury.
Okay, so the big one here, moving forward on into the future, is Nico Collins, just because he's been injured every year now. It's I don't think there's any way you can look at Nico Collins and think, oh yeah, moving on into the future, he'll be rock solid and we should expect him to be available for 17 games regularly.
It's been all different injuries too. He missed 3 games in 2021 with a shoulder. He missed 2 games last year with a groin. He missed the last 5 games of the season with a foot. He missed the game earlier this year with a thigh, and now it's a calf. And it's frustrating because he is a beast this season. The previous 2 seasons, you can kind of write it off like, all right, he's a developing player. It'd be nice to have him, but well, you drafted him in the 3rd round, and maybe he's injury prone, and you find some other solution. He's been the solution this year. That's the frustrating thing.
Right. So he's got, the 14 games played in 2021, you can live with that.
Yeah.
It's 10 games last year that he played, and then just you wonder, okay, let's see how this goes. If it's just a little blip, if it's a little blip and it's a no big deal and he ends up missing 2 or 3 games on the year, then I'm going to be okay with it. It would really just be 1 out of 3 seasons that he had a major injury issue, but I'm going to have to monitor it. And then that starts factoring into, okay, do you try to give this guy an extension before the season next year?
Yeah, that's the big thing because he'll be going into a contract year. You're allowed to give him after year 3 is when you can start to extend guys. So yeah, this is some big decisions coming up with him for sure.
I don't know if teams have gotten any better at predicting durability than they were 20 years ago. It still does seem like a whole lot of random luck to it.
Well,
there's always, for every guy where you could say, well, you could see this coming, there's a Frank Gore. Well, Frank Gore is the extreme example, but Frank Gore had 2 ACLs as a young man. You'd never think that he'd be one of the most durable running backs of this century. It is just a crapshoot in a lot of respects.
Yep, it is. I wonder too, not to go too deep on this because it's headlines, but I wonder too.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
That's okay. I wonder too if taking it so easy on these guys in the preseason actually has a detrimental effect. You know what I mean? Like there's you'd know way better than I would being a former player, Seth. But like that, at least a hard training camp builds some calluses maybe for stuff like this.
You know what? I don't think first person experience necessarily tells you anything in this because everything's so individual and it's all a big experience. They got so much GPS tracking now and everything that I think there is a feeling among some coaches that in the short term, all the GPS tracking is good and that, okay, you can detect when a guy might be overtrained. But in the long term, are you just creating softer athletes that don't know how to push through certain things on the regular? Are they kind of not getting hardened over time because every little hint of adversity, you pull them out and give them a break?
Bingo. That's exactly right.
Let's go with that. Yeah. I'm grumpy this morning. I'm going to go with that.
I like that.
Soft ass softies.
That's a good narrative.
I got somebody on the text line angry that I'm not saying a 7 team isn't awesome. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. They're 1 step away from the Super Bowl.
Well, let's keep it moving here and talk about a team that we're glad that the Texans are not, at least this season, and that would be the New England Patriots. Apparently, Bill Belichick's time with the Patriots is coming to an end, regardless of how the rest of the season plays out. This is according to NBC Sports Boston's Tom Curran, who I think is viewed as one of kind of the foremost authorities on all things Patriots up there. They've already decided to move on from Belichick at the end of the season, is what he says. And the decision was evidently made after the Patriots lost 10-6 to the Indianapolis Colts in Frankfurt, Germany back on November the 12th. Here's what Curran says, quote, "When they came out of Germany, conversations I had that week made it very clear that a decision was made and they were going to play out the string. And at the end of the year, there would be a parting of the ways for a variety of reasons. You don't fire Bill Belichick during the season. It's just not going to happen," end quote. So Tom Curran is basically saying that Belichick is a dead man walking right now.
I'd say that's fair, and I think that's probably the best thing for him. You know, like I think of it like Andy Reid. Now, Andy Reid was a much younger man, but, man, he had played his time out in Philadelphia. Yeah. He had hired it kind of like Belichick over the past couple years. He started operating out of nepotism way more than you would ever expect. Remember, Andy Reid made Juan Castillo, the offensive line coach, his defensive coordinator. Yeah. Likewise, 2 years ago, Bill Belichick makes his defensive coordinator, his offensive coordinator. It's just a mess. So he's doing all these things at the odd. So for it was time for Andy Reid to go in Philadelphia. Now, I didn't think he should have jumped right into a job at the time. Obviously, I was wrong. But he was also much younger than Bill Belichick. I think whatever Belichick has in store for him next, the time is run down in New England. It's just there's too many things. There's too much precedent for doing things a certain way that might not work now for various reasons, and it's just gotten ugly and bad, and it's time for everybody to part ways.
I'm fascinated by how many people think Belichick has a second act, or I guess it'd be third act technically, because he coached in Cleveland back in the 90s. I'm shocked by how many people think it's just a fait accompli that he's going to be coaching somewhere else next year, Bill Belichick.
I mean, it's just like the simplest way to put it. I think how a lot of people frame it is probably the most accurate, which is it's just that Bill Belichick, the defensive-minded football coach, is still pretty damn sharp. But Bill Belichick, the guy who has Tom Brady as a quarterback and who, has certain GM-level skills, the GM and the quarterback have left the building.
Yeah.
So I don't know. You know what he should do? He should go be a defensive coordinator somewhere.
Oh,
that
yeah.
was fun. Honestly, I think he would have a ball. I remember talking to Dom Capers about this, about how it's nice, because he'd gone back and forth between being a coordinator and being a head coach. And there's something about being a defensive coordinator that's really, really nice just because it's all football.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about any of the other stuff. It's just all football, and it's pure in a way.
Well, the wrinkle in all this is he signed a contract extension last year. So there's probably part of Bob Kraft that is thinking, all right, well, if there's a team out there that wants Bill Belichick to be their coach, I might be able to get something for him. I'm not going to fire him. I'm going to wait and see. And, his time's played out here, but he'd be perfect for the Chargers, let's say. They've got a quarterback in place. And by the way, real quick, Justin Herbert, done for the season with the finger injury. That was the quarterback that I teased about before. But
okay, yeah. And if he, that's the other thing, too. If Belichick retires, however it works out, if he technically retires, then Kraft still has the rights. So who knows what the details are in that contract. I would imagine Kraft might have some little kind of like a bonus for Belichick retiring, however it needs to be structured. If Belichick retires, then the Patriots retain his rights and they can get compensation if somebody else wants to hire him.
Other quarterback news, I mentioned Justin Herbert, done for the season. Josh Dobbs benched in Minnesota. Boy, he was the toast of the town a couple weeks ago when he came into that game. He didn't even know the playbook. They were drawing up plays on the sidelines. Josh Dobbs, what were the Browns thinking trading him? What were the Cardinals thinking trading him? He got benched for Nick Mullins. And the Vikings and the Packers are both in the playoffs right now if the season ended today in the NFC. It is so top-heavy over there.
Josh Dobbs is the uncomfortable reality that a lot of football coaches and football people don't want to admit, which is that, any given nerd at any college could learn their offense pretty damn quickly because that's what he gets credit for. He gets credit for learning offenses quickly because he's is he a rocket scientist or is he just a mere civil engineer?
Some engineering thing, yeah.
Whatever he is, he's super, super smart.
Yep.
So, you can come in and learn the offense pretty damn fast. But it's a different thing to go out and play football.
Rockets hosting the Grizzlies tonight. Rockets going for yet another win at home, 10 straight right now, going for their 11th straight win at home. Nikola Jokic ejected from a game in Chicago last night, 23 minutes into the game, for basically just arguing a call in the second quarter, gets ejected. The crowd in Chicago, Seth, booed the ejection of Nikola Jokic because this is the only time all season that the reigning MVP is coming to town so that they can see him play.
Oh, you know what? Credit to the Chicago fans.
Yeah.
Now, or was it that there were just a lot of newly minted Jokic fans or newly minted Denver fans because they're Jokic fans and that's the way it works in the NBA?
I don't know. I don't have an answer to that question. But I just know the game was in Chicago and there were boos.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what the headline read.
It's been a tough decade for officiating in general. I blame high-definition television for the most part. Now, this had nothing to do with high-definition television.
No.
With the increased scrutiny, I think there's just too many instances where you can see that they screwed it up. Where in the past, it would have been like just a blur of colors and pixels, and you wouldn't quite know. Now you've got it in 4K. Oh, this dude done messed my Sunday up.
Seth is getting accused of hating the Texans on the text page, and now you're taking up for referees.
I am.
You've gone full heel.
I say protect the referees. I'm going to get kicked out of Princeton for standing up for the referees.
There you go.
Whatever the
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Shohei Ohtani signs with the Dodgers, 10 years, $700 million, bleep ton of deferred money. Am I right to have this Texans-related fear about the contract? Texans, not Astros. Texans-related fear about the contract Shohei Ohtani just signed this week. That is next. But first, West Point Lincoln and Sugar Lane. You heard me earlier talking about
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so if we can agree to look past the fine print of all the deferrals in the Shohei Ohtani contract and treat it in headline form, 10 years, $700 million, highest contract in the history of team sports. Most money, $700 million, highest average annual value for an American sports player, $70 million a year. I have a Texans-related concern when it comes to this, Seth. There is at least a small percentage chance that the agent who immediately tweeted out, what do they call it? Supermax? After Deshaun Watson got his contract from the Cleveland Browns. I feel it. Tell me if I'm crazy here. That when Shohei Ohtani signed a 10-year, $700 million deal, that David Mulugheta looked at it and said, okay, where are these quarterback contracts going here? When could we get to $700 million over 10 years, maybe a bit much. Mahomes is the only quarterback who's signed a 10-year deal. Most of these deals are 5-6 years. But let's just talk about average annual value. You can't tell me that David Mulugheta didn't look at the $70 million a year that Shohei Ohtani was getting and think, okay, when is CJ up here? What's the direction this is going, the salaries? Because the highest paid one right now, average annual value, forget about guaranteed money, because it's just Mulugheta looking to get headlines in my world. $55 million a year. It was Deshaun at $46 million a year in March of last year. In 18 months, it went up $9 million, and CJ still got 3 years before he can sign.
Honestly, though, Sean, it's hard. I have a knee-jerk kind of like, okay, well, listen, we can't not talk about the guaranteed value because this is where Mulugheta still probably far beyond any other agent. Until right now, where CAA with Shohei Ohtani has pulled off something that nobody's ever done, except Ohtani himself is he's a unicorn. You know, Deshaun's just another quarterback. Don't get me wrong, but he's just another quarterback. He had $230 million guaranteed at signing. The record with multiple quarterback contracts signed since then, that was while Deshaun was still under investigation or still had lawsuits pending against him for sexual misconduct. Deshaun had $230 million guaranteed. As of right now, the next highest amount of total guarantees, actual guarantees at signing is Joe Burrow at $146 million. Deshaun still completely blows everybody else out of the water. So he's already pulled it off. It's just a matter of, okay, what's the next step going to be in his mind?
Yeah.
And will it be and it might very well be, CJ Stroud is the next one that really lines up pretty well that a couple years from now, especially after a lot of the new the TV deals and gambling money and everything else and international money, all that stuff is kicked in, that the cap's going to be that much higher.
I think Mulugheta likes grabbing headlines. I think the ripple effect from Deshaun, his ability to say, as you pointed out, I just did something nobody's ever done as an agent before. Here's the thing, $70 million a year by the time CJ Stroud is signing a contract extension, and I understand we're 13 games into his career, but if he keeps playing in the next 2 years the way he's played these first 13 games, he's going to be a quarterback that you extend after year 3, the same way you extended Deshaun Watson, the same way the Chargers extended Herbert, the Bengals extended Burrow, the Eagles extended Jalen Hurts this past season. It went up from Deshaun's 46 annual last year to where Burrow's the highest now at 55 annual. I'm just looking at the annual average value. 70 might be the going rate by the time CJ is in line. Hell, it might be more than 70 with the TV money going up and everything else. The salary cap, I saw an article this weekend, Seth, the salary cap is supposed to go up by 15 to 20 million this offseason.
I guess at a certain point with all this stuff with quarterback contracts, it turns into monopoly money from the fans' perspective. Maybe I've got some kind of learning disability with it or something. It doesn't register emotionally for me. The total guarantees are what get it for me. And again, with Deshaun, because I think some people will say, well, no, Burrow had $240 million guarantee. No, those are the bogus numbers that the agents give, where a guarantee kicks in after year 4, so they call that a guarantee.
Well, so
it's not an actual guarantee.
The agents will also use the amount guaranteed for injury as the amount, like the guaranteed for injury, which is never the same as the actual guaranteed money.
Yeah, so like Deshaun's the actual total amount, 100% guaranteed, no matter what, at signing, was just twice as much as anybody else has ever had. So that was an impressive number. I guess the question really becomes, okay, we're still in that territory where Pat Mahomes is signed for a huge deal and still won a Super Bowl afterwards. The number is still few and far between the quarterbacks who have a mega contract whose team is then able to fill in a team around that guy. So that's like where the rubber meets the road for me, isn't what the actual numbers are on the contract. It's all right, Stroud gets to that point. If he does have that top contract, are they going to be able to be like the Chiefs and actually fill in a franchise around this franchise quarterback?
Well, and those extensions have been a curse lately. I mean, look, Justin Herbert signed one this offseason. The Chargers have been bad, and he just suffered an injury. He's out for the year. Joe Burrow suffered a wrist injury. He's out for the year. And I get it. Injuries are different than a guy just sucks. He signs like Russell Wilson signed that contract and then stopped being good at football. Deshaun Watson signed that contract and stopped being good at football. Jalen Hurts right now, I wonder what they're saying up in Philly about Jalen Hurts. I know it's just a couple of games, but boy, the Eagles sure don't look like they're on par with the other elite teams in the NFC right now. And Jalen Hurts has one of those. He has one of those kind of like, I don't know, body language or dispositions, like physical dispositions, like look on his face, to where when things are kind of going sideways, he looks a little dazed the whole time out there. He's so calm.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't know. You know what, though? I'd be careful with that because that feels like the old Eli Manning theory, which was when things weren't going well. Oh, Eli Manning's just a doofus. But then when things are going well, look at that. Nothing affects him. Just there's no amount of pressure that affects him or bothers him. I don't know about that.
I
feel like he has negative body language?
I will point out, hang on, I'll clarify, but I'll point out about Eli that doofus ended up being the case for most of his career in the regular season. I will point out that doofus was way more accurate than laser-focused Eli. I think Jalen Hurts game. I think he's got an overwhelmed look on his face. You know what I think he looks like, Seth? I think he looks like something you said about Patrick Mahomes. I think he looks a little exhausted right now, Jalen Hurts, in these games.
Yeah.
A little bit.
There's just a little too much on his shoulders.
Maybe so.
He's starting being able to squat twice your body weight doesn't mean you can carry the weight.
Having
of the
all
world
those different hands on your butt on third and short.
Having to single-handedly, with some assistance, drive pile after pile after.
Yeah, man.
He's more of a rugby player at this point than an actual quarterback.
Yep.
If you look at percentage of the team's cap, Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert are the two highest. Yeah. Lamar Jackson, the third. I mean, those recent contracts are going to tend to be that way. But I think that's the key is if you get to the point. I mean, Deshaun Watson changes over time, but Pat Mahomes and Dak Prescott. My argument for them would be, they signed huge deals. So what you got to hope is that almost the contract's long enough and that they're cool enough that they're not starting agitating after 2 or 3 years for a new contract, that they are Pat Mahomes is only the 8th highest percentage of his team's cap. Yeah. Dak Prescott is the 10th highest. So you've got room to maneuver and retain some other guys. Not a whole lot of room, and it's not cushiony or anything, but at the very least, you're not spending a full quarter of your team's salary on your quarterback.
Does CJ strike you as a guy who structures things so that they can put the best possible team around him, or does he strike you as a guy that is going to try to reset the market at the quarterback position?
Boy, that's tough. To turn it into a good and evil, or dark and light type of scenario.
I think it's shades of gray with all of it.
Or is he a selfish guy?
That's how people are going to hear it, and that's not what I'm implying here.
I think that, all right, what are the examples we have of quarterbacks who have, willingly taken less money? Genuinely 100% willingly taken less money. I would say, for one, Pat Mahomes, because I know the first two people are going to go to are obviously Tom Brady, obvious. Aaron Rodgers, it's a little bit unique and different. He's at the end of his career, and he kind of feels like he's on a carpe diem mode right now. But still, a guy who knowingly and willingly took less money. I think Pat Mahomes, at the time, and people started to realize this over time. At the time he signed that contract, it wasn't actually as good a contract as it looked on the face value. Had a whole lot of team control attached to it. But Pat Mahomes understood that, and Pat Mahomes understood that ultimately what he really wanted to do was commit himself to the team and the city, and that there'd be a little sacrifice along the way. And he's talked pretty openly about, trying to find that medium and that balance. So I think he's probably your best example. If CJ were to do that, were to sign a 10-year contract, and the face value of it is like, oh my gosh, they give him $1 billion.
It's Ohtani money, right.
When in reality, Mahomes gave the team options along the way. There weren't nearly as many guarantees as advertised. I think that I could see CJ doing something like that.
Yeah.
And then it becomes, the tier working alongside each other to do what's fair, that you're giving up some and you're helping the team out. I think, Drew Brees kind of did the same thing where he kept renegotiating his deal, and they would try to frame it like he was being selfless or something, but it wasn't quite that selfless, but it allowed the team to operate, and they backloaded a lot of it. So I think CJ being like a Drew Brees or a Pat Mahomes makes the most sense.
I think some of it boils down in a situation like that. I'll use Mahomes as the example on the connection with the city. When you do something, you're committing to a city, too, when you're doing something like that. And I think Mahomes, I think there was a connection with Kansas City right away, and that was a fan base that was easy to connect to for any player because they were a playoff team when Mahomes got there. This is a team that CJ has multiple times this year said, man, we need people in the seats here. That's
a really good point. Yeah. Like, does he feel like he wants to be emotionally tied to this city for the rest of his career, which means the rest of his life?
Yeah.
And you're right. The other big part of that is in every instance that I just mentioned, look at the trust between the quarterback and the coach.
Yes.
I mean, Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. I mean, Brady always knew that it would end ugly, but also knew that Belichick was his best. They had a setup that worked, and their best avenue for long-term success was for those two to remain paired. He understood that dynamic of it. Pat Mahomes, I think, very much believes in and trusts Andy Reid. Drew Brees very much believed in, appreciated, and trusted Sean Payton. So then the question becomes, all right, does C.J. Stroud 2 years from now feel like DeMeco Ryans and potentially whatever they've got? Gets a little bit more complicated with him because kind of like with Tom Brady, you got to feel like, all right, this defensive-minded head coach is going to do right by the offense and figure out a way to make the offense work and make the quarterback work.
I've seen zero evidence through 13 games, through training camp, really through this first year of Stroud and DeMeco Ryans, that I've seen zero evidence that they're going to be anything but simpatico going forward.
Yeah. And I think CJ talks a lot about getting his, making money for his teammates. That I don't want to go out and paint him like a saint or anything, but I think that part of him is genuine. And I don't mean that means he has to financially sacrifice for them, but I think kind of like Mahomes, he's gonna understand the big picture, and he's gonna understand there's a certain amount of figure it out, work with the team to create an environment where you can sign other guys and you can reward other guys.
Oh yeah, a little Steve Miller today, huh, Ben? All right, let's do it. It's a rock and roll reunion at Minute Maid Park. Def Leppard, Journey, Steve Miller Band, all coming to H-Town in August the 14th, Minute Maid Park. Tickets go on sale Friday, but you can win a pair right now. If you're caller number 8 right now will win 713-572-4610. Every day this week, be listening to Payne and Pendergast. So you got tomorrow and Friday to win as well in the 7 a.m. hour for your cue to call, and you could be heading to see Rock Royalty reunite right here in Houston.
Steve Miller was one of the first.
Great hits?
In Aerosmith, I had a Steve's. Greatest hits, yeah. I had an Aerosmith, I had a Steve Miller greatest hits, a few of those, yeah. And not to mention they play it on a loop. That's whichever, I don't know about you, but the classic rock station I listened to growing up, there's songs that I'll never, it's weird, the way they're getting it. And then when I go back home, they're still playing the exact same playlist. Yeah, it takes me right back, calling up old girlfriends, or just,
it's dangerous, man.
Going, sneaking cigarettes out, all this stuff.
Yeah, man. Yeah, getting caught with beer in your trunk and stuff like that. That's what I remember.
That's all the same stuff I worry about now with Brandy catching me is my mom. You're exactly. Caught me drinking. Caught me drinking Milwaukee's Best while talking on the phone with my ex-girlfriend.
There you go.
Great.
Cigarettes rolled up in his sleeve. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. John McClain joins us in about an hour. All right, up next, let's take a look at this playoff picture the Texans are part of right now. By virtue of losing to the Jets last week, they have stuck themselves right into the middle of the swamp, and now these are the teams that you're counting on to do some of your dirty work. Do we trust any of these teams to do some of the Texans' dirty work over the next few weeks? That is next.
prospective clients today. The market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's dig into this playoff picture that the Texans are part of now, because it is murky. Hell, it got Monday, the Dolphins losing to the Titans. They fell back to the pack a little bit. They've lost 4 games now. The number 1 seed is Baltimore. They're playing like it right now. But Seth, the swamp really begins at the 3rd seed with Kansas City, who's 8-5 right now. The Denver Broncos are a game back of the Kansas City Chiefs, and they split with them. No, I believe they split with them this year. Kansas City couldn't score any points in either game, but they did beat them once. So they split with the Chiefs this year. The Broncos did, and they're 1 game back of them right now.
Well, and the Chiefs have lost 2 of their last 3. They've lost 3 of their last 4. They've lost 4 of their last 6.
Yep.
So they're 2-4 in their last 6 games. That's where it's always interesting when you look at teams this time of year. And I know we'll do it with teams that are 7-6 because that's pretty much half the AFC right now is 7-6.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily all right. It's not necessarily what's their overall record. It's what's the trajectory, and how have they been playing lately? Because the Chiefs do not look nearly like the team that they have in the last several years.
Well, and conversely, Denver, we may not feel this here because the Texans are the 1 team to beat Denver over the last 2 months.
Yeah.
But the Broncos are 6-1 in their last 7. They're playing really good football.
Yeah, and they figured out a formula between playing really good, solid defense and playing ball control offense, and Russell Wilson doing just enough. They're a well-rounded football team.
So Kansas City is in this swamp, but they lead the AFC right now. They're the 3. Jackson 5, the 4. They lead the AFC South. But again, they're only a game ahead of the 7-6 army of teams there. Then you get to the 3 wildcard teams. Cleveland is the 5th seed at 8-5 with Joe Flacco as their quarterback. Pittsburgh is the 6th seed and falling at 7-6. They've lost 2 games in a row to teams that were 2-10 coming into those games, and Mitchell Trubisky is their quarterback. And the Indianapolis Colts are 7-6. They just lost by 20 to Jake Browning. Gardner Minshew is their quarterback. This is what part of going through this exercise is to once again reinforce that for anybody who's feeling totally pessimistic about this Sunday if C.J. Stroud doesn't play, I get it. I get it because of how the Texans looked last week and because of who might not be playing for the Texans. But this game they're going to play on Sunday with Davis Mills at quarterback is indicative of the world that most of these teams have been living in that they're competing with right now.
Yeah, it's a big old quagmire.
It's a mess.
That's where I guess, I don't know, for some reason I think, every time I say the Texans are a mediocre team, people act like I'm saying that they're like the 2018 Browns or something. Like, no, mediocre means of moderate quality. Like they're average, and that's what they are. They're 7-6, just like all these other teams. Cincinnati, Buffalo. Well, and Buffalo's the intriguing one because Buffalo has like the most upside of all those teams.
Indeed.
Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, Cleveland, like all these teams that are 8-5 or 7-6, they're of moderate quality. They're certainly not dominant, but that's why I get so frustrated when you lose to a team like the Jets or you lose to a team like the Panthers.
Yeah.
Like, those are bad teams. Yeah. So it's to lose to any of these other teams that are just stuck in this big blob of mediocrity. Fine, so be it. Texans have won all of their games won most of their games by just 1 score at the end. They've lost most of their games by 1 score at the end, except for the 3 games that they've lost in which they absolutely got dismantled and throttled. And those are the ones that frustrate me. So yeah, I get angry about losing to the Jets because you are in an absolute dead heat with all these other 7-6 teams right now. You can't afford to just completely not show up versus the Jets.
Yeah. Yeah, you made a lot of good points there. I think the one thing I think of when the fact that the Texans are 7-6, and it's fair to point out those games that they lost to teams that are clearly bad football teams. They're not even mediocre. They are bad football teams. I'm not expecting the Texans to compete for a Super Bowl. That they're in this playoff race right now is something I would have signed up for before the season. I know expectations change, and C.J. Stroud's amazing and all this other stuff. As far as like the overall outlook for the team, moving forward, like next year, the year after, I am totally cool with taking the bad that you pointed out with the good of they beat Cincinnati in Cincinnati. They beat Pittsburgh earlier in the year. They beat Jacksonville in Jacksonville. They were the only loss that Denver's had in the last 2 months. I think moving forward, Seth, I think the things like losing to Carolina, losing to the Jets, these are things that are indicative of an up-and-down young football team that doesn't know how to handle success. That's an easier thing to eliminate than it is to find a way to start beating good football. That they're beating good football teams, to me, is a huge, huge harbinger of what's to come with this team in the next 2 to 3 years.
Right. Yeah, I mean, but that's all about like what's to come in the next few years.
Yes.
I guess that's where I'm like, I would like them to make the playoffs and maybe make a Cinderella push in the playoffs.
Me too.
Like that's a huge, huge advancement, and that's where I get. The reason last week's game frustrated me so much was the defense. I think the offense is just going to get their butts whooped at times. Their offensive linemen, some of those offensive linemen are going to get, there's nothing you can do. They're going to get destroyed, like absolutely destroyed by Quinnen Williams. There's nothing you can do about that. They're not good enough. But on defense, they hurt themselves. They did stupid things. They did boneheaded things. They did dumb things that helped them lose that football game. That's why it was so frustrating to me. I feel like they're better than that, and that's where I like their potential this year is to be a playoff team, win a playoff game, whatever. Like you have that potential if you're actually genuinely good football players play the way they're capable of. That's why Stingley asking for people to vote for him for the Pro Bowl is annoying me so much right now.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, hey, you guys, you got to get, please, before you start accepting all these congratulations, A, finish a whole damn season, and B, beat teams like the Jets. You're better than that.
Yep.
You better, or at least play the Jets down to the wire. All right. The offense couldn't get anything going versus a good defense, but at the very least, don't just let them run rampant over you.
Yeah. Well, when they touchdowns all year, the Jets. They scored 3 in the second half against you.
3 touchdowns and 4 drives in the second half.
That's right.
To start off the second half.
To me, the two biggest non-injury related problems, I'll call it, because like if Nico Collins is out for an extended period of time, and this CJ concussion thing is something that goes more than a week, those are obviously huge problems. The biggest non-injury problems for the Texans. And I would say maybe some of these other wild card teams too. One, Buffalo being in this thing is a scary thing because I think Buffalo, to me, when you do one of these things is not like the other, and you go through Buffalo, Cincinnati, Denver, Houston, the 3 teams that are actually in the wild card race right now, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and Indianapolis. Buffalo has a clear advantage at quarterback. They've got a clear advantage in terms of experience playing in important games late in the season and in the postseason. That referee's call on that Travis Kelce lateral this weekend, as much as we want to point fingers at Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and laugh at them and say, oh, my God, you guys are such crybabies, the fact of the matter is that call hurt all these 7 and 6 teams. Because I think if you're asking me pick two of these 7 and 6 teams to make the playoffs, I'm picking Buffalo, and I know Buffalo's got a hard schedule the rest of the way. I would pick Buffalo just based on the fact that they have the 5th best point differential in the sport right now.
I mean, a hard schedule the rest of the way, but I mean, part of it is they've got the Cowboys, obviously big game. They've got the Justin Herbertless Jets, and they've got the still having their Bill Belichick Patriots, followed by the Dolphins after that. The Dolphins are a known. The Dolphins are pretty much the barometer right now for whether if you're a good team, you can beat them. If you're a bad team, you'll lose to them, except for like last week. Yeah. So, I think the Cowboys game is the big one there. If they beat the Cowboys, then the gate swings wide open for the Bills.
You are Cowboy fans this weekend, Texan fans. How's that taste? And that brings us to the other thing here, Seth.
Bills beat the Dolphins 48-20 earlier this
year. Right. Dolphins are phony. That brings us to the other thing. Rooting for the Cowboys to beat the Bills is one thing because the Cowboys maybe should beat the Bills. I think the game's in Buffalo. I haven't looked at what the spread is on that game, but that'll be one of the games of the week. The other thing, and again, this is an issue for the Texans and the other 7 and 6 teams. These are the teams you're counting on to do your dirty work for you if you falter at some point here. I think if the Texans just win out, they're in. I think if they win 3 out of 4, they're probably in. But if you don't take care of your business, these are the things you're counting on. New England plays 3 of these teams you're competing with over the final month of the season. Kansas City, Denver, and Buffalo. The Chargers, without Justin Herbert, play 3 of these teams that you're competing with in this swamp. Buffalo, Denver, and I'm going to throw Kansas City in there because they're 8-5 right now. Las Vegas, with Aiden O'Connell, Jimmy Garoppolo, who at quarterback, they play 3 of the teams that you're competing with. Kansas City, Indianapolis, Denver. Chicago plays Cleveland this week. Chicago's played better football of late, but these are the teams that you're counting on to do your dirty work. This is the spot you put yourself in when you lose to the Panthers and the Jets.
That's what this Jets loss. Like, it just, I don't think anybody anticipated just how much losing to the Jets screwed everything up in terms of the things you were optimistic about. Like, because part of it was, wow, the Texans have an easy schedule to finish out the season. Because I think because people looked at the Jets and thought, okay, no big deal there. They get the Titans twice, forgetting that, that's a divisional opponent. And I'm saying, let's say C.J. Stroud is still on the team. And I think people, myself included, assumed that at some point the Browns would just fall apart because the defense can't hold things together that long. But now, lo and behold, an enlivened Joe Flacco comes back, and the Browns defense is still it's still figuring out a way to get it done. It just doesn't look nearly as easy or as cushy of a schedule as it did maybe 2 weeks ago.
No, not at all. Not at all. All right, so it's a mess. Hey, man, it's fun to be involved in it compared to the last 2 years.
Yeah, it's fun to be involved in it. It's they gotta go out and compete. That Jets game freaked me out because it was the complete non-competition. It was just letting the Jets roll over you in the second half and just basically take your testicles left and then right and throw them to the crowd like prizes. That was what did it for me, Sean. It was the ritual castration of it all.
Yeah, to me it was Zach Wilson. That's what makes it so frustrating to me. Like, the Chargers are a bad team this year, but Justin Herbert's going to throw for 300 yards on you and you can lose a game like that. Zach Wilson sucks. He's terrible.
Zach Wilson castrated you and then dated your girl. Yeah. Dated your mom's friend.
How's that taste?
It was like, hey, I'm Zach Wilson. I'm going to castrate you, and then I'm going to go out with your mom.
Right.
What are you going to do about it?
Nothing.
Like, I don't know. I don't really care that much anymore ever since I lost my testicles.
Right. I'm actually going to let Randall Cobb score on me, too.
Yeah.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you.
Oh, look at Randall Cobb. Is that Randall Cobb? Yeah. You guys caught. Those guys got caught starstruck by Randall Cobb. I remember. I've got his rookie card.
Yeah, Denzel Perryman's got an autograph book out. Hey, whoa, Cobb. You signed this?
That was the point Jets fans feel like they knew the day was theirs.
Yeah.
Like, hey, look at that, Randall Cobb.
Right.
I've been bashing that purchase all year long. Now look at him.
Yep. And it made it 7-0. That's when they knew they had him. 7-0.
The only thing taking my joy at this point is that we beat a bunch of eunuchs. Mm-hmm. Like, other than that, though, good victory.
Right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Do not call Tommy DeVito's agent slimy. Also, a former MVP labels about half the league, the quarterbacks, as game managers. We're going to hear that as well. That's next. Men's T Clinic. Not game man. Like, if I had to go, okay, just completely judging the book by its cover, I would say, like, this is some family friend who wants to get into being a sports agent, and Tommy DeVito's doing him a solid. Like, that's what it looks like, just with the costume and everything else, and him exclusively sitting with the family up there and going nuts and going crazy with the family.
He looks like he came straight from acting in a High School Musical.
Yeah.
He does not look like any actual gangster at all.
No.
And I also think that, but like it's an interesting look to go for as an agent. Just because that's not like he's dressing up like an Italian guy. It's not like he's dressing up like John Travolta, from the 1970s or something. He's dressing up specifically like a gangster from the 1930s. There's no like, oh yeah, that's what it's. He's just embracing his Italian American roots.
Go watch his client, Tommy DeVito.
Yes, yeah.
All right, let's get to Cam Newton. Cam Newton labeled about, I don't know, it feels like about half the quarterbacks who are going to be playing in the playoffs this coming season as game managers on his podcast yesterday.
Lamar Jackson, obviously Patrick Mahomes, Dak Prescott, Brock Purdy, but Brock, they're not winning because of him.
He's not turning the ball over.
He's managing the game. And if we were to put that in its own right as game man, Brock Purdy, Tua Tagovailoa, Jared Goff, and really, Dak Prescott. These are game managers. They're not difference makers.
And when you say game manager, I'm not asking you to go out and win the game. I'm just asking you not to lose.
Not to lose the game. Listen, I don't give a damn what you do. You don't have to score every time. You just don't have to throw a pick every time either. If we're going to really call a spade, a game manager is different than a game changer.
Okay, so that was Cam Newton on his 4th and 1 podcast. Boy, he's got a beautiful studio. I love the look of his podcast. It's really, really good.
I think the biggest difference, though, too, I think they're misusing game manager there. I think they might mean system quarterback more so than game manager, because a game manager, then you get in an argument about what's a game manager versus what's a system quarterback. Brock Purdy's averaging 9.9 yards per attempt. Like that's not what Brock manages. That's not what game managers do.
Yeah.
Game managers they're Trent Dilfer. That's somebody that's just specifically just trying not to mess things up. I think if you look at the way that Tua Tagovailoa now. You could argue that, okay, they're more the recipient of the talent around them, or they're a system quarterback or whatever it might be. That's not the same as a game manager. So I feel like he wanted to insult those guys, but he didn't use the proper verbiage.
Yeah, I think especially coming from Cam, who at his peak was an MVP of the league, but the peak, he got beat up physically. I think coming from Cam, I think the way he's looking at it is these are guys whose superhero powers, if they have one, Tua, Brock, Dak, Jared Goff.
Yeah.
Those are the four he named specifically. If they have a superhero power, it's not something that jumps out on highlight reels. Whereas the two guys, because I think the lead into this conversation they were having, because you heard him name Lamar Jackson and Pat Mahomes at the beginning of that, I think they were talking about MVP of the league this year.
Yeah.
And Lamar, obviously, Lamar's sizzle reel is second to none. Patrick Mahomes, that arm is second to none. Cam Newton, when he was winning MVPs and when he was at his best, when he was getting the Carolina Panthers to the playoffs, did things that no other human being could do on the planet because he was just such a physically imposing super force.
He's the size of a defensive end who could run like a running back and also could throw like in that system well enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that, there's no way. That's the problem is I think he's falling into like, okay, you're either an MVP or a game manager.
Right.
I mean, Dak Prescott leads the league in touchdowns this year. That's not game manager stuff. Brock Purdy is third in touchdowns this year. That's not game manager stuff. You could argue that he's not an MVP based on various other factors, but that's not game. That's just simply not game manager stuff.
Right. We have a texter say that Buffalo's schedule. We just got done going through the playoff scenarios or the playoff picture in the AFC. Buffalo's schedule is beyond brutal. The hard part's almost over for Buffalo's schedule the rest of the way. They had Philly and Kansas City the last 2 weeks. They split those games. Hell, they should have beaten Philly. They lost in over Eagles. The Dallas game is a big swing. I think if Buffalo beats Dallas this weekend, they're in, barring injury to Josh Allen.
And remember, like it's not a fluke by this point. The Dolphins don't beat good teams. They beat bad teams, and then they often get destroyed by good teams. Like the Bills destroyed the Dolphins earlier this season. So I mean, the best victory the Dolphins have at this point on their schedule is actually the Broncos. And that was early in the season when the Broncos were still they went from being a really bad football team to a very solid football team. Over the course of that first half of the season, they figured it out. But, they've been through these last 2 weeks were kind of the gauntlet for them where they would face the Eagles and then the Chiefs. But two of their remaining four teams are the bad football. Of the remaining four schedule are bad football teams.
Yeah.
And then they have the Dolphins to close out the season where so far the Dolphins just have not fared well versus solid football teams.
The Bills have Dallas, they've got New England, and the Chargers without Justin Herbert, and then as you point out, closing out Miami. So you're exactly right.
Which I guess I shouldn't say the Chargers are a bad team just yet, but they don't have Justin Herbert.
Yeah, Easton Stick will be their starting quarterback. Who knows? A lot of these backups are winning. It's a cool name, Easton Stick.
He's a game manager. He's just a Brock Purdy or a Dak
he's a
Prescott.
game manager.
You can't expect any better out of him than that.
Yep. All right, you're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Let's do the 8 at 8. 8 stories to get you started. John McClain joins us in about
1.
All right, let's start with the Texans injury news. Let me pan back up to the top of the rundown here. Kaimi Fairbairn is back, it would appear. That's good news. He'll be activated this week, so you got your kicker back. It goes significantly downhill from there. Blake Cashman, linebacker, Tavier Thomas, slot corner, according to Aaron Wilson, expected to miss 1 to 2 games with the injuries that they suffered this past week against the New York Jets. Cashman's injury is a hamstring injury, so we'll keep an eye on that. He's been one of their best players defensively. The big thing we'll be looking out for today, Seth, is the status of Nico Collins and his calf injury and C.J. Stroud and concussion protocol today. Those are the biggies.
Is Dalton Schultz not big for you?
And Dalton Schultz. I'm just thinking of the guys that got hurt in the Jets game. Sorry. No, Dalton Schultz is big as well.
Okay, yeah. No, I just because earlier we talked about it, and you seemed pretty confident that he was going to be fine. I'm a bit more nervous just because it seems like a finicky hamstring at this point.
Let me clarify. I'm more confident he's going to be fine this week than Nico Collins is going to be fine this week.
I'm really on pins and needles about this injury report because I'm really If Dalton Schultz and Nico Collins are not playing in this game, I turn really, really pessimistic on it. I'll turn into a downright just a curmudgeonly old jerk. I'm a Scrooge over this game if those two guys aren't available, and there's going to be a whole lot on the defense at that point to get this game won. It's going to have to come with turnovers.
They're going to right. You're exactly right. If you don't have Dalton Schultz and Nico Collins in this game, and I almost think you need. Yeah, I don't think Dalton Schultz alone does the Traviavton Schultz. I feel the same about this game if there's no Nico out there.
Right.
You know?
Right. Yeah, look, with Dalton Schultz, I feel like, man, okay, then you might have a little 1-2 action going with Brevin Jordan. They're by necessity, they've had to trust Brevin Jordan a little bit more this year. But, I mean, the loss of Nico Collins, you look at how little separation any of the Texans receivers had after Nico Collins went out in that game. And, man, I don't care, rain or no rain, it's hard for any quarterback to make hay with such little separation by those guys.
2.
All right, let's dig into some other things going on around the NFL. Tom Curran, who is a Patriots insider, says that it was clear to him after the Patriots lost to the Colts over in Frankfurt, Germany, that Bill Belichick is going to be gone after this season. That, Seth, was the tipping point for Bob Kraft to move on from Bill Belichick. I guess the question becomes, if that is the case, how does that look? What does that mean? Do they kind of take a look around the league and see if there's a team that wants to hire Belichick and maybe work a trade? Do they fire him? Do they send him with a gold watch off into retirement? But it looks like Bill Belichick's time is almost up in New England.
Here's my irresponsible speculation. The Germany game happened to be when that video emerged of Bill Belichick shirtless, looking kind of confused outside of what looked like maybe a Nantucket beach house or something. Just trying to get inside the house and then walking away from it. It was that Ring doorbell footage. And Belichick bit phased by this when he was in his press conference or anything. I wonder if that was the moment where Curran realized, boy, this guy's probably gone, and he probably just doesn't even give a damn at this point. So, and then where I go with it is what if that was Bob Kraft's girlfriend's house or something that Belichick was at? That'd be the best ever. Who would you side with in that love triangle? If Belichick were having an affair with Kraft's current girlfriend, who would you think that Belichick was a dirty dog?
Yes,
or do you think Kraft had it coming to him?
Yes, I would. I never.
I always side with the poor guy over the billionaire. I say that poor kid. Okay. That's Belichick's like a pool boy in that scenario.
Gotcha.
The billionaire. A, he's out getting his own fun anyway, and B, all right, should have seen it coming.
I don't know. That's kind of a slime ball, stealing an 80-plus-year-old man's girlfriend.
He's a young pool boy. What's a Belichick to do when some hot 58-year-old comes on to you?
Do you buy that Bill Belichick is going to be working in the NFL next year as a head coach somewhere?
I think he's going to be working on his book on naval history. I think he's ready to retire.
I'm floored every time I listen. Like the show that leads into ours on CBS Sports Radio, they're going through places they feel Belichick could be a great fit for next year. I'm like, I don't know that he's a great fit for anywhere as a head coach anymore.
There was a report a couple of years ago or so that had said Belichick kind of scoffed at the notion of Levy. Because remember, Marv coached until he was maybe about Belichick's age.
I think he maybe even a little older, yeah.
Yeah, well, but he stayed involved in football. Marv Levy was still working in the front office at an advanced age. So I think that I think this is probably going to be it for him. I don't think he wants to be that guy. I think he probably also however Bill Belichick defines joy, it just seems like maybe a little bit of the joy has left over the last couple of years, understandably so.
3.
One of the teams that gets bandied about as a possible spot for Belichick is the Los Angeles Chargers because they've got a quarterback in place. They've got talent on the roster. They've just had they're the Chargers for one thing. So they've had whatever the Charger curse is. That's spanned generations now. But Brandon Staley's just a terrible head coach. Justin Herbert is done for the season, their quarterback. He broke a finger, had surgery on it. They're going to shut him down the rest of the year. The Chargers aren't mathematically eliminated from the postseason, but they are functionally eliminated from the postseason. So the Staley-Herbert combination is probably dead.
Sorry, whenever you're functionally eliminated, I go to functionally illiterate, which I feel is like another appropriate description for the Chargers. There's just something, it's like somebody that gets by in life where you're like, oh, what's holding that person back? And it turns out holy crap, they achieved a lot for being functionally illiterate. And I feel like that's what the Chargers are. They're functionally illiterate. They're like, oh, wow, that's actually not bad.
For what? 50 years, this franchise has It turns out Reed.
I gotta tell you, that's pretty amazing. You pulled it off.
That is funny.
They are just like the Texans. This is why you should be worried if you're the Chargers and you lose your starting quarterback. The Chargers are just a smidgen worse than the Texans with their rushing offense. They average 96.0 yards rushing per game, whereas the Texans are all way up at 96.6 yards rushing per game.
Yeah, but they have Austin Eckler, too, on that team. Oh, my God, that's brutal. Brutal.
Functionally illiterate.
Chargers.
Not Austin Eckler, just the Chargers in general.
Right.
4.
The NFL is looking to add, Seth, more international games. They played 5 this season. They plan to play 5 next year, but the NFL owners are getting together this week here in the great state of Texas. They'll be voting on a measure that will add more international games to the schedule, according to the Sports Business Journal. If the measure passes, the league will nearly be doubling the number of games being played abroad. There have been 5 the last 2 years, but that number could jump to 9. We know they're looking at places other than London and Germany to play games, possibly in South America. We know they've played games in Mexico before.
Brazil has a huge NFL fan base.
Is it?
I want to say it was surprising to me. I want to say it's one of the top 3, and maybe it's the second most after. But yeah, it's one of the top foreign NFL fan bases. And that would be one. The nice thing about going to Brazil is you don't have to deal with as stark a time difference as going to, London or Asia. I do like I like each team kind of having a sister city elsewhere, because then you become like, you think about that. If you're the team that plays in Brazil all the time, it's like having a city of 100 million people or so, or whatever the population of Brazil is, that likes your team. So, like, certainly, obviously, there are not going to be as many NFL fans as soccer fans, but, like, that becomes a fan of the Houston Texans.
Yep.
As a team, you'd want to jockey for the more affluent, Germany's probably a big one. If you could be Frankfurt's kind of home team, then you become like Germany's home team. That's a huge fan base and a whole lot of money funneling into the NFL.
Mexico's a logical one for the Texans. They've played there before. The proximity.
Yeah, but they like the Cowboys more. I say give up Mexico City to the Cowboys. We'll
give up Mexico City.
We'll take Brazil.
Okay.
I need to get some Carnival action in while I'm going to cover my football team, Sean.
Well, I had seen
you learned some Portuguese. I got one of my best friends from college is married to a Portuguese lady, and so she could teach me Portuguese. You go down, and I could be the voice of voice of Brazilian football. Sean.
I love that.
Yeah.
So I think I read somewhere with this initiative that every team in the NFL would be a host team at least once every 4 years. Like they'd play a home game in some international country once every 4 years, which means you're probably traveling more than that. You're probably going to be a road team at some point in one of these games.
You're going every couple of years, yeah.
Yeah. That's look. The Texans have rarely traveled overseas. They won a game a few years ago against Jacksonville, and it's not overseas technically, but an international game against the Raiders in 2016 in Mexico. So more international American football.
5.
I want to spend 3 segments on this. My idea that just popped into my head, all those Olympic stadiums they built in Brazil, like a lot of them aren't being used all that much.
Right.
You have to use every one of those for a football team.
Absolutely.
I want to own the rainforest, Sean. Then I can mow it down for profit.
Bingo.
5.
Former Bills punter Matt Araiza. Remember this story?
Yeah.
The Matt Araiza, who was accused of rape from back when he was in college. He was a punter. He was a really good punter coming out. He was a good enough punter to where he was drafted by the Bills and was getting ready to get his career off the ground in 2022. And then this civil lawsuit pops up from a woman in Arizona, I believe. But it's been ongoing. The Bills immediately cut him, and he's been out of football for 16 months. She dropped her lawsuit yesterday, or at least it was reported yesterday by Dan Wetzel of Yahoo, that the civil suit accusing Araiza of rape will be dismissed, and in exchange, Araiza will dismiss his defamation suit against the accuser.
There's way more to the story. Like with many of these situations, there's way more to the story than what was initially reported. I think, what year did this happen? When was he cut?
He was last year, early in 2022.
Yep. I think I was thinking about this case this morning where, the Bills also now have Von Miller, who's being accused of domestic violence on their roster. And, like, there's still – it's interesting the way it's handled in the media at times, I think, because teams, I still think, handle these things on a case-by-case basis. I think there is a little bit more understanding of the need for approaching it slowly and methodically as opposed to just immediately, like as soon as somebody's accused, you got to get rid of them. But it all depends on how teams respond to it initially, and I think how they present it in the media. There's no obvious like rule book for how you should handle these situations. I think Ariza's was one in which maybe the knee-jerk reaction and the fear of public criticism, it looks like it may have been a little too aggressive. Without like getting obviously into all the depths of all of this stuff. There'll never be, I don't think there's ever going to be a guidebook or a blueprint for how to handle any of these situations, other than that you do have to remember that they are legal situations and you can't rush to judgment.
Right. I think I'd point out the one thing too, from purely just a football standpoint, it's easier to cut a rookie 6th-round punter than it is to cut Von Miller.
Right.
There is that. I mean, take that how you will. That's just the fact of the matter in the whole thing.
Oh, and there's also that's the whole side of any of these too. Is people want the team to do the moral thing of getting rid of a person immediately. Where sometimes okay, well, if you wait for the legal process to play out, then it gets money back, or it loses some of the guarantees versus taking the hit. So.
6.
Draymond Green, he's back in our lives. Last night, Draymond Green, in a game against the Phoenix Suns, basically just decided in the third quarter to turn around and wallop Yusuf Nurkic of the Suns in the head.
Nurkic was kind of riding him, and Draymond was accentuating the foul.
Yeah.
And then he just turned around and whacked him in the face.
Yeah, I mean, close fist, turned around and whacked him in the head. And
kind of a toddler swing, he had a stiff-armed swing, but somebody who doesn't know how to fight getting in a fist fight.
Right.
But still, I mean, he connected, and it was a blow.
It was a blow. Yeah. It was dangerous. It was a flagrant 2. It was his third. It was Draymond's third ejection of the season, and now the league. He's already been suspended once this year. The league is going to review this. Draymond Green. Draymond Green's been a jerk his whole career. He's a trash talker. He's a dirty player at times, kicks guys in the schnuts, all those things. He's doing things now, Seth, where he's by basketball standards, like a dangerous psychopath. Like he's grabbing Rudy Gobert by the neck in a scrum out of nowhere. He's turning around.
Which Steve Kerr defended, by the way.
Right.
Steve Kerr, everybody's favorite fake Doogie Howser.
Yeah.
Doogie Howser was a doctor. He saved lives.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr wants Draymond Green to go out and assault people.
He wants violence. Yeah. So we'll see. I don't know, over, under. I'm going to say Draymond. He got 5 last, whatever, the Rudy Gobert choking him situation. I'm going to guess 10 here for turning around. 10, 15, something like that for literally turning around. He basically did what Kermit Washington did to Rudy Tomjanovich. Like, just turned and punched the first thing he saw,
Yeah.
I mean, except
Kermit Washington knew how to throw a punch, though, whereas, I'm still not convinced Draymond Green does. He knows how to kick people in the nargs.
Yeah.
He knows how to swing his arm wildly, but he's still, he's aiming for the sensitive parts.
Yep.
Yeah.
7.
Other NBA action. By the way, the Rockets play the Grizzlies tonight at Toyota Center, trying to extend their home winning streak to 11 games. Nikola Jokic, defending reigning MVP, was ejected from a game against the Bulls last night in Chicago. It drew rampant boos from the Chicago crowd. He got ejected about 23 minutes into the game for basically arguing with a referee. It wasn't anything close to what Draymond did to Yusuf Nurkic. He was ejected with 1:08 remaining in the second quarter. After missing a shot at the rim, Jokic yelled towards official Musa Dagger, looking for a foul call, and while jogging back up the floor to get back on defense, he was given a technical foul and immediately ejected from the game, drawing boos from the Chicago crowd. I guess he yelled, "Call the foul, MFer." Jokic yelled at him.
Yeah.
So I guess the language may have crossed the line, but the reason apparently people were booing so vociferously for a road game for the Denver Nuggets, Seth, as we had some listeners point out to us earlier, it was Serbian night. at the United Center.
Oh, really?
Jokic, of course, Serbian.
Yeah.
That's
an interesting choice of. I don't think it was just by chance that was Serbian night at Chicago, unless they have like 10 Serbian nights per year or something. I guess kind of inviting people that might be huge Jokic fans to your arena for that game.
I don't know. I'm just going by the texters told us that. I'm not sure. I don't know how you go about celebrating it, but and Chicago, by the way, whether it's Serbian night or not. This is where I go. Every night, Serbian night in Chicago. They have the second biggest Serbian population in the United States. Chicago does.
Oh, do they really?
Yeah, so there's chances are, even on a non-Serbian celebratory night, that they've got a lot of Serbian folks there.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to stay the hell out of this because Musa Dagir is originally from Syria. The two. Both Musa Dagir and the Serbians, both people that have known way larger hardships in life than I have, I'll tell you what. And when it comes to just having any issues with anybody about anything, I'm going to let you go and you do you, okay? I'm staying out of it.
You have nothing to worry about. You are on the record this show as a card-carrying defender of referees.
That's right.
You backed referees earlier in the show. So you're fine. Musa has no issue with you. You're fine. All right.
I think okay.
Yeah.
8.
Number 8, John McClain's about to join us. That's number 8 on the top 8 at 8. Getting you ready for getting you ready to start your day. We'll talk to John about how if there's no Nico, no Stroud, no Dalton Schultz, how do they get the necessary 17 to 20 points at least to go win this football game? We'll ask that of John McClain, a whole lot more. Do that next.
If you
16th. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we're going to talk to John McClain. I was just thinking about this during the break. You know I like tiny little signs of progress with the Texans. I'm going to give you a tiny little sign of progress as we bring John McClain on. If this were the last 2 seasons, the uniforms that the Titans are wearing this weekend would be the number one story about this game. Instead, it's really faded down. We haven't talked about it practically at all, that they're wearing the Oiler unis, because we got to focus on this game, man. This game matters to the Houston Texans as we bring John McClain in here, our good friend, our senior columnist at SportsRadio610.com. John, good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. How are you?
We're doing good. So, John, are they, just to get the uniform talk out of the way, I suppose, are they excited? Are people, not the players, but are the people in Nashville excited to see the Oiler uniforms going against I know they wore them earlier this year in a Falcons game, but particularly going against a Houston team this weekend. Is that a big topic with your people up there?
Nope, not at all. It's all about that comeback victory over Miami and trying to beat the Texans. Will Levis being 3-3 as a starter. It hadn't been brought up on the 2 shows I do weekly. And I haven't thought much about it except when I was on In the Loop yesterday, and I'll mention it somewhere in my 5 things to watch on Friday. But to me, there's so much more of interest, of course, because of the interest, needing to win, playoff race. And so it's no, I've not heard anybody bring it up except you and John Lopez.
So how are they feeling in Tennessee about Will Levis? And I guess not as much the fans as much as just the team itself. Do you think Will Levis has shown enough that they see a genuine upside in him and he might be the guy?
Except they do at this point. You're right. He might be the guy. He's had six starts, 3-3. The game Monday night in Miami with 3 minutes left, and he made all the right plays. Had a big throw to DeAndre Hopkins, who's closing in on another 1,000-yard season. And the fact, the way Levis plays, and he likes to run over people, which is not smart. And he did it several times in that game. And then yesterday, I believe Mike Vrabel said they've got to teach him how to slide. And, of course, fans love a quarterback who does that. But if you keep doing that, you're not long for the starting football world. And so I'm excited to see him. I sure wish he's going up against C.J. Stroud, maybe the next game when they play in 2 weeks, and we'll see them going against each other a lot. But if he tones it down or if he tries to run over people, there was one play where he turned his shoulder for a lineman instead of just going down. But, fans eat that kind of thing up, but it's not smart.
Well, and I think the interesting thing about Levis is that he's been erratic. It's not like he can't make the nice throws and the good throws. It's just that in college he had been very erratic at times. In the last 4 games, he's only thrown 1 interception. So he must be being pretty careful and not necessarily like a gunslinger who's going to offer up the ball a whole bunch.
You know how coaches love that when you don't turn it over. It's one of the most remarkable things about C.J. Stroud is he only has 5 interceptions, which is amazing for a guy that started all the games up to this point. Levis, gunslinger, is a great way. I mean, when he was at Kentucky and then when he came out, he's a cocky guy in the offseason and the combine, and he's just very confident. And now, because he's not turning it over, they like him even more.
John McClain joining us. All right, John, I'm looking at the box score from last year's game in Tennessee late in the season that the Texans won 19-14 with Davis Mills at quarterback. The weapons were as follows. Running backs Royce Freeman and Daria Gumbawale did the lion's share of carrying the football, even though Rex bleeping Burkhead was on the team. Philip Dorsett, Jordan Akins, Amari Rogers, Chris Moore, Brevin Jordan, Brandon Cooks were the weapons on the outside and a tight end in that game. Not exactly a murderer's row, though Cook's obviously a good football player. They managed to score 19 last year, John. How do they manage to score 19 this year with Davis Mills at quarterback if there's no Nico Collins and no Dalton Schultz?
Well, I guess it's too late to call Rex bleeping Burkhead and Jordan Akins. I'm not sure where Akins is, but no matter how bad they are how bad off they are now because of injuries. You hope they're getting Dalton Schultz back so they'll have 2 tight ends. They're still better off than they were. Chris Moore is playing for the Titans. He catches a few passes. I looked up, based on the game Sunday at the Jets, there's only the guys that started, there's only 6 guys out of 22 who are still starting on this team. It's amazing the roster turnover they've undergone, and you hope some guys will be able to come back. But as we talked about yesterday on the Utopia Football Podcast, this is a game they could still win. I mean, they're 7-6. Titans, I think, have won 5 games now. They've lost 1 at home. They just won their first road game. This is a game they could win, just like, remember 2 years ago when the Titans came here and they had to win to get home field advantage, and the Texans were terrible. And Mills threw for over 300 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, had a rating in the 120s, and the Titans won by 3. So they've won 3 of the last 4 years in Nashville. So this is a game they could win, even though they're underdogs.
I think that, yeah, and I feel like any team can win in any given Sunday in the NFL. I guess my question would be, if Dalton Schultz and Nico Collins can't go, exactly how do they win this football game versus the Titans?
Well, I'll tell you one thing they'd have to do. They'd have to be better in coverage than they were against the Jets. They stopped the run. I'm doing a column for SportsRadio610.com now about Derrick Henry. The Texans have their best run defense since 2018. Actually, their only good run defense since 2018 because they've been pathetic against the run. And so last year they limited him to a paltry, I think it was 126 yards.
Yeah.
Considering he'd ripped him up for over 200 yards in multiple games. So they've shut down every back. So I think they're going to shut down, well, Henry will have less than 100 yards. He's had 3 100-yard games this season. He's had 6 touchdowns in the last 3 games. But they've done well against every back. I think they will. It'll come down to Levis and Mills, but the defense is going to have to contribute besides pass defense. Derek Stingley Jr., Steven Nelson have been terrific in pass coverage. Jonathan Grenard, he's coming off a great game. They got to be better at linebacker in coverage. Blake Cashman, the best by far. We don't know if he's going to play. So I don't know, Seth. I'm guessing turnovers, maybe special teams, but somehow Kaimi Fairbairn may have to kick 5 field goals to win this game, but it's the kind of game you got to muster up and pull off an upset. It's weird. They were favored last week, and they got shelled, and now they're the underdogs to a team they should beat.
Good.
Titans have some injuries too, but I think areas that haven't produced have got to come up with big plays.
I just, with Derrick Henry, teams are different every single year. It's just the number of yards he's put up versus Houston individually, to the point where damn near a quarter of his yardage in some years has come from the games versus the Texans. They had over 400 yards rushing against the Texans last year.
Yep.
That's the part that there's a moral victory side of just please shut down Derrick Henry. I mean, if they could win the game, but my God, if they win the game and also hold Derrick Henry to 37 yards rushing, I'll be as excited as could be. I'll forgive everything from last week.
219 and 126. The last time he didn't have 100 was the first game in 2019 when he had 86.
He had 86. It's not like they got, the Dolphins held him to, I think, 30 yards, 30-something yards this past game. On Monday, 86. That's his low water mark over the last 5 years against the Houston Texans. John McClain joining us for his weekly visit. So, John, let's dig into C.J. Stroud here and this concussion. I know your stance on the concussions when it comes to, hey, if you get one, you normally don't play the next week. John, there's been 2 notable quarterback concussions this season. Brock Purdy back in October, and then Derek Carr just a couple weeks ago. Both of them were cleared and played the following weekend. Do you think there's a 0% chance C.J. Stroud plays this weekend, or do you think that there is a chance that he plays this weekend?
Well, I don't know about a 0% because I don't have a clue. I don't think they know right now. He's got to pass test. That's the key. And I think Brock Purdy got hurt on a Monday, and he was able to come back and play past the concussion protocol. So if he passes the test on, say, Thursday or Friday or whatever it is, or days they look for, he'll play. But I think it's pretty bleak.
Would you play him, John, even if he cleared the protocol, given the fact that he's been taken off the field in 2 straight games for concussion-type stuff?
I think if he clears a concussion protocol, you couldn't keep him off the field, knowing the kind of competitor he is and how big these games are. Of course, it's like D'Amico said, might have blocked better. The thing where he hit his head was Quentin Williams. It was he completed a pass. He hit him. It wasn't a dirty play. Thought it was very classy that Quentin Williams, he put out, I think, 2 tweets about he was praying for Stroud and didn't do anything on.
Did we lose John?
I cut him off because he was saying nice things about Quentin Williams.
Seth hung up on him. All right.
Quentin Williams, by the way, I went back and I watched some of Quentin Williams just to kind of see how he single-handedly destroyed the Texans. What an impressive football player.
Yeah.
I like Quentin Williams because he's not as athletically impressive as a lot of other defensive tackles. He is just like people get called diesel engines too often. He's a diesel. He doesn't have a whole lot of quick twitch to him. He just rolls over people like a freight train hitting a moose.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I couldn't even get mad at Dieter. I felt for him and Juice Scruggs as they got basically thoroughly dismantled by Quentin Williams.
The 2 most impressive Quentin Williams plays, I think one was the first play from scrimmage. The other happened maybe second quarter, second half, where it looked like Devin Singletary had all sorts of room to run, and Quentin Williams has Dieter literally bodied up on him and just reaches out and yanks Devin Singletary down.
Like a child, like he's collaring a child.
It was crazy.
Or something.
It was crazy. We've got John back. John, we're wrapping things up here. Before we do, though, DeAndre Hopkins and the season he's had in Tennessee, can you speak to that a little bit? What have the Titans folks that you talked to up there said about DeAndre Hopkins this season?
They're very happy with Hop, of course. When you got a young quarterback like Levis, he needs a receiver. He needs a receiver like A.J. Brown. And one of the worst trades in the NFL, they traded him. And Treylon Burks has not stepped up in his second year. Hop's got 898 yards. He's on a pace for almost 1,200. And he doesn't have a lot of touchdowns, but he is the go-to guy for Levis. I hope Derek Stingley Jr. covers him all over the field. Derek Stingley Jr. has been fantastic in coverage. The opposing quarterback rating for him is only 45.
Wow, that's a good stat right there. John, what do you got going on SportsRadio610.com?
I'm working on this Derrick Henry column. I had a column yesterday about Davis Mills and Case Keenum. One's a miracle worker, and the other's responsible for C.J. Stroud being here. So they're in pretty good hands if you got to go with a backup quarterback. Guys, thank you very much, as always.
Thank you, John. Appreciate that. And we had a very spirited Utopia football podcast yesterday as well, a mailbag episode that you guys can go find wherever you get your podcasts. John and I do 3 episodes a week that you can download and subscribe to wherever you get your podcasts. All right, moving along. There was one of the Hall of Fame level announcer. I think that's safe to say, but somebody who's been the object of a lot of scorn from football fans this year. He's basically getting one of the biggest privileges he has taken away from him, and he found out from the person who was interviewing him for this piece. We'll have that story for you coming up next.
Texans Game Week. D'Amico's crew heads to Nashville to take on the Titans in a crucial division test on Sunday.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, in stuff that may matter to Houston Texan fans for the first time in a few years, playoff announced teams. All right, if the Texans can take care of some business here over the last 4 games, they'll find themselves in the postseason. And NBC has 4 of the playoff games on their network or app. There's one playoff game that's going to be Peacock app exclusive, and then the others are all going to be on NBC and the Peacock app. But we know that NBC's main announced team for football is Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth. They will do 3 of those 4 games. Okay.
Wait, did you say that some of them will be Peacock app exclusive?
One of the playoff games will be exclusive to the Peacock app. Yes.
You can't get it over broadcast television or cable.
That is how I read the article. Yes. Yep.
Oh.
Yep. I know.
All right.
Seth, have you heard Derek Stingley Jr. is seeking Pro Bowl votes as well? That got Seth amped up.
Trying to aggravate the old man. I don't care how old you are. Like, you have to concede that the streaming services do not do as good a job yet at actually getting an uninterrupted view of the game.
Yep.
Like, it's just every damn game turns into a Heidi game at some point.
Yep.
We're like, oh, wait, what happened to the football? Oh, here we go. Okay, we're playing again.
So, the 4 games on NBC or on Peacock, 3 of them are going to be called by Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth. Last year, the 4th one was called by Al Michaels and Tony Dungy. That was the Jacksonville one of the most historic comebacks in the history of the postseason.
A crazy, crazy exciting game.
Yes.
As long as you weren't listening to Al Michaels and Tony Dungy call the game.
Right.
Honestly, whoever the hell, I hope whoever had the idea to have Tony Dungy fill in for that game with Al Michaels,
they should be fired.
Should have been fired immediately.
They should be fired.
Like, Tony Dungy's got zero energy or enthusiasm.
Zero juice.
There's not a single person. Tony Dungy's wife doesn't want to watch Tony Dungy.
Right.
That's the worst possible color commentator. Honestly, I like Dan Dierdorf, anybody, I don't care who it is. None of them are as bad as Tony Dungy.
He was terrible.
God, as a color commentator. Fine human being, yes, whatever.
Yeah.
But
So he was terrible. And just to give you a sample of how terrible that call was, because Michaels was completely lacking in energy as well in a game that the Jags came back from down 27-0 in this game to win on a game-winning field goal. Here's what the game-winning field goal sounded like in that game.
Jacksonville can set their sights likely on Kansas City. Here we go for the win. Got it, but there's a flag down. There's a flag down as everybody's running out onto the field, but there's a penalty marker.
Offside. Defense number 26.
And they call it on the defense.
That's the end of the game.
Unbelievable. That is unbelievable.
Okay, I mean that was
like what's unbelievable, the flag or the field goal? They said it got it. Didn't they describe anything about the actual? I could barely hear him say that they got the field goal.
Right.
Yeah. And you got to understand the entire this was an historic comeback in the second half.
Right.
And I don't know if it was ever once noted by the commentators, like how crazy it was that the Jaguars were coming back in this football game.
So we say all that to say that per the New York Post, Al Michaels has been relieved of his playoff duties with NBC this coming postseason. He will not be doing play-by-play on the one non-Tirico, non-Chris Collins. 2 things on this. One, he'll be replaced by Noah Eagle, who's the son of Ian Eagle, the CBS announcer. Noah Eagle's 27 years old, and he's a rising star. He's very, very good. I like him. Normally, it's tough for me sometimes with nepotism stuff. I'm like, all right, is this kid just getting his spot because his last name's Eagle and he's Ian Eagle's kid? And then you listen to him and you're like, no, he's really good. He sounds a lot like the old man. He's very good. Unlike Jack Collinsworth, who does play-by-play for the Notre Dame games for NBC.
Yeah,
he's awful.
That is a Nepo baby.
He's awful. God, he's brutal. That is Nepo as it gets. So that's number 1. Number 2, the whole wheels going in motion on swapping Al Michaels out for this postseason game at NBC apparently was news to Al Michaels when the rumors started swirling about it. He was caught off guard back in an interview in early November with the New York Post. Michael said he believed in that interview that he was still going to call the game on NBC, but did not know with whom he would be working. When informed by the Post about his status, Michael's status, being in limbo, Michael sounded unaware of the possibility. Quote, "It's in my deal. Where are you hearing that from? That's part of my deal. Are you hearing something that I'm not hearing?" End quote.
Oh, boy. Man, that's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And this article I'm looking at from yesterday goes on to say that I guess there's been a lot of tension for a long time now between Al Michaels and the top executives at NBC. I guess it didn't go well pushing him aside for Mike Tirico. You know, Mike Tirico left ESPN to go to NBC in large part to call Sunday Night Football, and it became a while. Like Tirico had been watching Michaels do it for a few years while still sitting there at NBC.
It's tough because Al Michaels is still, I think he's still good at what he does. He's just lost his fastball. He's 79 years old, and it's hard. It's hard at what point, does Al Michaels, who wants to continue working, at some point he's going to have to maybe graciously, if he wants to continue working, graciously accept that he's not that guy anymore.
Yeah.
And it's still damn impressive that at the age of 79, he can still be really good at calling games, just perhaps not the most preeminent games out there.
I think the problem for Michaels right now, because he's with Amazon doing the Thursday night games. That's his primary job, is doing the Thursday night games with Kirk Herbstreit. I think energy levels for sure an issue. And I think the thing I think that my guess is probably bothers the TV executives and the streaming executives the most is he's not bashful about talking about how crappy the Thursday night product is.
Dude, you know what?
It's funny.
I know. Yeah, usually there's a little bit of you don't want to lie, but there's a little bit of showmanship involved in at least trying to put some lipstick on a pig.
Yes.
In the second half of a game, you're trying to keep people around, give them some reason to be interested in the game instead of basically insulting them for being dumb enough to watch it. The funniest part of this was it was during Thanksgiving. The game that he and Herbstreit were doing. I can't remember which game it was, but one of the things, everybody does their own version of some. They're preparing for the game, whether it's a turducken or whatever. It was whatever local, some chef created this sandwich, and they bring it out and they put it down between Herbstreit and Al Michaels, and they've just done a whole big piece on this chef making this special dish and everything. And Herbstreit says, "I don't know, there's a lot of green in there, Al," and Al's like, "No. Nah, give me a steak." Looked at it like it might as well have been dog vomit.
Yes.
I had to do some digging.
All over it.
So it turns out the backstory behind that is that Al Michaels claims that he has never once in his life eaten a vegetable.
Really?
Ever.
Okay.
His entire life. And I found an old 60 Minutes interview where he's talking to one of those old 60 Minutes guys about how his mother was just sounded like a super cool mom for back in the day that just didn't really believe in following the advice of Dr. Spock and just let him not eat vegetables. So he's never he says it disgusts him to look at vegetables. So here's a guy who's still, by all means, still thriving at age 79.
Yeah.
He might not be one of the preeminent broadcasters anymore, but he's still working and thriving at the age of 79. Never once eaten a vegetable in his life.
Yeah, to be clear, that's amazing. I'm kind of jealous. I'm not a huge green vegetable. I eat them.
It's all about you got to remember, it's all about playing the odds. Okay?
That's right.
Yes, you can never eat a vegetable in your life and get away with it, but the odds are better that you'll be better off for having eaten vegetables.
For sure.
Yeah.
I think your point on Michaels is a good one. And then, I never watch Al Michaels and think, all right, well, this guy's he's out of it, or he's Corso on game day. And I know Lee's had some medical issues that led to how his speech is and things like that.
Yeah.
But independent of that, his takes are just out there. He's not following stuff. He's Al Michaels feels like he puts in the work, and he's sharp. He gets the names right and everything. He's calling what he sees on the field. It's just at a super low energy level, and it seems like he's inconvenienced to be there a lot of the time.
That's what it does. It seems like he's almost inconvenienced to be there is right. It doesn't feel as much like an event. He doesn't seem excited about it anymore. Yep. You're right. He's still very sharp. I think he's still very much on top of it. He just doesn't seem like he's enjoying it, and that's not the reason. I get why my wife, too much to my enragement, likes Tony Romo. It's because it feels like you're having fun watching the football game. Yeah. No matter how many stupid things he says, it feels like you're having fun watching the game. It feels like it's a party of some sort. With Al, it does not feel like a party.
No.
It feels like you're attending your 9th wake this week. Yeah,
yeah, exactly. All right. The Texans this weekend, it would appear, we'll find out more later today about C.J. Stroud. But if indeed Davis Mills has to play, the Texans are just going to be asked to do what a ton of teams that they're competing with right now have had to do. We will talk about it next. But first, I would like a lot of you to do
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you as we head into the 9 o'clock hour. Good texts coming in here. We'll get to them real quickly. Says Al Michaels on that call of the last field goal, the game-winning field goal, the playoff game last year with Jacksonville, sounded like a dude who lost a lot of money on that field goal. That is a fair observation. That is a fair observation. Al Michaels is a pioneer in being a play-by-play guy. He's been doing this for years where he makes very veiled gambling references to the point where he and Brent Musburger are the two for years and years and years that you could tell they also gamble recreationally on these games. You can tell by the references. You can tell with Al Michaels for decades has done the whole, well, this touchdown is still meaningful for quite a few people here. It's like a blowout. You know, the total's about to go over and whatnot. That's a texter. That's a very good observation and a very high likelihood that is the case with Al Michaels. Text message. So I'm weirdly happy and think it's a promising sign. And this is a good lead into what we're going to talk about here. I'm weirdly happy and think it's a promising sign that I can be so upset that the Texans lost on Sunday. Before the season, I remember telling someone that if the Texans won 6 or 7 games, I would do cartwheels. But they hit that mark, and I expect more now, and it feels good to be able to expect better than we saw on Sunday, which I guess brings us to this coming Sunday, which we've got very little clarity on right now when it comes to who's available for the Texans. We should come in tomorrow with a more focused picture on what the Texans, especially offensively, Seth, because it appears that's where these injuries have really hit them hard, are going to look like on Sunday. If Davis Mills has to start, there's no crying for the Texans if Davis Mills has to start this game, because I would point out teams that are in the playoff race with the Texans, hell, teams that are ahead of the Texans in the playoff race. Cleveland, they've won games with 4 different quarterbacks this year, granted with an elite defense, but still, quarterback issues aplenty. Cincinnati has gotten itself back into the playoff hunt with Jake Browning at quarterback, including a win at Jacksonville a couple weeks ago. Gardner Minshew has been the starter for most of the season for Indianapolis when they planned on Anthony Richardson being the starter.
This is where I think some people have mistaken my grumpiness over the Jets' loss as some kind of pessimism in general. Make no mistake about it. I am upset about the Texans losing to the Jets because that is a game that they, A, should have won, B, should never have gotten completely dismantled by that opponent. So if this were last year's Texans or the previous year's Texans, I would have found things to be upset about, but it wouldn't have been so jarring to me because it wouldn't have been such a surprise. It wouldn't have been such a letdown. It's my overall optimism about the progress of the Texans that has me so distraught over the fact that they just completely laid an egg and let the Jets of all teams, absolutely destroy and eviscerate them in the third quarter of that football game. They gave Zach Wilson the best rated passer rating game that he's ever had his entire career. Zach Wilson has never had a game by a passer rating as good as he had versus the Texans in a monsoon. That's why I'm so angry about that game. It's because I think that this team is capable of much more. If you are not similarly pissed off about the fact that the Texans completely no-showed versus the Jets, of all people, then I would challenge and question just how much you respected this team to begin with. Because it should have been a shock to your system. It should have been a jolt. It should have said to you, whoa, crap. I did not expect this from these guys. If you actually do indeed think that this Texans team is capable of doing something. And I do think that they will rebound from this. I don't know how good the offense can be depending on injury status of various guys this weekend, but I do think the defense will actually show up this week, unlike last week versus the Jets.
Yeah, I expect there to be much better effort on the defensive side of the ball. Look, you're probably going to need that. I think with or without C.J. Stroud, you're probably going to need that. Let's point out that CJ's had a great season, no question about it. He's thrown for a ton of yards, but there have been games, more games than we care to believe that the Texans have moved the football but not been able to score. He hasn't played good football since really early in the third quarter of the Denver game. Yeah. And so now you're doing it. You're not going to have Tank Dell. You may not have Nico Collins. You may not have Dalton Schultz. And you're on the road again for the second straight week, and you were in concussion protocol this week. So even even if C.J. Stroud plays, like what version of C.J. Stroud do we expect to see on Sunday, given what these last couple weeks have looked like for him?
I also think, too, that, okay, if Davis Mills plays, I need to see some designed quarterback runs or genuine zone reads where there's a quarterback run option, because there's at some point, and again, I don't know why DeMeco has said a couple times in the past couple weeks that the run game has been okay. I think maybe like by his frame of mind or his standards, like for what they're hoping, like maybe they go into games just hoping that they can get a few yards here and there and not turn the ball over. Since those are his expectations, maybe that's why he's saying they're good. But it's not a good rushing attack by any stretch of the imagination. If you don't have your quarterback, you've got to get the run game going. Get Davis Mills involved in the run game. He's your backup freaking quarterback. What, are you worried about injuring him? You got Case Keenum. He knows how to play quarterback. Run Davis Mills and do something to juice this offense up a little bit. And then beyond that, it's Nico Collins is a huge miss if he's not out there.
Yeah.
Nico Collins out
there.
Well,
we talked about this earlier. You brought this up earlier. If there's no Nico, no Dalton Schultz, and no C.J. Stroud, like what's the strength of this offense? And I'm thinking going, okay, well, it's not the receiving core. It's not the tight ends. Certainly not the offensive line in the running game. And, Davis Mills, I guess the one thing I would say is Davis Mills has played a lot of football. You're not throwing some rookie in there, but that's not a strength. That's just data. That's just a fact. I think what you just touched on, Seth, like if this is who you're going in with, and I feel like chances are this is who they're going in with in this game, a non-CJ, non-Nico, non-Dalton Schultz. If I had to guess, that's what they're going to be doing. I hope I'm wrong. Then what you said, they're going to need to do things that Tennessee hasn't seen yet this season. They're going to need to mix in. There probably will need to be a trick play or two in the back pocket to catch them off guard, And
I don't even know, okay, if it comes down to trick plays, yes, that's always in play, and that's a good point because that's what you should do with your backup quarterback. You want to change the rhythm up a little bit and take advantage of that ambush element. Whenever a new quarterback comes onto the scene, like Josh Dobbs or anybody else, and they have a good game, there's an ambush element there where teams just don't know what to expect from them. So they've seen very limited evidence or action of Davis Mills in this offense. Plays, and then just having a genuine zone read element in there somehow, that's something that could hopefully pay dividends. And maybe that yields you an extra field goal or touchdown or game in this game.
Here was DeMeco Ryans earlier this week on losing Nico Collins.
For sure, losing Nico is tough. Nico has been an explosive playmaker for us all year, right? He's a guy who's been truly reliable. We've needed it most in those moments. Nico has showed up and made those plays. So when you lose him, things change. Like how you call the plays you had designed for Nico, that changes, right? Because he isn't out there, and so you have to find a way to still continue to move the ball, right? Other people have to step up and make plays when that opportunity, right, is thrust upon them. Are they stepping up and making those plays, right? No matter who's in, we expect our guys just to be their best, and we didn't play our best yesterday.
He was your last. He was your last playmaker on offense. Like, you're off the cliff now if C.J. Stroud doesn't play.
I'm so intrigued by Brevin Jordan and his inability to stay in bounds. He's so.
He does not skirt the sideline very well.
Or even when he gets that one play where he got knocked out of bounds, he got knocked out of bounds dramatically. He caught the ball and he stayed with he stayed facing the quarterback. So he had to turn around to catch the ball. And he didn't really have time to do it, but I wouldn't expect him to because this is what Brevin does after he catches it. He tries to turn upfield or he doesn't try at all and he gets knocked out of bounds. But he invariably steps on point. It's one of these little things where you can see it keeps him from actually being a genuine guy that is explosive. Even though he can lower his shoulder and he can bulldoze over guys, but he just doesn't have the same knack for finding soft spots in the defense the way Dalton Schultz does. It's just been mostly, hey, when you can leak it out to Brevin Jordan in the flats, by all means do it, but you don't expect him to get it done with his route running.
DeMeco's whole thing about Sunday's game, Seth, both on Sunday after the game and then Monday after the game, was our playmakers didn't make plays. Our playmakers didn't make plays. Guys needed to make plays. We just didn't make them. We didn't execute. Playmakers, he said playmakers multiple times. If that's the case, And they don't score points this weekend, and they're missing Nico and Dalton Schultz and C.J. Stroud. Well, if he walks up to the podium on Sunday and they lose this game, and offensively they go out and score 9 points or something like that, and he goes, well, our playmakers just didn't make plays. The appropriate follow-up is, who are your playmakers on offense?
Well, maybe I wasn't listening through the right filter. I thought when he was talking about the playmakers not making plays, the way I heard it was he was talking about the defensive playmakers.
He was.
Yeah.
You're right. He was. I'm just saying like that. Like if that's his philosophy on this.
Well, I don't know. I think that was his philosophy on why the defense broke down. I don't think he expects that group out there enough. I think in that game versus the Jets, when all your playmakers on offense are out, then you need your playmakers on defense to make plays. Yeah. And like that's what he didn't have. If Dalton Schultz and Nico Collins are weekend and it's Davis Mills at quarterback, I think you go into that game hoping that some guys surprise you, and you obviously got to try to score some points, but your expectation isn't that that's where your playmakers are. Yeah. Your expectation in winning has to be, all right, these guys on defense, whether it's Derek Stingley, Steven Nelson, Will Anderson, Jimmy Ward, those guys got to make – Christian Harris, those guys got to make some plays, and they got to cough the ball up.
Yeah, dude, if they're going to win this game, it's probably – this is back to the future, man. If they're going to win this game, it's probably going to look a lot like their win over Tennessee in Week 16 last year. And I'm looking at the box score right now. They had Davis Mills, 17 of 28, 178 yards. Like their receivers, Philip Dorsett had 45 yards. Jordan Akins had 36 yards. Amari Rodgers had one big catch and run for 37 yards. Amari Rodgers. Brandon Cooks had 4 catches for 34 yards and the game-winning touchdown. Chris Moore had a couple catches. Brevin Jordan had a couple catches. There's nobody that's really threatening the defense. They're completing some short passes. The run game, Royce Freeman and Daria Gumbawale combined for 24 carries for 60 yards in that game.
There you go. Yeah.
But here's the thing. They didn't turn the ball over. Davis Mills had an interception, and that was it. They turned the Titans over 3 times in that game. 2 interceptions, and they forced a Derrick Henry fumble, and they recovered it, the Texans did, in that game. I mean, if you're looking for what a blueprint is to win this game, if there's no Nico and there's no Dalton Schultz and Davis Mills, you're starting, your best case scenario is it looks like the 19-14 win that they had in Tennessee last year.
No, and it has to be, and it's going to have to be moving forward as long as CJ and Nico perhaps are out. Like it's got to be that your defense really just gels and clicks and comes together. And I think that's where I think D'Amico, not that his demeanor changed or anything, but I think in some of his verbiage on Sunday and in the Monday press conference, I think this may have been the most disappointing loss for him this year, not because it was the Jets, but because that defense looks like it could be right on the brink of turning into a genuinely tough defense, and instead it did the opposite. Like when it was really tested, it was a 0-0 game. You're really tested that, man, in these conditions, can our defense go out there and be the difference maker? Well, the other team has a really good defense too, and it was just the opposite. The Texans' defense absolutely 100% collapsed in 3 out of the first 4 drives of the second half, whereas the Jets' defense shined.
Yep, it wilted. The defense wilted, no question about it. Tiny little sign of progress, says a texter. Most of the CBS Sports Minutes that include something about the Texans are pretty positive this year. They are. Boomer had one like an hour ago, though, where he took to task all the playoff teams or playoff contenders that lost games they weren't supposed to have lost this past weekend, and that included the Houston Texans.
But there you go. He included the Texans in a discussion about playoff contenders.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it's a what you're just think about like with your students. You've got your one kid that you're just happy that they're passing all their classes, where you got your other kid that you're kind of upset that they got a B. And I think the Texans have entered the category where we are upset that they got a C on a paper.
Yeah.
One day we'll get to the point where I think maybe you can be upset that they got a B.
Right.
And then hopefully you ascend to that lofty territory where you're kind of PO'd that they're the salutatorian and not the valedictorian.
Right.
So you blame it on one of the teachers at school and write letters, anonymous letters to the principal about how that teacher's a bastard.
Principal Goodell, yes, that's who we're writing them to. Absolutely, yeah. The Texans hopefully are taking all AP courses in a couple years, right?
Yeah,
advanced placement. All right.
It was like my brother and I growing up. Like my brother would get his report card put up on the refrigerator when he just passed everything. And meanwhile, my mom, I don't know if she ever even looked at my report cards. She just throw them in the garbage. Like, yeah, whatever, Seth, you're doing fine. To the point I was like, hey, mom, I just maybe a little acknowledgement,
positive reinforcement,
Yeah. Dan's getting ice cream. Dan's getting ice cream for not beating up his social studies teacher.
Seth's screaming at his mom.
Acknowledge me.
That's great. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Pat Mahomes went on our sister station earlier this week. He apologized for part of his act on Sunday. One big thing he felt bad about with his act on Sunday. We'll hear from Pat Mahomes on that next.
Oh, boy.
Zadok. Acknowledge Zadok, Seth.
and you can win a pair right here on Sports Radio 610. Every day this week, be listening to Payne and Pendergast in the 7 a.m. hour for your cue to call. And you could be heading to see rock royalty reunite right here in Houston.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
No, I mean, the thing is, I'd rather let us play, man. Like, let us play the game. And then whatever happens, happens. Like, the whole throwing the flag and deciding the game one or another, that's what hurts me. That's why, like, last week I didn't say anything, because it's letting us play, man. Let us go out there and win the game. And I said I'd rather them let us play and go out there and see who wins. I mean, that's what you want as a competitor is you practice all week to go out there and try to win. And you want it to be about your team and that team and see what happens.
So let's just not call anything. Let's just
let them play. I know, yeah. Like that's how it's always amazing. It's like I feel like that's what a country invades another country. Come on, just let me in.
Well,
like what? Well, if there'd be no war if you guys would have just let us come in. But no, you had to fight about it. Like, okay, there's a reason there's officials.
Right. It's weird because if it was like a blatant, like some other blatant type of penalty, like a hold or something like that, I don't think Mahomes and Andy Reid would have been as up as they were. Like, this was blatant. Like, this wasn't ticky-tack. His foot, like, he was standing. If there were truly a line drawn on the field, he's standing on the line.
The thing is, you know what I've realized about this is it's really it's a window into two things. One is just how much of a jackass Kadarius Toney is for just not checking with the official. Two, it's that this is so infrequently called.
Yeah.
Like offensive offsides. False starts are called a lot, obviously. Offensive offsides, an offensive player lining up in the neutral zone is very, very infrequently called to the point where, like, people don't know how to process it. And that's really what's come of it. It's like they think that, wow, because it's never called, how could you call it here? No, there's a reason it's never called, because it's so easy to avoid. It's just it's the easiest thing in the world to avoid. But then even Peyton Manning kind of like acting like, well, why would they just allow the play to continue? Dude, how many completions do you have in your lifetime of defensive neutral zone infractions where the flag is thrown but the play continues and then you complete a pass? So likewise, if there's offensive offsides, you let the play out. If there's an interception or a sack or something, the defense will decline the penalty. So that's why people got so bent out of shape about this, because they're not accustomed to seeing offensive offsides. Because, again, it's such a stupid penalty. And yet, this was a legitimate offensive offsides because Kadarius Toney is such an idiot.
Yes. Who would commit something this stupid? The dumbest player in that. Yeah. That would be Kadarius Toney. Also, who committed it then? Kadarius Toney. That's who. Mm-hmm. Pat Mahomes went on our sister station, also 610, in Kansas City with Carrington Harrison, who is he's one of the hosts up there, does a great job. He had Pat Mahomes on his show, and Mahomes kind of mea culpa, kind of apologized, I guess, about his act on Sunday.
Obviously, you don't want to react that way. I care, man. I love it. I love this game. I love my teammates, and I want to go out there and put everything on the line to win. Can't do that. I mean, can't be that way towards officials or really anybody in life. I probably regret acting like that. But more than anything, I mean, I regretted the way I acted towards Josh after the game because he had nothing to do with it, and I was still hot and emotional. But you can't do that, man. It's not a great example for kids watching the game. So I was more upset about that than I was about me on the sideline.
Okay, I'm glad he acknowledged the Josh Allen part of this.
Yeah, we didn't. We probably didn't describe that like we should have when we talked about this yesterday.
Yeah,
that's yeah.
So the two of them, like quarterbacks do after games, they go to midfield, they meet up with each other, they kind of embrace, talk to each other a little bit. Josh Allen was kind of talking in Mahomes' ear, kind of covering his mouth so the lip readers couldn't see. Mahomes the whole time is barely listening to Josh Allen. He's just basically going, I can't believe this call. What a bleeping horrible call. He's still openly complaining about the call and almost ignoring Josh Allen, and then just starts making a circle around everybody who's gathered at midfield, just sitting there muttering to himself about what an awful call it was. I'm glad he acknowledged. Josh Allen should be like, hey, man, Yeah, my team just won the game. I don't give a rat's ass what you thought about that call. I'm just over here to tell you good game.
Yeah, I mean, or just it's fun to watch because this is the year I really started to hate the Chiefs. Like, all right, they've been around long enough now. They've got a couple championships. People are starting to talk about them as the greatest team of all time. So I like to see them have some adversity and then not handle it well. So Pat Mahomes, who's been everybody's darling, and just the aw shucks, gee golly, that's the image. Until you watch Quarterback on Netflix and you see that, like, he can't stop talking about himself after every big play by a wide receiver, talking about that's what I do. Then I'm kind of like, all right, dude, you look haggard and tired on the sideline. You're not statistically one of the very best quarterbacks in the league this year. You're going to see the long haul that it is to be one of the genuinely and true greats, man. You better get your act together because right now you look like a whiner and a letdown. Okay?
Yeah, I think it was Brandon Scott yesterday. I know Brandon was doing the show with Ron yesterday, and I was listening, and I think it was Brandon who said this. Brandon, if it wasn't, I apologize. But I know I heard on the radio sitting in my car yesterday afternoon, driving to Target, that somebody said that the quarterback documentary or the quarterback series on Netflix made Pat Mahomes more likable. And I'm going, what?
No.
What?
Yeah,
Whoa.
I didn't. Man,
What?
I really remember that one game. He was like sitting talking to his friends, and he was like, "Man, I don't know. I couldn't believe I made those throws. I'm just so much better than that." I was telling myself, come on, man. I'm me. I'm just so much better than this.
I'm him. Yeah, Mahomes. Hey, a couple other leftovers from Chiefs.
I'm sick of Andy Reid too. I'm sick of him.
Yeah.
You know what, Andy Reid, with your stupid bad acting and your stupid commercials.
Okay. I like that he calls them nuggies.
I do like his commercials too. I can't.
He calls them nuggies.
I tried to dredge up some fake hatred for Andy Reid, and I don't know if I can do it.
The commercials aren't going to be able to do it. I can't hate those.
I like his, honestly, too. I like the drawing the mustache.
Yes. No, he's really good on the State Farm commercials. He's very funny.
Give me somebody else to hate.
You're right.
I started to like Travis Kelce. It's mostly just Pat Mahomes.
Yeah.
It's mostly Pat Mahomes. And I've actually started to like that who I usually used to despise in Travis Kelce, and now I'm starting to despise Pat Mahomes. And I'll take up for Pat Mahomes' wife. She's got a lot to deal with, all right, being married to that monster.
Yeah.
Okay? Not to mention Jackson, poor Jackson.
I was going to say, yeah.
Jackson is just trying to take some of the attention away from the clear egomaniacal prick that his brother is.
Right.
Trying to take some attention away from Pat Mahomes, shoulders some of the load. And what's he get for it? Nothing. No gratitude whatsoever.
Speaking of Travis Kelce, Tony Romo had this little Freudian slip on the broadcast on Sunday.
As you see, Kelce's wife, Taylor Swift, in the audience, sorry.
Not yet.
What a throw and great feel by Kelce.
Come on, dude, Romo sounded drunk in that cut right there.
He sounded drunk at that. I thought he sounded pretty sober for most of the game. Thanksgiving, I felt like he sounded drunk off his ass. It's always, with Romo, it depends on, basically after a game, I'll realize, like, okay, Romo's a guy who definitely can't handle. No, I'm not saying, of course, that he would be drinking, but when it sounds like he's been drinking, he doesn't do as good a job of it as some other famous broadcasters of the past. I think Romo needs to be a guy who sounds somewhat sober while he's doing a game.
Let's do a little thing here that we'll call the verbal breathalyzer. Let's run the breathalyzer on this cut from Romo here again. Play it.
As you see, Kelce's wife, Taylor Swift, in the audience, girlfriend.
Not yet.
What a throw and great feel by Kelce.
Okay, the two things. One, the obvious botch that he called Taylor Swift Kelce's wife. That could happen to anybody. I just felt like the very first, Ben, just play the first 2 seconds of it again.
As you see,
the S sounds a little like a Z. As you see.
Breathlessness about it.
Yeah,
it's you know what it is too? After big moments sometimes he'll go on and on and on in a way that's kind of like your drunk buddy who needs you to know how special this moment right now is.
Yeah.
Like we're never it's never gonna be like this, man.
Yep.
No, you don't understand,
right.
dude. No, I totally do, man. I get it, Tony. No, man. Like it was like we were over there. and then this, and they were like, no, you're not going to do it. And then all of a sudden, we did it, man. Yeah, okay, Tony, I got you.
One more time again.
As you see.
All right, I'm running that through the breathalyzer, and yes, ding it again, Ben, here. 0.13. 0.13 on the breathalyzer is what
that bad?
As long as he's not driving, I think you can call a football game the way we've become accustomed to Romo.
What's drunk driving?
Legal limit is in most states is 0.08.
0.08.
0.08. Yeah, 0.08.
Okay. What'd you say? You said 0.13?
0.13. Yeah, he's about 1.5 times the legal limit, I think.
As you see.
Yeah, and then he proceeds to call Taylor Swift Travis Kelce's wife. Saturday Night Live had a funny little blurb about Sean McDermott. Credit McDermott for getting through this past week with all that scrutiny from those Tyler Dunne articles, which were each like 8,000 words long. Like this, it felt very personal. Tyler Dunne, who runs his own paywall website, golongtd.com, had an expansive 3-part series on why McDermott is such a horrible person behind the scenes up in Buffalo. It was crazy. And of course, the line that got a lot of attention was a talk that Sean McDermott was having with his team in the preseason back in 2019, where he used the 9/11 attackers as an example of teamwork. Here was Colin Jost on Saturday Night Live on the Weekend Update this past weekend.
Buffalo Bills coach Sean McDermott apologized after giving a speech to his players where he used 9/11 terrorists as a good example of teamwork, which is kind of a fulfillment, because when Osama bin Laden was giving the terrorists a pep talk, he told them not to be like the Bills.
Dude, that's how you know. When you wind up on South Park or the SNL Weekend Update, you have probably found yourself in the crosshairs for something. Poor Sean McDermott.
That wasn't enough of a mainstream story, because I think a lot of people like, for the most part, I think most people were like, okay, yeah, it's messed up, but it was 2019, and like he apologized for it immediately.
That was the messed up
part. It wasn't like he wrote a manifesto about it or anything.
Yeah.
It was like it was in a speech. He probably thought of it on the spot or something. Like, it was a dumb thing to say. He apologized for it. It wasn't so I don't think it's going to go down in history as like people are going to talk about pulling a McDermott or something like that.
No, I don't think so. All right, up next, what did the Texans' loss to the Jets this past weekend do to their Super Bowl odds? We'll take a look at what Vegas is saying about your Houston Texans. Getting some good texts, too, that we'll read along those lines. We'll do it next.
Bayway Ram on 225.
Bear Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
How much damage did the Texans do to the odds board this past week with that loss to the Jets? Well, their Super Bowl odds plummeted from 50 to 1 to 80 to 1. If you're someone who didn't get in at 50 to 1, but you feel like the Jets game is just sort of an outlier or a speed bump, and CJ is going to be just fine, and you think the Texans can beat anybody on it, you waiting a week was smart. You get it at 80 to 1 now. AFC odds dropped from 22 to 1 to 33 to 1. The fact that they're even still here like this time of year and they're under 100 to 1, tiny little sign of progress. AFC South, their odds actually improved in the AFC South, which is weird.
Take that, Jaguars.
Yeah.
We lost better than you did.
Yeah, so their Super Bowl odds plummet, like in a bad way. Their AFC odds go from 22 to 1 to 33 to 1, and yet they go from 6.5 to 1 in the AFC South to 5.5 to 1. And Seth, all I can read into that is that the odds makers think that Trevor Lawrence is a lot gimpier than maybe he's letting on right now.
Okay, so Trevor Lawrence might be injured and banged up, and he did not play well when he was banged up for the first part of the season. Texans may have caught Trevor Lawrence in like the 3-game window in which he was healthy in this last go-around.
Yep.
But they play the Ravens next, so that's obviously, with or without Trevor Lawrence, that's a tough game. Then they have the Bucs, the Panthers, and the Titans. So it must be that's based a lot on the health of Trevor Lawrence and then that Ravens game, I suppose.
The Ravens game, I'll tell you, that Bucs game looks a little different now than it did a few weeks ago.
Yeah,
the Bucs have kind of. I think they were 4-7, and they're 6-7 now. I think they lead the division. I think if the season ended today, they would be. I mean, 6-7 is still a mediocre football team, but they're leading the division. They have something to play for, I guess, is what I'm saying. I mean, they can win that division. They control their own destiny.
I think the Jaguars, the Texans have 2 games versus the the Titans.
Mm-hmm.
I think. I know right now after having lost to the Jets, I don't know, maybe I think most people listening probably or might feel like I do, which is I'm not so super confident at all with C.J. Stroud out with a concussion as of right this moment, that I'm not sitting here thinking like, hey, 2 games versus the Titans, chalk it up as 2 W's. It's not going to be that simple. But yeah, but I'll take it, Sean. Whichever independent, objective observers believe that the Texans have a better shot of winning the division than they did last week, then I'll take it.
I'll take it too. Let me ask you this: you just brought up CJ and will he play? Won't he play? Davis Mills might play. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you've said this several times on the show today. It seems like this is how you feel offensively. That if it's Davis Mills and there's no Nico and no Dalton Schultz, and with the way this team is so bad at running the football, that this is going to be a bad performance offensively for this football team, barring some miracle, right?
Yeah, I'd be really pessimistic about it if Dalton and Nico are both
If Dalton
gone,
and Nico are both out. So my question is really a follow-up to that. I just want to make sure I had you right.
Yeah.
What if CJ plays and this is what the weapons look like with no Nico and no Dalton Schultz? Like, how much less pessimistic are you if it's CJ instead of Davis, but with no weapons in this running game and him being concussed possibly twice in 2 weeks?
I would be more pessimistic with CJ and no weapons than I would with Davis Mills and all weapons. So I think CJ Stroud has done an incredible job this year, but I don't think there's anybody that really feels like, oh yeah, he created Tank Dell and Nico Collins completely and totally.
Yeah.
I think he's been better. He's been better for Nico Collins than Davis Mills was, but I also think that Bobby Slowick has been better for Nico Collins than Pep Hamilton was.
Yeah.
So I just right now at this stage of the season, those offensive weapons and having a good tight end and a really good wide receiver, I think it just trumps everything right this moment. Because I think the Texans defense, if they show up to play, if they're focused and dialed in, they're going to do their job. I think they're going to make life hard for Will Levis. It's just a matter of, okay, what weapons do you have to work with? If CJ Stroud has the same weapons that he had in the second half of that Jets game, I'm not optimistic about it.
So if you were given a choice right now by the football gods to either bring back C.J. Stroud but not have Nico and Dalton, or bring back Nico and Dalton but Davis Mills is the starter, you give that team with Davis Mills and the weapons a better chance to win than if C.J. came back but had no weapons out there.
For this 1 week only.
Right,
yeah.
right. I don't mean over the course of the season. Right.
Yeah,
right.
For this 1 week, yeah, that's where I would put it. And I think because that's the thing I've been lamenting all year long is that this rookie quarterback, C.J. Stroud, has not had a rushing attack to help him out. He's done it. Like, that's the thing that's made most impressive is that most rookie quarterbacks do it with the assistance of a good rushing attack also. C.J. hasn't had that, but at the very least, he's had Tank Dell, Nico Collins. Without any of those three, I can't sit here and act or pretend like CJ's going to be the same guy that he was over the first 2/3 of the season. So, yeah, like those guys, getting back Nico and Dalton is the most important thing for this week, above everything else right now in my mind.
Yeah, that's an interesting take. I like that. MVP, RIP, C.J. Stroud off the board. He's no longer on the board for most valuable player. It was a fun little run. After that Tampa Bay game, all of a sudden he pops up at 12-1, and then he kind of floated between 12-1 and 30-1 for a while. Off the board now for C.J. Stroud for MVP. Now, the good news is that there are no odds on Offensive Rookie of the Year because C.J.'s got that locked up. So there's that. Coach of the Year, DeMeco Ryans still at 3-1 to win Coach of the Year. He was second place last week, but Seth, now he is leading the pack for Coach of the Year because Dan Campbell laid such an egg against the Chicago Bears this past weekend. So Campbell plummets to number 2. So DeMeco, in a week where his team looked the worst that they have on his watch, ironically, is now the leader for Coach of the Year, according to the odds makers.
That's so again, it's rare that it's only every now and then, every few years, a coach will get it with 10 or fewer wins. Mm-hmm. So that's where it gets tough here over the course of the, or I guess I should say fewer than 10 wins. Yeah. It's very rare for somebody to win it with fewer than 10 wins. So over the course of these next few weeks, I would say for DeMeco, DeMeco focused on this one tiny bit. Other than like when he has to answer a question about it, they'd have to go ahead and go on a nice little run here and close out strong for him to get Coach of the Year.
3 out of 4 will get you to 10 wins.
Yeah.
Larry is in Stafford. Larry, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, this is going to be a Seth Payne appreciation post, man, because that rant that he went on earlier about if you don't feel a certain type of way after losing that game to the Jets, then it's something wrong with you. Because I feel exactly how Seth felt, that energy, man, because here's the thing. That completely shook me in terms of what I was witnessing over there in New Jersey when I was there, man. And to see that team not play, I hadn't seen that all year, and the expectations was that they weren't going to be a big win team or have a whole bunch of wins. But to see them physically get just dominated like they did in New Jersey, and then to have no pushback against it, it shook me to my core. And so now at this point, this is an opportunity for them to turn everything back around and get back on track with the energy that D'Amico, because I'm almost positive D'Amico was angry as hell too, because you just didn't expect that kind of fall off against the Jets. But now they are in a playoff run with 4 games left. There's no excuses, man. You got to just go out there and play football. And if they chunk Davis Mills' ass out there, he has to go out there and play at a high level. But here's the thing also. You guys have hit on it. You have to get an opportunity in the run game so that Davis Mills doesn't have to be the main reason you win this football game. And that defense has to step up. So, Seth, I'm with you, dog. I'm so mad still about it because I expected them to go. And once you move the expectations up, you can't lower them back down. And they got a legitimate chance. And if CJ can come back, which I don't think he will, but if he does, I'm looking forward to that. But they just got to make sure that they play grown man football this Sunday against the Titans, because this is a win that we got to have in our house.
All right, thanks, Larry. Appreciate the phone
call.
Opportunity.
It's not like I'm down in the dumps like, oh, this team's screwed forever. It's just the expectations have been raised, and what I hope and would expect is that they do respond to, like as angry as D'Amico gets. He hasn't shown like the emotion in press conferences, but just by the virtue of what he has said and the way he's described the defensive letdown there, I think D'Amico's pretty disappointed in that performance. I think it's going to be appropriately stressed this week. Like that, these guys, I think they're going to have their maturity and their professionalism questioned, and challenged. Maybe not questioned, challenged. I think D'Amico's going to challenge them this week. And a lot of it, when you look at last week's game, Sean, like it's not like guys weren't playing hard. It's the stuff that shows up. There's stuff that shows up. You can tell that the preparation wasn't good that week. The guys weren't focused in. Like when a defensive end completely lets a quarterback run fake and baits on the fake. All right, dude, you haven't been watching enough film, man. For one, you weren't playing disciplined enough to wait until you saw the ball. And 2, you haven't figured out that you watch enough snaps, you get a feel for when a quarterback's keeping it. So that wasn't done. Some of the coverage mistakes where guys just flat out eyes glazed over, eyes in the backfield, instead of really trying to figure out what's coming at you. That's all the hallmarks of guys that were not dialed in during the week of preparation. This time of year, especially during the holidays, little temptation to maybe usually watch a lot of film on Thursday night at home. Maybe you don't do that. A lot of that was going on with the Texans last week, and I think it gets dialed back into place this week.
They took their eye off the ball. Seth, I don't think it's any coincidence that the 2 times this year where we have been most disappointed in this football team, the Carolina loss in Week 8 after the bye week, and the Jets game this past weekend, came probably at the junctures in the season where this team was getting the most accolades. They get to the bye week and they're 3-3. And they're coming off that New Orleans win that was a huge win. They'd beaten Pittsburgh and Jacksonville in previous weeks, and they've got 2 weeks to listen to how awesome they are, and they come out flat. Similarly, that Denver win I thought was that was a kind of a season shifter for them. All of a sudden you and I do it every Tuesday. All of a sudden they're 9th in all the power rankings. They're in the top 10, and you've got a week to listen to that. I feel strongly that D'Amico doesn't hear that stuff. I believe him when he says that he doesn't believe for 1 minute that about 90% of the guys on the team didn't know they were 9th in the ESPN.com power rankings.
And I'll tell you, and this is where, I'll tell you from personal experience, this is where it all creeps in on the week of preparation, the different things that affect you. After we, became parents that first year, I kind of changed my schedule a little bit because I wanted to spend some time with the family in the mornings, maybe more so than I used to. And I figured I would get my extra film watching done on the back end of the day. And after going 3 weeks into the season, I could tell just something wasn't right with the way I was playing. And Brandy and I talked about it, and she's like, I think you got to go back in. You got to start going in at 5 a.m. again. This is what I'd done my whole career, was always being in at 5 a.m. and just, watch extra film at that point and get ready. And then practice, it shows up that much better. And it was instantaneous. I started going in at 5 a.m. and again watching film in the morning instead of at night. And I was back to being a better player. And these guys, especially when you have a young team, man, you start start feeling like things are going well. You start feeling like, oh, okay, well, I got family visiting, so I'm going to, like, sometimes you got to remember, like, the whole work-life balance thing, it includes a whole lot of work on it, too.
Yes.
Like, it's not supposed to be easy. You're supposed to be a little bit miserable all the time if you're trying to operate at the highest level. That team operated like they'd gotten a little fat and happy last week.
100%.
They just were not dialed in mentally the way they had been previously. And hopefully they have the appropriate blow to their ego and self-esteem from losing that way that they're this week.
Yep. You know who's dialed in? I can tell just by looking at him. John Lopez.
I put that extra work in.
John P. Lopez at Lopez on Sports. What's going on, dude?
Nothing. It's fascinating listening to Seth describe that, because that's all of us. That's not just football.
Routines are big, man.
You know, I am a creature of habit, man.
Same.
And when it's not right, I can feel it.
It affects the show 100%. When my routine gets rattled, there's no doubt. You guys are there's some big stuff's gonna be happening during your show today.
A lot of big stuff.
I mean, all the stuff about. Well, look, all the stuff like so-and-so's practicing, so-and-so's not there. Yeah. Like you guys are going to get that before anybody.
Yeah, we talked about it before the show today. I mean, we have previously had, Landry proclaimed it accurately, the biggest practice report of the season. Well, that one is being trumped.
Yeah, big time.
That one is being trumped today.
Big time, yeah.
No doubt about it.
No doubt. All right, so In the Loop is up next. This is Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies, and I agree. This is not the week to start sniffing generic glue.
No.
You stick with the Elmers this week, baby.
That's it.
You know, experiment with the generic stuff in the off season.
Bingo. All right, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
Man, so trying to move on to Tennessee. Eventually we'll get there. The practice report's coming out. But my God, man. I wake up this morning, and what a kick to the nuts that is.
Whoa, what? Waking up?
Zach Wilson, AFC Offensive Player of the Week.
I saw that.
If all those corny-ass T-shirts that D'Amico and them have made with Swarm and Cut the Right Way or whatever the hell that is, they need to replace those with Zach Wilson jerseys, because that is the most embarrassing, humiliating. If that can't motivate you to go out there and play on Sunday, then I don't know. So I don't know if you have to – I don't know if they know someone, or I don't know if the Galleria sells or Academy sells Zach Wilson jerseys, but however you can get – 85, 90 jerseys to NRG so that those guys can wear Zach Wilson. Remember when we used to make a big deal about C.J. Stroud, AFC Offensive Player of the Week? Zach Wilson did that to your defense.
Yeah, he did.
He did that to your defense. So
damn, they're in the same sentence?
I want 8x10s. I want.
You remember Fatheads?
I want Zach Wilson fatheads. I want Zach Wilson banners all around there, AFC Offensive Player of the Week, because we'll get on to Tennessee. But that is humiliating. That's embarrassing.
Put a fat head on every door.
Zach Wilson, AFC Offensive Player of the Week.
Yeah.
The final kick to the junk before we're finally able to go on to Tennessee. That is awful, man. That is awful.
Sliced and diced. And that is the key again for this week.
Jerseys, man.
Yeah.
No Swarm. Jerseys.
La Familia, remember that? Or Familia, remember those shirts? Yeah.
No, I never heard that.
Yeah, I stole one of those.
Yeah. Whatever T-shirts they are, just replace them with Zach Wilson, AFC Offensive Player of the Week. That is horrible.
Yeah.
That is horrible.
It is everything you just said and then some. But, there is Sean and Seth were ending their show talking about the psychological aspect, in essence, of, eating the cheese, so to speak, and sometimes
that's not what happened. They just got their ass kicked.
I'm just saying they were talking about that. And
yeah, they just got their ass kicked, and that's even worse. Like this whole psychological eating rat poison, all that, they just got their ass kicked, and they're shorthanded a lot of it. But I don't need to hear about psychology. I don't need to hear about routines and what you spoke about, when to show up to practice. They just got their ass whooped. And that's really, I don't know if that's better or worse, but they ate the rat. I don't think anyone ate rat poison. I think the receivers couldn't get open. The defense just flat out got their ass whooped.
No, I think both things can be true, though.
Well, sure they can, but I don't think it is.
Yeah, I just feel, you know how I am. I'm a big, not proponent, I guess, interest in the psychology behind some of the things that happen in sports. I think it was a factor, but they got their butts whipped. There is no question about that.
Based on what, though?
What do you mean?
Just based on because they lost?
No, because Sean made a point of, like, when they were riding their highest, both times they came out the next time and laid an egg, against Carolina and then against the Jets. And I think that's valid and that's fair. But at some point, you do have to be a professional and you do have to, play the game at a certain level, and they didn't do that. They see, I think what you're saying is absolutely true. I think a factor could have been, whether the coaches buy it or not, and I don't think the coaches did, but something can, get your head blown up a little bit, and somehow, some way that might affect
I just
something.
don't believe that.
Well, that's fine.
I think they were shorthanded and they just got hit in the mouth.
Yeah.
Which D'Amico seems pretty pumped up, though. D'Amico seems pretty excited about it. But I don't know that there was any rat poison or anything like that. If anyone psychologically needs to check themselves, it's Bobby Slowick. Abandoning the run game the way that he did on Sunday was embarrassing. That was embarrassing. So I don't know if he's just too dependent on CJ, if the run game's not good enough for him, but whether it's against Cincinnati where they go for 150 yards and then you really could just not get any yards, but 3 yards ends the game and you decide to throw with C.J. Stroud, or it's 2 plays consecutively against Jacksonville where you throw on 3rd and 2 and 4th and 2. For whatever reason, Bobby Slowick does not want to run the ball. He doesn't. Like, for even when they're doing it well, he shies away from it. I think he's the one that, if anything, there's something there where he just does not like it.
Well, that's part of the factor.
Or he anticipates it.
That's part of the factor that I'm talking about, because we discussed it yesterday that there's no more crutch of, well, CJ can, let's call this play, CJ will make the play, and that's psychology. That's the psychology of sports, and whether Bobby Slowick needs to redefine that or somehow figure it out. Yes, that's part of it for me.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. And I'm starting to wonder, so we've seen Derek Carr, we already clear concussion protocol pretty quickly. I was going to have a show where we talk about Davis Mills and what Davis Mills can do. I don't even know that we're there yet. C.J. Stroud could be on the side, and that gives you some sort of hope that he's going to play. And you go back to what he said to Evan Washburn. This was after he got banged up the other day. You go back to the Evan Washburn interview. Man, if CJ's right, maybe we see him on the field Sunday. This was C.J. Stroud with Evan Washburn after he got banged up in the last game. He might be a comic book hero. Here's C.J. Stroud.
CJ, what was required physically to get through this game? We saw you limping a little bit. You got pulled at one point. This seemed to be a physical one.
NFL football is a physical game, and I'm blessed enough to pray for supernatural healing, and God blessing me with that. And for real, it works, man. I pray for God to heal certain aches, bruises, and pains, and it's funny because next day it'll be healed, man. And thank God for His grace and His mercy, because I don't really deserve that, So a lot of work in the training room as well. On top of that, no one's 100% towards the end of the year, and I'm just blessed enough to be able to play with my brothers.
Okay, Trevor Lawrence.
I mean,
I'm to the point, Landry, where I don't want to see him.
I do.
I don't.
Why?
It's too risky.
What do you mean?
It's way too risky to put a guy out there that is in concussion protocol, 7 days.
But the 49ers did it and the Saints?
Okay, cool. That has nothing to do with how I feel about C.J. Stroud. Zero.
What do you mean? They're both quarterbacks. They both went through it's a process. They figured out. It's not like they're going to be able to cut any corners. Like, if you clear, you clear.
Cool.
So you just don't want to see him out there?
I don't want to see him out there this week.
Like, why?
Because it's too risky for the long-term, future of this organization.
So but is it, what do you mean? Like, if he sits out a week, then the next time he gets concussed, it's going to be less risk? I don't what's the medical reasoning for that?
I don't know it.
Then shut him down for the season.
Huh?
Then shut him down for the season.
No.
Okay, well, I'm just asking, is the extra week when he clears protocol based on the fact that Derek Carr went out there and Brock Purdy went out there, how does the risk go down?
Well,
if he goes out there against Cleveland as opposed to Tennessee?
I don't know, and you don't know.
No, I don't. But I say if he clears protocol, if Brock Purdy went out there and played and Derek Carr went out there and played and he wants to go out there and play, I'm fine. You're saying it's too risky, so is it not risky Christmas Eve?
I don't know. But here's the thing. The vast, overwhelming majority of players that go into concussion protocol do not come back the next week. There's a reason for that. whether it's the coach's decision, the medical decision, or whatever. Yes, Brock Purdy. Yes, Derek Carr.
I think it's because of the protocol. I mean, but if he clears the protocol, then why not? Do you not want him out there?
I think it's too soon to come back after. Frankly, I think back-to-back weeks of having his bell rung. We all saw what happened in the previous game. Now, they didn't even put him on the injury report, but we saw him get up and kind of wobble. We saw that. Now, you can say, well, you're not a doctor. I'm not. But I know what I saw. And then it happens again the next week. And while we're not doctors, we also know that when you get a concussion sooner rather than later after a previous concussion, it gets we know that. Like, we're not doctors.
We know what?
When you get another concussion sooner rather than later after a previous concussion.
So shut him down for the season.
Well, no. I mean, I don't know what the.
I mean, if it's just about him getting another concussion and that's your concern, then just shut him down for the season.
I'm talking about the timeline between concussions.
So it gets less like as the time goes.
As the time goes by.
Okay.
So that's part of the equation for me, and part of the equation is we've seen what happens when guys get the next concussion is progressively worse than the previous one, and then so on and so on and so on. So if the doctor's clear protocol, err to the side of caution, not risk. Err to the side of caution.
So if the doctors clear him, still say, CJ, we're going to hold you out.
Yes.
And we'll see you when Myles Garrett's on the other side. A better defense.
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
Man, I just think if he clears, he should play. Just like Derek Carr did and just like Purdy did. If he clears, he plays. It's a dangerous game. Now, maybe you find ways to, I don't know, maybe try to run the ball. Maybe try to get the ball out of his hands quickly. Mm-hmm. Maybe not have these backup wide receivers trying to get open. But I think it's going to be dangerous every time he steps on the field, no matter what.
Well, that's always the case. But when it comes to head injuries, as I just mentioned, we repeatedly have seen it happen where it gets progressively worse. If you rush back, if you have one and then another one the next week and then whatever. I'm just saying this is the entire franchise, man. I mean, he's the most important player in that building. And as much as I want him to play, I don't think he should. Not that soon. What's it going to hurt?
I mean, playoff chances.
Well, that's when it comes back.
Chances.
That's when it comes back.
I'm not sitting here saying, hey, cheat through the protocols and get his ass out there. I'm not saying throw some dirt on it. I'm saying if he clears the protocols like Derek Carr did and like Brock Purdy did, and I'm sure San Francisco has the same. They probably feel the same way about Brock Purdy as we do C.J. Stroud. I would think.
Yeah.
I would say they look at him and say he's long term. But if he clears the protocols, he wants to play, and they want to go out there, then I don't see why you keep him off the field.
Well, I just told you why I think you should, because I think we've seen too many of these things happen and then happen again. And then the other part of it is it comes back to, yes, it would affect your playoff chances, but that comes back to the Davis Mills discussion. Like, do you feel like you can get – you don't have to have Davis Mills for 4 games. I don't want Davis Mills for 4 games, but I'd rather have Davis Mills than C.J. Stroud this week.
You would, okay. Yeah. If C.J. Stroud's available to play, I would rather have C.J. Stroud. Figgy, what are your thoughts on this whole thing?
Yeah, I mean, if he cleared protocol, I was just a little nervous about that stuff because we seen it with Tua. He cleared protocol too. And the next week he got his bell rung, and that was a nasty look on the field. So me personally, I wouldn't mind keeping an eye. I mean, we cool with Davis Mills for 1 game, right?
That's what I'm saying.
We was just talking about it yesterday.
I'm cool with Davis Mills for 1 game if you have to. But if C.J. Stroud clears the process that they have, then much like the Saints did and much like the 49ers did, I want him on the field. And if that's your mindset, I don't see, like, if your mindset is we want to protect him, might as well just shut him down for the season.
No, see, that's a totally different discussion. It's like give yourself and give him the best opportunity to come back and not and have a much lower, mitigate the risk. Because, again, we're not doctors, but we've seen it. We've read stories. We've read from doctors, their opinions and all that happens. Like, boom, 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 it gets worse. So why not just, take air to the side of caution for the sake of the franchise, the organization?
And my thing is, too, if let's say he do play on Sunday, and the same thing happened again and it looked worse, that's going to look worse on everybody.
Well, that's if you want to simplify it and look at it that way. I look at it as every time you step on a football field, when you have 300-pounders, 270-pounders, 250-pounders trying to knock your block off, you're always at risk to do that. So whether it's against Cleveland or whether it's next week, I'm not going to adjust what the protocols are based on optics. Like, I think Tua in that situation, like whether it was a week later, whether it was 3 weeks later, if you're going to get tombstone pile driven to the ground, that's going to happen.
But the issue was, why did they put him out there that quick? That was the whole argument. That's
what I'm saying.
Yeah, so it's all about protecting yourself at the end of the day.
I'm not worried about optics. That's not even part of the equation. There are other people who can worry about that. Like the Texans might be having a conversation. This same conversation, Figgy. What if? I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about keeping that straight, keeping him from having another and maybe worse concussion, because we've seen it happen too many times.
So what if it happens against Cleveland? Then you're going to say, oh well, at least they were just safe as possible.
I don't know what I'm going to say. But everything we know about concussions is it's less and less severe the longer you wait. So maybe he does have another concussion against Cleveland. I don't know.
But that hit that he had the other day, the hit that he had the other day, that's a concussion no matter what, right?
I think so.
So it could happen against Cleveland. It could happen against Tennessee. And this is all going back to the protocols. I'm not sitting here saying, hey, CJ, you have a headache, go out there and play. Mm-hmm. That's stupid. I'm just saying if he clears the protocol and he's good to go, and then the Texans say, well, we're gonna just throw Davis out there. Okay. I mean,
but do you feel like people have an issue with the protocol anyway, though?
I don't know. I think a lot of people try to act like they know more than they do about the process the NFL goes through with injuries. I don't know. I assume that they figured that out. I don't know their protocols. I don't know the specifics of the protocols. I know that there's a lot of weasels that as soon as Tua got hurt, it was the Miami Dolphins did this, despite the fact he's saying something different, etc. There are people that wanted Tua to retire after that. Yeah, he should never play football again. Okay, well, he's had a pretty good season this year. So I think it's dangerous, but I think if he clears, he said he has a super hearing, natural powers. We'll see what happens.
But whether it's a head injury or an ankle injury or a soft tissue injury, it happens all the time where people err to the side of caution. Let's not rush him back is a term that we've heard a lot.
And people do that with regular injuries. It could be a need to say sit out one more week and then give it a go the next week.
Okay. I mean, I'll have to see examples of quarterbacks where they've been cleared to play after the concussion, they just sit them out.
Well, we don't know those because that's an internal conversation. That's an internal decision. We'll never know that. You can't give an example. I can't give an example. All I'm saying is we have repeated, whether it's ankle, soft tissue, or head injury, there's repeated examples of teams saying or coaches saying, we're going to sit him out another week. Just to be safe. And that's my big point here. I don't know.
But my counterpoint is I don't know that it's more safe. If you're worried about the head, I don't think getting hit by Myles Garrett 14 days after the concussion is any safer than getting hit 7 days after the concussion, assuming that they've cleared you on protocol. That's my thing. Like that it's always going to be dangerous. There's always going to be dangers. Like it's not the difference between an ankle and a knee is that if you rest it, then yeah, the chances are like it's going to rest up. I don't know I'm not the I just know if they clear you, I don't know how it's any safer against Cleveland. It's a dangerous ass game that CJ Stroud's playing and all these quarterbacks. That's my whole thing.
I think we have a bunch of examples now, and not me as a doctor.
Give me one.
Let me finish.
Oh, you said you had a bunch. I was just asking.
I said one. I think there are a bunch of examples.
Okay.
All right.
Where are they at?
I'll find some for you. Okay. I'll find some during the break.
I just want one. I don't know. I just have two, and it's Carr and Purdy.
Well, you didn't let me finish. Be clear. You didn't let me finish. What I said is I think there are a number of examples where doctors smarter than you and me have said the longer you wait, the less the likelihood of a more severe concussion.
And I think in that case, the doctor would just say he's not cleared. We're not going to clear him. We're going to rest him. But my whole is if he's cleared to play, then I would like to see him play. If he's not, if they want to rest, hell, if he wants to rest, go out, then rest him because if you're concerned about him getting hit, I don't think it gets better against Cleveland. That's my whole thing.
But I think doctors have told us the longer you wait, the less of a chance. Then
they shouldn't clear him. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying if he's cleared.
If it
You're
happens,
saying you don't want him. If they clear him, you don't want him to play no matter what. I'm saying if he's cleared, then I feel good putting him out there. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm not saying run him through the process. I'm not saying cut any corners. I'm not saying hey, CJ, if this doctor's concerned about you, go out there. I'm saying if they clear him, they say, hey, he's good to go, he's passed all the tests, then I feel comfortable putting him out there.
And I don't think that would be the smart play.
Coming up, if he doesn't play, Davis Mills. If Davis Mills is out there, I know it's not ideal, but it's also not rare. We have some numbers that might make you feel a little bit better about the possibility of Davis Mills leading the Texans against the Titans on Sunday. That's next.
The Texans 30-.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Texans practice at noon. We'll get updates. We'll know if C.J. Stroud is on the side getting some work in. That would mean progress on protocol. If he's not on the field, then it becomes even more of a long shot that he will be. We'll get into that as that news comes down. But Davis Mills, all bets right now are that Davis Mills starts for the Texans on Sunday, which is not ideal, but it's not rare. I have some numbers to show that this is not the craziest thing in the world. And quite frankly, good football teams and teams that are competing for playoff spots, they find themselves in this situation more times than not. Right now in the NFL, there are 7-6 teams. There are 7 teams either right on the outside or on the inside of the playoff picture that sit at 7-6. One of those teams is the Houston Texans. This weekend, 5 of those teams will be starting backups, assuming that the Texans start Davis Mills. It would be Houston, Pittsburgh, Indy, Minnesota, and the Bengals. The other 4, assuming that the Texans would start Davis Mills, those are season-ending injuries to their quarterbacks. Right in front of the Texans in the 7-6 cluster, the Browns, they're 8-5. They're starting the ghost of Joe Flacco. So while this is not ideal, it is not rare to see teams in certain stretches, sometimes longer than others, have to start backup quarterbacks and win a game, find a way to gut out a game in order to get into the playoffs. Don't know if that makes you feel any better or worse. All I'm saying is 5 of the other 7 teams at 7-6 and the one team at 8-5 are starting backup quarterbacks this week.
Yeah, you don't want to make a living starting a backup quarterback, but there are some exceptions to that rule, as you just talked about. And there's also, in the short term, get a backup quarterback to win you a game that's important for the long term. And that's what we're talking about here. Davis Mills doesn't have to go down the final stretch and work magic. He has to win a game. He has to win a game. And there's a lot of factors that are going to be involved with that, most notably the defense that needs to improve, the running game, which needs to improve, and finding some receivers that can actually, produce, because there's no telling. Again, the injury report, we'll see it starting today, what it looks like. But he doesn't need to be a miracle worker. He needs to win a game.
So 7 of the 7-6 teams, 5 of them are starting a backup. The Browns are starting a backup. Let's look even more around the NFL to show you how common it is for backups to start. The top story in the NFL right now, Tommy DeVito. He is a rookie backup quarterback who's won 3 straight games, and in those 3 straight games, he's had a QB rating of 100 or higher. Okay? Zach Wilson just got AFC. I can't believe I'm even having to say this. He just got AFC Offensive Player of the Week. He was a backup quarterback this year. They wanted nothing to do with it. It's actually kind of similar to Davis Mills. So it's actually kind of similar to Davis Mills. Same rookie class. Tried to give him a full season, didn't like it, and you upgraded at the quarterback, whether it's Springers or C.J. Stroud. So they just lost to that. Oh, by the way, your 4 remaining games on your schedule, the Browns, the Colts, and the Titans 2 times, they're all starting guys that were backups at the start of this season. So as much as easy as it is, and I'm not saying that C.J. Stroud isn't more valuable to his squad and the success than most of these other guys, but as easy as it is to sit here and say, oh, boo-hoo, season lost, all that, it happens, unfortunately, in the NFL for a number of reasons to where you have to gut out games like this. You have to figure out ways to win, and nobody's going to feel sorry for you, especially given the fact that the teams that you're in the mix with, they're dealing with the same thing. Here's DeMeco Ryans. And he's talking about the run game. You mentioned the defense. I think the run game is just as big as the defense because even when they're running the ball effectively, they bail on it. Whether it's on 3rd and 3 when you're up 2 possessions, whether it's on 3rd and 2 and 4th and 2, whether it's Devin Singletary having 2 great games and then bailing on him, or a great half against the Jets and then you bail on him. I am a little bit concerned that they might be delusional when it comes to the run game because this was D'Amico Ryans. This was on the coach's show. This was D'Amico talking about the run game.
Yeah, with the run game, I thought Motor had some really nice runs. Thought O-line, they did a good job of blocking it. We ran it better. And, you should continue to mix it up, right? As people say you get away from the run. I mean, there are opportunities there in the passing game that we had. We just didn't make those plays. So we had opportunities in the pass and connect on, but I thought Motor ran the ball well. I thought the O-line blocked it well.
Okay, then why did y'all stop?
Yeah, that's the thing.
It was 0-0. Like, it's one thing when you start to fault. It was 0-0, sir. I just that is the one thing that is really confusing to me because I don't know how we go from they're stubbornly trying to, and some people will say, well, when they don't run it enough, you say no, man. But there's got to be some sort of balance. Like, how do you go from stubbornly trying to run the rock to abandoning the run, to running the ball at a top of the league level for 2 weeks, to forgetting about who actually did that, to in an ugly ass game when you don't have your top receivers running the ball well in the first half and then bailing out? Like, what is going on with this coaching staff when it comes to that? What's the deal? Is it just dependency on CJ?
I don't know. I wish I could give you some great insight here. All I know is this: at halftime on Sunday, I was sitting there and I looked at the stats. And then I was looking at the scoreboard, and it was 0-0, and Devin Singletary had 64 yards rushing in the first half. And I'm thinking, all right, they dodged a bullet. I think they might be able to get going in the second half. Dude.
He never touched. I mean, he
had 1 yard in the second half.
They abandoned it.
1 yard.
They abandoned it.
I wish I could give you some really solid insight here, man, like, inside information. I don't know.
I have no clue either.
I don't know.
I really don't. Maybe we can go to Jersey for it. Dominic from Jersey, what's up, man? It is big day round here. Go ahead.
Let's get dramatic. This has been the worst weeks of my life. I had to leave my group chat with all my buddies in it. I couldn't take it anymore. AFC Offensive Player of the Week. What an embarrassment. The traveling Texans showed up. In the Loop showed up. Larry from Stafford was there. Dom from Jersey was there. The Houston Texans were a no-show. D'Amico, you reminded me a lot of Bill O'Brien lately. The same way I got tired of hearing I need to coach better. I'm getting sick and tired of hearing we got to go back and watch the film. There's nothing to watch. You just got your you-know-what handed to you right in front of your eyes. And, guys, before I leave, I'm going to leave you with one question. What is this offense actually good at lately? 3rd and short, 4th downs. What's the one play that Bobby Slowick could call that you guys feel confident in? Because I don't have a damn clue. Either way, go Texans, boys.
There you go. We'll see.
Pretty good question right there.
I don't know.
Yeah, pretty good question right there.
I mean, and I feel for Slowick. I feel it. It's just weird that I feel for you because you don't have receivers, but then you abandon the run. So what am I supposed to feel sorry for you at that point? Like, does he just expect?
Is that a CJ thing? Because they trust CJ so much.
Absolutely a CJ thing.
So maybe they won't do it with Mills.
Absolutely.
If he starts.
Well, here's the problem.
Come out and run the rock for 200.
Yeah. Here's the problem.
About 40 times.
Number one, you got to go with Devin Singletary the most. That's a different topic.
Can I get a confession in for you?
Please do.
Okay, because what you just said, I'll get this out of the way. It would not surprise me if Dameon Pierce had like 15 to 20 carries on Sunday.
No way.
No, I'm being serious.
I get it.
No, it would not surprise me if Dameon Pierce had 15 to 20 carries. I'm serious. I don't know. What am I supposed to think about Bobby Slowick?
Yeah. No. I don't know.
I want to say I would be
stunned.
It's
crazy.
I want to say I would be stunned because they did go back to Devin Singletary the majority of the time, at least in the first half. And then all hell broke loose and it went off the rails and all that. I think they understand. They have to understand. If they don't understand this, I said this yesterday, it's a borderline fireable offense to see what you're seeing from Devin Singletary, to see what you're not getting out of Dameon Pierce, and to say, I think we're going to go with Dameon Pierce. What? Why? You hear me say it all the time. Based on what?
I don't know.
So I refuse.
Keep doing it.
I'm not going to say I'd be shocked, but I refuse to believe that they don't see the light this time.
This wouldn't shock me, man.
Well, here's the other issue, just real quick, with the receiver question and what Dominic said there about, what's your go-to play right now? Well, you would like to say Tank. He's out. You'd like to say Nico. He's probably out. You'd like to say Dalton Schultz. Who knows? You'd like to say Devin Singletary. Egads. Who knows if it's a long, third and long, how that would play out. Who do they have right now? What is your go-to play? Because the go-to play was, hey, CJ, go see what you can do.
I don't think they have one.
Yeah.
At all. No, nothing.
Right?
No, nothing. And that yuck it up and run the ball somehow, some way. The good thing is we've seen them do it a couple times. The bad thing is every time they seem to be finding some momentum on it for whatever reason. Maybe it's a CJ thing. They just decide to bail on it. Coming up, the weekly visit with Adam Spillane. Adam Spillane is a big defender in an analytic trend going on in the NFL that the Texans will probably be watching on tape this week. Let's talk to him about that. Let's also talk about what's going on with the other two teams in town next.
It's Texans game week. D'Amico's crew heads to Nashville to take on the Titans in a crucial division test on Sunday. Texans countdown gets going at 9. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame as soon as the clock hits zeros.
Yeah! Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture and Beatbell Prices Traffic Center, this is brought to you by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. Pretty tidy on the roadways, not a lot of activity. Highway 290 Northwest westbound at Huffmeister.
making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Who they want?
Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Who they want? Baseball, Spo.
All right, Spo.
Baseball, Spo.
Shohei Ohtani, $700 million, $2 million a year for the next 10 years. Do you have any problem with this?
No. I mean, if he's willing to do it, more power to him. It does kind of skirt the rules a little bit with MLB, but it's not. I don't think he counts $2 million against like the CBT, so it's not quite that. But and the Dodgers are going to go out and they're going to go get more people. Like they are going to stack their roster.
They're going to trade for Mike Trout.
They're not going to trade for Trout.
I thought they said he was off the table. Well, for what that's worth.
But the trade that I think might wind up happening is with Tampa Bay for Glass now.
Okay.
So I mean that's
fair.
That solves two pretty big. I mean they have a need at corner outfield and they have a need in their rotation, and that would knock that out pretty easily. So they're going for it. Give them credit.
But as much as like you say CBT, all that nonsense, it still counts. It does give them some flexibility to just put together an amazing squad. What are some of the things that you might suspect beyond that?
Well, I think that's the big thing is like Tyler Glasnow and Randy Arozarena. I mean, the other thing, the Dodgers have been so good at drafting and developing players over the years that they have a very deep farm system still after all these years. And so that gives them the ammunition to go out and get a high-level two high-level guys from Tampa Bay. So that one would make a lot of sense. And then obviously at the deadline, it gives them the ability to add more salary if they need to.
Is this something Jim Crane's going to start doing? I mean, is this going to be a trend-setting move, or is this just unique situation where Ohtani obviously has pedigree? Who knows how much endorsements he has? Is this going to be something that like you see the Astros doing and other teams?
In terms of the deferrals are nothing new. Like players defer salary all the time. Now, not to this extent.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that is something that I think teams will probably try to emulate, especially if you're like the owner and whoever owns the Dodgers might not own the Dodgers 10 years from now. So you're not even on the hook for that money, if you like to sell the team. That's always been my whole thing with the big contracts. Like, okay, yeah, you might sign a guy, but you might sign a guy for 10 years. You might not own the team halfway through that. I mean, you could team, and so you aren't on the hook for some of that money. So I do think that the deferrals, again, it's nothing new. Players have deferred money since, Bobby Bonilla deferred money. That's why he gets paid every July. Still, after all these years, he's been retired for 20-something years. But I do wonder if maybe teams will start doing this to that extent. Now, Ohtani's different just because he's a global superstar at this point. So he's got a little bit more income coming in.
I know owners are taking notice. I know, as you just said, you may not even own the team if it's you. But doesn't it affect the Astros because the Astros window is closing? Like it gives them, hey, all right, maybe we can play this game too and help our chances this year.
They should certainly explore it. I mean, if they're having trouble getting some of these guys signed, which obviously when you look, they have not signed any of their guys really except for Christian Javier, and they did the one extension with Altuve. It's certainly a route to look into. But again, how many players are going to be willing to defer that type of money? And it's somebody like Kyle Tucker isn't making a ton of money in endorsements. I think he had Car Shield a couple years ago. That's about it. I mean,
that commercial.
Boy, did he!
It wasn't
when I
great.
step into the box,
so
I have to be ready for anything.
It's tough to get players to do that sometimes, and so we'll have to wait and see if that is a route that they elect to take. But obviously it would make a lot of sense to go that route if you can get a player to do it.
So down, and there's something that they did that Adam Spillane stands up for big time. They have adopted the analytics approach that if you're down 14 and you go for 2 on the first touchdown, 2 out of 25 times this has been tried and succeeded at. And in other words, the other team won. Spillo was a big proponent of this.
I mean, first of all, I like how you throw out the 2 and 25 thing.
I mean, I'm just giving you numbers. I thought analytics are based on numbers, are they not?
How many teams come back from 14 points down though in the fourth quarter.
It's happened once in 267 or something.
It does. It doesn't.
That's final 3 minutes. But this is like overall down 14, and you go for 2 the first time. 2 out of 25 times the team has won. This isn't the final 3 minutes. This is that approach.
It's very difficult to come from behind like that. To come from behind from 2 scores when you need 2 touchdowns. So I like it because I believe in going for the win. Landry believes in ties, and he believes in bunting guys over to second base and taking a step in and,
I
taking
eliminate the
long
possibility of the tie. If you go for it the second time, you're eliminating the possibility of the tie. You're either winning or losing, and you're not killing your momentum. So it's not. It's the opposite.
A 2-point. What is the success rate on a 2-point conversion? Is probably what within 40,
I have no idea.
I think it's between 40 and 50%.
No idea.
You give yourself 2 chances to get the 2-point conversion.
No, I would rather flip a coin once than twice.
But you're not flipping a coin. And
you just said 50%. That's a coin
but
toss.
It's less than 50% though. But again, you're taking.
Then I would rather do less than
you
a
get
coin
2
toss.
shots. You get 2 shots though.
No, you get 1 shot.
No, you get 2 shots.
You get 1 shot to win. You're still getting 1 shot to win. Whether you do it the first time or not, you're getting 1 shot to win. Because if you hit on the first, you're going to kick the extra point. You're going to win. If you hit on the second, you're going to win. It's the same. But what you're eliminating to where you have to do something that is less than 50%. Just to tie, assuming that you missed the first one.
But I would rather have the opportunity to win, and I want to take that chance early so that I know exactly. And also, I don't know if there's any science behind this.
I feel like analytics are like France. Like France creates fashion, and it's not based on any. Like it's like what they say in France is what these fashion people do. And next thing you know, you see them wearing Kleenex boxes on their feet because they did it in France. Like who is the analytics France where someone smart as you believes this?
I've been to France. Fashion in France, not that great. Fashion in Europe altogether,
you clearly
not
haven't
that
seen
great.
The Devil Wears Prada because it's all based on
film.
that. It's all based
and
on
it's a fantastic film.
It's a
you should
great
see
movie.
it. Have you seen it?
No.
You and Holly need to see that.
You need to see The
today.
Devil Wears Prada because they answer that question you just asked.
It will change your life.
Okay.
No, but I also think, and I don't know if there's science behind this, but if you go for 2 a little bit earlier, the defense, they might have their foot off the pedal a little bit. You run your best 2-point conversion play. If you do it at the very end, the defense is locked in. They'll see the formation. They'll call a timeout to get you out of that play.
So you think that if a team is up 14 and the other team's going for 2, and that 2-point the defense is like, it's no big deal.
I don't think that they would. I don't think they'd use a timeout in that spot. I think they would at the very end of the game.
Look, we were talking about this during the break, and that is definitely in the weeds. And I think the second time,
it's my favorite part of it.
The referees let a lot more go the second time rather than the first time. So I get your point, but I'm with Landry on this one.
I just don't get it.
Yeah,
I don't like pushing the basket. I just in the last one.
But you are still
because you still
it's still a make the 2-point conversion.
But it's 50-50.
But then if you don't, then you have to make it just a tie.
But it's 50-50. If you don't get it, you lose, and that's it.
Yeah.
For the first one, it's 50-50. Okay, if I get it, great, I have a chance to win. If I don't get it, then I at least get another shot 50-50 to tie the game.
Yeah.
And again, the odds of you getting this, completing this comeback are incredibly small, anyways, because you're 2 touchdowns down.
Mm-hmm.
And also, so I like it. I think the first person I ever saw do it was Doug Peterson back with the Eagles, and I loved it because I had the Eagles plus 7.
Okay, now we know.
I had the Eagles plus 7. They got the 2-point conversion. I stole one.
Now we know the roots of this.
For the record, I hated it on Saturday.
Yeah.
You got your win, though?
I got my win.
Yeah.
But
it was meant to be. God looked down, and God said, you know what? He deserves this one. I'm going to give it to him.
So, real quick, Rockets in line, if they continue what they're doing, to kind of make a run at that postseason, huh?
When the season started, they needed to finish in front of 5 teams in the West to get into the play-in. We're 20 games in, and you can see how that's working. Like they are better than San Antonio. They're better than Portland. They're better than Utah. You look at a team like Memphis, they're 7 games up on the Grizzlies in the loss column. They're going to play the Grizzlies twice this week without Morant, so they can get to 9 games up on Memphis in the loss column and have the tiebreaker with the Grizzlies. And then you look at a team like Golden State; they're 4 up on the Warriors, and the Warriors look like a mess.
Yeah.
And the Warriors had Draymond Green get ejected last night. He's probably going to get suspended again. And then they benched 3 starters at the end of the game. That's 5 teams right there that I think you can legitimately say the Rockets might be better than at this point. And then, we'll see what happens with New Orleans if Zion gets hurt. That's a team that could certainly fall back. And let's see what happens with the Clippers. I mean, there is certainly a route for the Rockets to get into the play, not just to get into the play-in, but maybe find their way into the top 8.
The great Adam Spillane. Appreciate you, man. Little insight, little going inside the sticks. We appreciate it, man.
Devil Wears Prada. Watch it.
You got to watch it. They actually answer that exact question.
It's an amazing movie. It's an amazing film. Excuse me, film.
Film.
Movie. Hell, film.
It's art. It's a film.
What are we doing here? Coming up, why Saturday is going to be a massive day for the Texans, despite the fact they play on Sunday. Plus, will he or won't he? We're approaching an hour before we might get clarity onto whether or not C.J. Stroud could be on the field on Sunday. All right, so we're an hour away from practice updates. We'll figure out what's up with CJ could or couldn't play. We'll figure out what's up with Davis Mills, if it's time to move on to the Davis Mills thing. Are you entertaining the possibility of Case Keenum starting? Because that's another talking point. We know Case Keenum's a legend around here, rightfully so. Are you even entertaining the possibility? Not that it is happening, but do you think maybe it should happen that he should get more
run
consideration to take over?
I'm not. Maybe I'm wrong though, because of whatever. He's got a better track record. That's for dang sure. But I just feel like Davis Mills, he was running behind C.J. Stroud, all through preseason and training camp, and I think that's where he's going to stay. He's been the backup. He's been active, etc. So I'm not really considering it. I am thinking. And there's no way to find this out because, you only watch the first few minutes of workouts when you're out there. I would consider, getting him more reps. Getting Case
like in practice?
Yeah, in practice.
Okay, in practice.
Yeah.
Well, he's naturally going to step up if CJ's not there, and we'll figure that out in an hour, whether or not he's going to. But, yeah, he's naturally going to get more reps for sure.
Mm-hmm. But I'm saying even more than the backup normally might get.
I think you got to go with Davis.
No, I do.
In this situation. I think Davis is the guy, and you just look at what's happened, like the news that broke this morning, like the AFC and NFC Offensive Players of the Week were Zach Wilson, which D'Amico should be ashamed of his defense for that, and Tommy DeVito. And those are two backups. Those are two very young backups that for short stretches against flawed football teams. I think the Texans without Nico and Tank and Cashman are flawed football. They've been able to have some success. Zach Wilson just had a career day, so you look at this Tennessee team, and I know Tennessee's coming off a win. That was a fluke. Like, let's be serious.
It was very much a fluke. I mean, give them credit.
Yeah, they deserve credit, but they for 56 and a half minutes, they looked absolutely lost. And you got Nuke Hopkins coming on now saying, I saw a dog. No, you did not. You saw a chihuahua, and then 3 minutes left, y'all figured something out. That was that was as much about Miami's collapse as anything else. So this is a flawed football team. We see it all around the league. 5 of the 7 teams that are 7-6 are going to be starting backup quarterbacks. So I think Davis Mills. I think Davis Mills really you can make a case that the path that Davis Mills has been on has been a lot similar to Zach Wilson minus getting in this year. I think Davis Mills is the way to go. And plus, we heard all the stuff they said about him this offseason.
Yeah,
I mean, this was an absolute love fest with Davis Mills. No, we rolled our eyes at it and we said, okay, whatever. This is. I mean, y'all are being pretty weird about this, not just naming CJ the starter, but. I mean, they've said a lot of good things about Davis Mills. So put him out there, try to help him out, maybe try to run the ball, and go beat a flawed squad in Tennessee.
I mean, the thing is, he wasn't C.J. Stroud, but he was pretty good. We talked about it, well, like you and I did. Figgy did. He was making a case to be a good backup. Well, it's time for a good backup. Like I was fully expecting. I don't know why, but I was fully expecting like Case Keenum to really be the backup, but Davis Mills case. And every time we rolled our eyes at D'Amico or Slowick or whomever talking about, yeah, we'll make that decision later, even though we knew it, they had some evidence of Davis Mills, making plays in the preseason, et cetera.
And you put the tight end out there. I think Dalton Schultz would be a huge
What do you think about him this week?
I think he's going to play. I think he's had the 2 weeks. It seems like typically on these soft tissues, it's a couple of weeks. I sure hope he is because I woke up and I was a little bit disgusted by it. I woke up on Monday. I saw that Dalton Schultz had tweeted. I only saw it because someone retweeted it.
Mm-hmm.
It would be an honor to represent H-Town in the Pro Bowl. Why don't you represent us on the field? It's been 2 weeks, brother.
You got to get there first.
Yeah, we need you, brother. Yeah, I'm sure it would be for you, sir.
I'm glad you said that because I was thinking the same thing.
No, I saw it. I woke up and I saw Dalton Schultz had tweeted. I said, damn, what's going on here? And I forgot who had retweeted it because I let the players kind of stay in their lane on social media. And if something significant comes up, you figure it out. But I see Dalton Schultz on Monday saying it'd be an honor to rep you in the Pro Bowl. Why don't you rep us during a playoff race, sir?
Yeah, and I think
you saw that too?
Yeah, I didn't want to be that guy that tweet and say something. I was thinking the same thing.
The trolls in the
that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
The water carriers on Twitter can be the water carriers. I stay out of that lane. But I don't want to see you talking about a Pro Bowl when you've missed the last couple games and we could use your ass. I need you. That makes me feel like he feels comfortable enough that he's going to be on the field this week, and I think that would be big for Davis Mills because Davis Mills last year. The one thing about Davis Mills and. Crazy enough, it's typically when he didn't have much time to prepare, but you had immediate connection with Jordan Akins when he came in, and Jordan Akins had the best year that he's ever had. Juice Man, O.J. Howard had 2 touchdowns straight off the street. Quitoriano in his first game had a touchdown. So the one thing about Davis Mills that he's been able to do is I think he threw 3 touchdowns to Brevin Jordan when they were rookies.
Was it 2 or 3 to Quitoriano?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He knows how to find the tight ends. So if you can have the full array of tight ends minus Quitoriano, then I think that would be big for Davis Mills. I think you absolutely need Dalton Schultz this week. You need Dalton Schultz.
I'm glad to hear that. I think Dalton Schultz is a must-have. You got to have Dalton Schultz this week because I woke up this morning.
If not, he's on my list. If you're begging for Pro Bowls and you're going to miss your 3rd straight week, he's
a got-to-have.
Yeah, he's on the list.
Because I woke up this morning and I rubbed my hands together like you like to do, and I said, all right, let's check out these receivers. And I was depressed. I was like flat out depressed.
We're assuming that Nico and Tank are both not playing?
If we assume Nico and Tank are, well, obviously Tank, but if we assume Nico and Tank are not playing, and I think that's a safe assumption, if Dalton Schultz doesn't play, Landry, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, and Dalton Schultz have accounted for 2/3 of the yards and almost 90% of the touchdowns receiving. Let me say that again. 3 dudes have accounted for 2/3 of the yards, 2,168 yards, and 18 touchdowns. 5 players that might be available, Noah Brown, Brevin Jordan, John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson, and Robert Woods, 1,100 yards and 3 touchdowns. Scary. Like, that's terrifying for Davis Mills, that 5 guys can't hold a candle to what those 3 guys have. But if Dalton Schultz plays, that's why I say he's a gotta have. Dalton Schultz is a got to play.
The Mechie thing is getting to where you just got to wonder. I mean, do they need to find someone off the streets and bring him up? I know that. I mean, they're signing like practice squad guys. It might be time to just put those guys on the field ahead of Mechie at this point. I'm sorry, and I'm just evaluating him like he wants us to evaluate him. Someone who
got
goes
the gloves off. Okay.
No. If at this point, like all these practice squad guys we're hearing, I know they cut Matt Amendola and they're bringing in some.
But they just did it this morning.
Some slot wide receiver or whatever the hell that guy's name is.
Mm-hmm.
It might be time to. It might be time to bring in someone off the street and let him get on the field.
Just kind of right off the season for him. Get back at it next year. I'm saying
or not.
I'm not saying don't
or
play
not.
him. Yeah.
I mean, but yeah, at this point, I mean, you've had every opportunity in the world, and it's just not happening.
Yeah.
Get some rest, stay in shape. We'll see you next year, and it'll be a make or break for you. But at this point, I'm open to bringing in one of these random ass dudes off of the streets to put on the field.
Because think about it. I mean, Davis Mills, he doesn't have any weapons that have produced much of anything, and so that comes back to your point about the running game, which I agree with. You know, the running game has to be so
Chase
big.
Cota.
Yeah, that's it. I couldn't even remember his name. I was trying to.
He's a 6'4" wide receiver out of Oregon rookie. I remember he's faster than he looks. That's where I'm at right now. Let's put some deceptive speed out there.
Race car!
I'm serious, man. Like the Mechie thing, like you need guys to figure stuff out. I know Mechie's a big deal in that locker room, and we've enjoyed talking to him. We talked to him last week, but yeah, at this point, you might be to the point where if you can find like a Hansen from a couple years ago, or just do
Cota.
Yeah, Cota, something like that. Like it might be time to get that going.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is, I don't know who Davis Mills is throwing to, but like in practice, I'm sure he's throwing with some of the guys like down the depth chart. So maybe give those guys some opportunities, because it doesn't seem like Mechie is ready to contribute in an NFL game, and especially not to the level of what you're going to need when Mills is out there.
It doesn't, and so like Davis Mills, he certainly has it in him. I mean, the receivers he had last year were nothing to write home about, as we well know. I mean, obviously there was a couple. I mean, Brandon Cooks was okay and all that, but he nothing to write home with. So you've got to figure out something at the receiver position, because I just laid out the numbers, and they're not very impressive for the guys that we expect to play. And then you have to rely on what the running game. This should be a muck-it-up game, as you like to say. It has to be, defensively and running game.
And this could have been the Jesse Matthews game if he hadn't gotten hurt.
Old Jesse?
This could have been the Jesse Matthews game.
What's
right
Jesse
here.
Matthews doing?
Dude, Bachman's still here. Like, let's give Bachman a look. Cota, Bachman, Johnny Johnson's still here. Steven Sims, let's give those guys.
What's up with Jalen Camp? Where he at?
I don't know. Jalen only Camp? I have no idea. But whether it's Steven Sims, whether it's Bachman, something like that, you got to start looking at that. You got to start getting desperate. You got to start treading water for Nico
Saubert?
Collins. Whoever.
He's played.
Figure something out.
Saubert's seen the field a little bit.
Time to be desperate.
He really has. I'm like, okay, let's get Eric Saubert out there.
It's time to be desperate.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens with the Davis Mills thing. But that's just kind of where we think we will be. But we will know for sure. What is CJ Stroud doing? Is he out there? Is he working out on the side? That's typically the process. So we'll figure it out. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So who is the step-up guy? Like the guy that you realistically expect to step up? Like realistically. Like not...
Robert Woods. Has to be. Experienced, has done it, kind of disappeared. We don't need you to disappear. If you're ever gonna come in and make some noise, Robert Woods followed by Noah Brown, and so I think those two guys would be my go-tos for sure. Robert Woods, come on, that's why you're here.
It's kind of weird how he disappeared.
That's why you're here, man.
But I mean, is he easier to key on? I would imagine it's easier. I'm not a defensive coordinator, don't pretend to be, but when the top tight end is out and the top vertical threat is out, it might be easier to key on Robert Woods. We need something from him.
Yeah, got to have but you got to have Dalton Schultz on the field, and Robert Woods has to step up. I don't know what's happened to Noah Brown either.
Same thing. He's Noah Brown.
That dude was.
I think he's Noah Brown.
Spectacular for a while.
He was, but he's Noah Brown.
Yeah.
Maybe we get an every other game type of performance, but that's why when we were talking about, extensions, I think you can find a Noah Brown every year.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're kind of learning that. There's no rush.
No, you can. But I just keep going back to what I said in the very first segment when we started today. You don't have to win a lot of games, but you got to win this one. It's like a Miracle. You watch that movie Miracle? Not tonight. But not tonight.
I didn't watch it.
You didn't watch Miracle?
I knew what happened. It was big. Us against Russia. We got to win. We won. All that. I didn't need to see it. Didn't need to see it. I knew it wasn't going to be like a good plot like Titanic. Like, I knew the ship sunk at the end of Titanic, but I knew that they would throw in like some sort of good plot. That it was very predictable what was going to happen. I've seen bits and pieces.
We all know the outcome, Landry.
Oh, we have no chance. We have no chance. Oh my God, the Russians! Look what's going on in the world. Let's go out there. Let's win. Yeah, didn't need to see it.
Only you.
Didn't need to see Miracle.
Only you. It was really good.
Did you peep Miracle, Figgy?
No, I haven't saw it.
Okay, there you go.
What's the matter with you, Figgy?
He knows what happens.
It's easy. I just gotta get around to it. I'll check it out. I'm not opposed.
Tons of movies where you know what happens.
Yeah, but it's so predictable how they're going to play it out.
But you have to watch the movie to see the drama.
I mean, you know what it is.
I check it out.
I
give it a shot.
But anyway, Kurt Russell was talking about how, the Soviets were better. They were better than us.
Yeah,
but not tonight.
Yeah,
and that just resonates. That's what the Texans have to do.
But this ain't the Soviets. This is the damn Titans.
Well, that's even better.
Yeah, that's a crappy squad.
Yeah, that's even better. You don't have to. Davis Mills doesn't have to win 4 games. He has to win 1.
The 832's asking, Landry, is this a must-win? You bet your ass it is. You bet.
In terms of the playoffs,
you bet your ass it's
must win or what?
It is a 100% must win in order to control your own destiny, in order to either emerge or not from that cluster. And a matter of fact, the Texans are going to have a unique luxury because before the game, while they're icing up and getting ready to go, and they're probably in a hotel room in Nashville, this is the 3-piece combo that they got on Saturday. With college football gone, the NFL has now kind of leaked into Saturday. You're going to have the Vikings at Bengals. The Bengals have the same record as you.
Mm-hmm.
Vikings do as well, but they're in the NFC. You're going to have the Steelers at Colts, so that's a win-win. Both of those teams are with you in the playoff standings, so one of those teams is going to have to lose. Steelers, Colts, and then you got Broncos, Lions. Broncos got the same record as you as well. So you could find out, like, are the Texans going to get a little bit of a break before? So I think this is – I don't know that matters too much. And then you got Bears at Browns and Ravens at Jags, which, hey, you win this game and the Ravens go take care of business against the Jags, tied in the standings, final 3 of the playoffs. Yeah, you bet your ass this is a must-win. Don't take that. Don't let this one be minimized. This is a must-win, and I think D'Amico basically said as much. He said, right now, I'm excited because we have the chance to control our own destiny. So, yes, you bet your ass this is a must-win, 100%.
Noon Vikings, Bengals, 3:30 Steelers, Colts, 7:15 Broncos, Lions. Outta baby, that's a perfect day. Perfect day.
Saturday.
Perfect day to make tamales, which we are.
I need an extra order, please.
Saturday is tamale day.
I need an extra order, please.
Give me, like, what do you need?
My girl's boss is obsessed with tamales.
I can take care of that.
I need a lot. I'll pay you.
No, you need to pay me.
No, I'll pay you for a lot of extra tamales.
You need to pay me.
100% pay you. 832 says Miracles must watch.
Yeah, you got to watch Miracles.
I don't know about must watch.
But not tonight. That's going to be my calling card, even though they're playing a noon game for the Texans-Titans. But not tonight. You can be better. You can maybe beat Davis Mills, but not tonight.
713 asks, are they going to wear Nico T-shirts this week?
That's good. Well played.
Or CJ T-shirt. A CJ T-shirt?
Yeah. Well played. Yeah, we're going to make about more tamales than we ever have.
Oh, my gosh. 346. This is saying a lot. Landry, this has to be the most irritated I've ever been with you. No plot. We know what happens. Oh, my gosh. Yes. It was so freaking good. If you knew that. I just didn't want to watch Miracle. I knew what happened. I've heard the story. Good. And I didn't think there was
Did you watch JFK?
Yes. It was good.
I kind of knew what happened.
It's good. Nixon was a good movie too. Cool. Just a hockey game. Coming up,
a hockey game.
Coming up, John McClain. He's moved on. He's moved on. He's moved on. Or is he crawfishing? We got to investigate this next. John McClain says, who gives a damn about the uniforms on Sunday? Is he telling the truth? next.
The Texans' trip to East Rutherford wasn't just bad, it was with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
All right. Titans going to be rocking the Oilers uniform Sunday. It was a big deal when the news first came out. Had a lot of people going nuts. Weren't football games going on, so we had a lot of dialogue. Heated dialogue with John McClain, I will say. And here we come this week. John McClain sits right here in this studio, as he does every Tuesday at 11. The man who's been accused of being a Titans/Love You Blue lover. And he wasn't having Lopez trying to make this a story.
You like potatoes in your crawfish?
I like potatoes, corn,
little hard-boiled egg, maybe?
Sausage.
Little sausage?
Hard-boiled egg, nah. I mean, I love hard-boiled eggs, but I can do without them in that. But yeah.
Do you like hard-boiled eggs in your crawfish?
Nah.
Just wondering. Just wondering. You'll see why.
Here was John McClain yesterday, Texans versus the Titans. He doesn't give a damn about them uniforms.
What are your feelings now on them wearing the
I
uniform?
haven't thought. It's not even on my mind. They've been going to do it twice. Did Atlanta?
But it has to be, doesn't it?
Going to be on this one? No, I'm more concerned about will Stroud play? How will Mills play? Will Mills get hurt? I don't give a rat's.
This is the biggest shocker ever.
The uniform.
Is he playing hardo? Or are you
no, because we
I
always
just don't care.
But we always talk about what's the story.
The story is the Texans playing with these injuries.
That's what I'm talking about.
Trying
but
to win.
I did not expect to agree with McClain.
care about what's on the
Who gives a
field.
damn about what uniforms they are wearing? They got to win this
you
game. Thank
believe
you.
that too?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes.
People act like it's the first time they've done it. They wore those uniforms their first 2 years in Nashville.
But they haven't done it like this, where they're really sticking it to the text. Like if I'm writing a preview column, to me, I don't ignore a big part of the story. To me, that's a big part of the story.
But that doesn't have anything to do with what happens on the field.
No, but it's a part of it.
What happens on the field?
No. It's a part of Texans versus Titans. It's been a part since
you got that angle all to yourself.
What's this game
He's
about?
focused on what matters.
But
Lopez is stuck in the past.
No. The people tell you in part what parts of the story are important to them. I can't ignore what the people of Houston
people still care about that.
Yes,
considering the team and where it is and how important.
You don't think Houston cares about them wearing Oilers uniforms?
I think they do. It's just not what it was early in the year when they announced it. It's all about winning.
Thank you.
They got to win this game.
It's all about the dub.
You're not going to mention that they wore the uniforms?
I mentioned it somewhere.
There you go. It's part of the
It'll
story.
Be buried.
Thank you. Yes.
Everybody else can think it's a huge deal.
Thank you.
I just don't.
Corn on the cob. You like corn on the cob on your crawfish? Figure you like corn on the cob?
Yeah, for sure.
What do you like on your crawfish? With your crawfish?
Because
this is crawfish.
I like sausage. I think he's seen the light. I think 14 weeks of the season has kind of shaped it up. It was a big deal when it first got announced. Don't get me wrong. It was a big part of the show when it first got announced. But now you have a competitive football team. You have playoff hopes on the line. The Titans suck. We've seen them wear the uniforms once. I just feel like it's taking a huge, massive backseat. Like if the Texans sucked and the Titans sucked, I think it would be a bigger deal. But I think because of the situation, because of the drama, it's been pushed to the back.
Nah. No way.
If you rank the stories for this game, where would
CJ Stroud won.
All right.
Then obviously, playoff implications too. Then you can argue the venom, the rivalry. Like we've agreed that this is the rival now. Tennessee is the Texans' rival now. It certainly is for ownership and people in that building. But here's the thing, Landry, and this is important. This has been an important story for John McClain for years. He wrote a column specifically about this in July.
Yeah, in July.
Yes.
Lots happened since.
He wrote another one yesterday about this, about how all these players really appreciate it. Well, I did a little digging. Okay? I did a little digging.
Okay.
And he's talking about how the players appreciate it. And look, I don't doubt that they do. I mean, they're being recognized. Their legacy is being honored, their history or whatever. But when you say, like, they appreciate it, they want it there, that's not true. I mean, all due respect, John, I'm using the quotes that John McClain used in his column.
Who cares?
Well, you used them. This is John McClain's quotes. Warren Moon. I know there's still a lot of passion in Houston. It's a very sensitive subject. Dan Pastorini. Our true bloodline is in Houston. Bruce Matthews. I would much prefer to see it in Houston. These are those players. So this is a part of the storyline. John McClain, you know how I feel about John McClain. Love him like a brother. This is, I don't want the heat this week because he caught a lot of heat, and we know that.
Oh, I gave him the heat.
You gave him some heat. I gave him some heat.
I'm not justifying John McClain's previous comments. I thought they were moronic.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they were silly. I don't take away from how petty Amy Adams is. I'm just saying for me, and I think for a lot of people, and I know there's a lot of people that feel, I'm not telling you how to feel. There's a lot of people who feel the way you do, and there's people who feel the way that me and McClain do. I just think it's taken a back seat. It's just gotten kind of watered down because of the significance of the football game itself. Like, you try to find an angle when teams suck. We've had to do it the last 3 years. There's not really an angle. The angle is very simple. Go out there, get the dub, gut it out with Mills, will C.J. Stroud play, figure it out, and then 3 games left, playoff race.
I agree.
Easy to find.
I agree. I just said it. Those are the important parts of this story. But don't sit here and act like this isn't part of it. Like I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about in general. Don't sit here and act like that's not a part of it. And I'll say this again. I said it yesterday, and for anybody who wasn't listening, shame on you. Just kidding. But I'll say it again. It's not even really about their wearing the Oilers uniforms. It is a little bit for me. It might not be for you. What it's about is their owner weaponizing that uniform. Weaponizing a color.
But it's a water pistol, man.
I know. I'm just saying.
It's not a good weapon. It's a water pistol.
Okay.
It's not even a Super Soaker 50. It's one of those ones that you get at Chuck E. Cheese with like 40 tickets.
That doesn't take away.
You're wearing Oilers uniforms. You wore them when you went to Tennessee. Awesome, Amy Adams. It's, you know what? You don't have a good football team.
It's fine if you believe that. But what I'm saying is she did this in terms of keeping the Texans from reclaiming at least a color out of spite. That's what irritates me, and you know that because from the very start I've said whatever, they do have. I've repeatedly said they do own it. It is their copyright. They did agree to that deal. But when she did this is when I went off. Like, this is spiteful.
I don't disagree, and I don't speak for the majority. I speak for myself.
Right.
Like, I speak for myself. You speak for you, and there's a lot of people who feel the way you do. I just think it should be – I don't want to be move-on guy, but damn. I mean, this mindset to me is the reason why the Astrodome's still up. Because you have people that just won't let it go. This isn't like the
I want the Astrodome down.
But this isn't like the Brown. Like, people, I keep hearing Browns and Ravens analogy. The Browns left, and the Ravens never wore Browns jerseys. Like, they wore Oilers jerseys in Tennessee. They've been gone, man.
1999.
Yeah, and I also blame the Texans for this too, because they haven't done a damn thing in their 20 years to make you really completely move on from it.
Well, they didn't really associate with it. They're just starting now to try to reclaim the Houston element of the Love You Blue era, the colors, They really, to their credit, they kind of decided to forge their own path, but then they realized how integral, a uniform change would be and implementing that color and all that. And then Amy Adams says, no, we own that color. You
that's
own that
all
color.
They have, though.
Yeah.
That's what I think. That's what me. I'm speaking for me. Again, I'm not speaking for you. I can't be wrong about how I feel.
I say that all the time.
There's people on the text line saying, no, I'm not wrong. I'm telling you right now, the Oilers are garbage. These are garbage, okay? They have nothing going for them. The Oilers uniform should be a big deal for them. Texans last year before, probably would have been a big deal. Texans are focused on the playoffs. They have a quarterback that you feel very good about. They have a coach that you feel very good about. Was it a big deal when it first came out? Yes. Now, maybe a bullet point at the end. Move on, fellas.
It's a big.
You don't have to, but move on, fellas.
It's a big part of the story.
Let's go have a rally down there at the Astrodome.
It's a big part
Let's have some memories.
It's a big part of the story.
Talk about Mike Scott.
It's a big part of the story and this city and its history. The color was here long before the Oilers. The Texans said, you know what? We're trying to reconnect with H-Town. They're all about this H-Town stuff. Let's use that color. Amy Adams comes in.
You think the Texans also knew they weren't going to get it?
No, they thought they were going to get it. Absolutely, because it didn't happen. They were going to get it, as I understand it, until Amy Adams went to the NFL and said, hey, man, they can't do that. And they said, okay. That bothers me more than anything. She's just being a little spiteful.
She's just, but you don't blame her, right? Like,
I do.
It's her dad, and she's just.
Well, I understand, but that doesn't mean I don't blame her.
But we know that.
Yeah,
we know that.
She's great for Houston. I have great memories. Well, then do Houston a solid. No, instead, I'm my dad's daughter, and I'm gonna keep his his legacy going and keep trying to screw Houston.
And there's some folks upset about it. If you don't mind, come up here. I'll take a Luann mac and cheese and some mashed potatoes with dark gravy. If they got the turkey up, give me one of those too, and an extra roll. Give me some Jell-O too, please.
No, this isn't a boomer thing by any stretch.
Give me something out. I think there's a lube in the medical district.
It's not a boomer thing by any stretch, because the people actually who brought this to the forefront and are trying to change the uniforms are probably in their 30s, maybe 40s at the oldest.
I'm just ready for the game, man.
Yeah.
Just ready for the game. Speaking of which, DeMeco Ryans loves where the Texans are at. He really, really does. Sometimes coaches say stuff, and you can kind of see through what they're saying. DeMeco Ryans really loves where the Texans are at. We'll let him explain himself. Plus, will CJ be on the field, or is there a chance? We're about 20 minutes away from getting that. Plus, the end of one of the best or worst eras ever, depending on how you look at it. The hits are lit next.
Let we go.
money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
D'Amico Ryans, he loves where the Texans are at. The hits are lit here on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Man, D'Amico Ryans is loving this. I did not know how happy he would be about this, how desperate he would be. But if you're judging by his voice and his words, it seems like there's nowhere else D'Amico would rather be than where the Texans sit heading into the game on Sunday in Nashville.
Let's flip the page. Where are we right now? We're 7-6. Everybody else in the division lost. We're still sitting there. I love being here. I love having some adversity. Everybody think you should win a game and you don't win, right? You kind of, you drop the ball a little bit there. Adversity is facing you. How are we going to respond? And I love being in this position because how are guys going to respond? We control our destiny. If we go about these next 4 games the right way, we'll still be where we want to be because the ultimate goal every year you suit up is to get an opportunity to get in the dance, right?
I believe him. I think look that's what he's paid to do. Not to be cliche about all this, but they screwed up. They got beat. They got run off the field. They lost players. They were embarrassed. His job now is to oh crap, let's make the most of this. We are still in a good spot. We've talked about the bar has changed. The bar has been raised, so no more we didn't expect much. That's not his job. His job is to say, we're 7-6. It's still right there. We caught some breaks because of other losses. Let's go. I believe him.
Yeah, he seems excited about it. Yeah. I think this is the kind of game where a good coach finds a way to gut it out. Yeah. It's not unique. I've said this. 5 of the 7 teams that have the same record as the Texans are starting backups this week. We just got news as we play the hits that the AFC and NFC offensive players of the week are both backup quarterbacks, Zach Wilson and Tommy DeVito. Which, God, what a terrible thing that is. So, yeah, we got a situation where, it's not ideal, but hey, it's just kind of the card he's been dealt. So we'll see how that goes. Did get some injury news yesterday per Aaron Wilson. I guess Blake Cashman, Tavier Thomas to miss at least a week or 2 with strained hamstrings. Nico Collins' status still being determined, and C.J. Stroud remains in concussion protocol. Who the hell is telling Aaron Wilson this?
I don't know.
What are y'all doing? Good for him. Or is this just common sense?
Oh, he can't report common sense. So he's getting it from somewhere.
Well,
maybe he can. I don't know. I wouldn't expect that he can report common sense or conjecture, But no, hey, good for him. He got the stories. We'll see how it plays out. But Blake Cashman is a big one, man. Blake Cashman is – look, Denzel Perryman had a couple of moments. The defense in general didn't have a lot, but they were destroyed in the passing game, and that is Blake Cashman's. Christian Harris and Denzel Perryman, both of them got destroyed in the passing game. Losing Blake Cashman is not even low key because we all know how important
he's a Pro Bowler.
How important he is. So it's a huge hit that he won't be playing this week. Oh, by the way, Derrick Henry has maybe lost a step, and he's not going to be close to, but he's still 4th in the league in rushing. So there is that.
Yeah, do you worry about him catching balls out of the backfield, or at this point does it even?
Nah, not so much. I'm just saying there's also that. There's also, I think he's got 875 yards rushing. So with 4 games left, he's not going to be nearly the overwhelming presence, but he's still going to have 1,000 yards, So there's that, and there's the passing game out of the backfield. Christian Harris and Denzel Perryman just ain't going to get it done, or haven't.
I don't know how you fix that. Because that's not I guess schematically you can figure something out, but I don't know, what do you do? They're not going to become cover guys all of a sudden. No. Christian Harris just surprises me because he's an athlete.
Mm-hmm.
He's a freak athlete. But the way that he was getting picked on the other day, that's something that they're going to have to make a note of.
Yeah.
They being the
I don't think you can fix it this year. Really don't. Cashman was your guy. Cashman was the best player on the defense for long stretches and might still be the best player on the defense. So that's a big hit you're taking right there.
We keep asking for the Will Anderson game. I don't want to be Mr. Only sack guy, but we've gotten one. Can you get another?
Yeah, I think he can. Could have used it Sunday. Jonathan Grenard was the man, that's for sure. Because it wasn't just the sacks. He tipped the pass. He made some good, strong pressures. But that defense just overall was a mess.
And how come we don't talk more about D'Amico overseeing that defense? That's the other thing. Bobby Slowick doesn't get any free passes. Is it just an offensive-minded world? Is there still a honeymoon phase with D'Amico Ryans? Because it's not Bobby Slowick, you can at least say he didn't have, 3 of his top weapons in the area that this team is most dependent on. D'Amico, they had Cashman heading into the game. They had Derek Stingley. They had the entire secondary. They had the entire D-line. Why is there not more talk about, what the hell was that with D'Amico the other day? What was that?
Well, we are. I think there is, certainly on this show.
I just don't think it's as emphatic and as loud as what the offensive guy gets, when Bobby Slowick screws up. And I think deservedly so, he's gotten some criticism.
They also haven't been that bad, especially against them. They're one of the better rush
and a lot of times when they've struggled, it's been because of personnel.
Yeah.
So, but my thing is, you have your personnel, you're going against a crappy offense, and Zach Wilson's the AFC offensive player. You should be wearing Zach Wilson's jerseys around that stadium right now.
Yeah.
That's embarrassing.
No, it was absolutely embarrassing.
And it also minimizes what CJ's done. For me, I know he's had a good season, but how many times did we say, "Oh wow, not the rookie, the AFC Offensive Player of the Week, CJ Stroud"? Well, Zach Wilson's got one too on your healthy defense. Zach Wilson got that. Zach effing Wilson.
Well, they've been
didn't even want to play.
They've been good against the run all year. They're kind of middle of the pack against the pass, and they've had, as we mentioned yesterday, they're 5-3 in those one possession games. And then they had that big moment with Jimmy Ward intercepting a ball that had everybody giddy. It wasn't on the 2-yard line or whatever it was, and they had a chance to lose that game. So they've been okay, more than okay on defense. It's just Sunday was just a mess. So maybe that's part of the reasons for him not getting, as much of the heat, so to speak.
Is there something he can do to figure out this Will Anderson thing? Because I heard Caserio talking before the season. Oh yeah, we're going to move him inside. We're going to move him outside. Is there? Okay, fundamentally sound. Stop the run crap. I'm over it. Mm-hmm. Give me a couple sacks and win him a game. Yeah. Win him a game. This is the kind of game where you win. This is the type of game where, Myles Garrett wins you a game and T.J. Watt finds a way to win you a game. Go win me a game. I don't want to go to. I want just basic. I want basic math. I don't want this advanced calculus crap where I'm having to type in my TI-83 plus to see that Will Anderson played a good game. I'm over it. Give me something. Give me some game breaking. And he's capable of it. That's what bothers me. He's capable of it.
Yeah. We've seen it to me. And frankly, I thought that was going to be.
He might not even play.
I thought that was going to be the start. All of a sudden, figured out, What did he end up with against the Broncos? What was the 2 sacks?
2 sacks, a tipped punt, and a tip pass that ended up being an interception.
Yeah. And I thought, okay, now that was his kind of coming out moment. Well, it didn't happen. At least not yet.
Bill Belichick, according to Tom Curran of NBC Sports, Bill Belichick is going to be gone after the season. This is what the report heard on NBC Sports. Apparently, it goes back to that ugly, ugly Germany loss.
When they came out of Germany, conversations I had that week made it very clear that a decision was made and they were going to play out the string, and at the end of the year there would be a parting of the ways for a variety of reasons. The main one being, you don't fire Bill Belichick during the season. It's just not going to happen. He's an asset. He's under contract for another year. It's only through next year. So that would not be an impediment to them changing course. It had gone too far. The Germany game, the Commanders game, the Saints game. All huge marquee games, and then there was a Chargers game after that. Just because they won last week in Pittsburgh in prime time, I don't think it quells anything.
I think that's exactly how it's going to play out. Because the one thing that I have been saying along, I think you've been saying the same thing. He's Bill Belichick. You don't fire him during the season, but I think he is definitely going to be going after this year, and it's still a little bit surprising, to be honest. I don't know why.
Just fresh start type of thing.
I guess, but
where's his ideal destination? Los Angeles
Chargers. I almost said San Diego.
Yeah, I think he'd do work there.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's got a quarterback.
I think he would do straight work there.
Got a defense, some defensive pieces, and a quarterback.
Yeah, that's ideal.
That's right in his wheelhouse.
That's ideal. I don't think he wants to go to Carolina.
Yeah. He doesn't need to. He doesn't want to build anything. Hey, he can just turn that Chargers thing right around.
And it's a given, right? Josh McDaniels is his OC, right?
I guess. Yeah.
I mean, right?
I just hate it.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, I just hate it.
Yeah, right?
Yeah,
So, I mean,
guess it would be.
Yeah.
Do you think so?
I would think so. I mean, what else is he going to do?
Yeah.
He's not. I mean, you think they're going to hire him as a head coach somewhere?
You think Billy O's going to take over the Patriots?
No.
Or maybe Josh McDaniel take over the Patriots.
I think it's going to be Gerard Mayo.
Could be Gerard Mayo.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Gerard Mayo.
What does O'Brien do?
I don't know. I mean, maybe like a college type of gig. Rappaport will try to carry the water for him. I don't know. I don't know what O'Brien does. I don't feel like, I mean.
You going to go to Carolina?
With Bryce?
With Bryce, yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, I guess. That's what you
He got a strong management team, man. I wouldn't be surprised.
A strong PR staff.
Yeah.
In the media.
Hold on. Bill O'Brien and Tepper?
I don't know. I mean.
How would that play out? I think we all know.
Well.
I think we all know how that would play out.
Probably not well. Practice about to begin. We'll get an update on C.J. Stroud, whether he's out there or not. Davis Mills, Nico Collins. It's going to be a really, really interesting practice day, to say the very least. Perhaps one of the most interesting that we've seen. We'll give you the latest on that. We'll also talk about the Davis Mills factor and the things that maybe the Texans should be more open to moving forward. In the Loop continues next.
Houston, insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, so we're going to get a practice update. Is it going to be a Davis Mills game? Is it going to be a C.J. Stroud game? Got to keep an eye on that. We'll figure out what's going on there probably pretty shortly. We'll keep an eye on what Cody Stooge, Sean Bajani, everyone else is saying, and we'll present it to you. The confidence level, though, in a Davis Mills game. I will say that the two players of the week in both conferences, they're backup quarterbacks, young backup quarterbacks. Zach Wilson of the Jets, Tommy DeVito of the Giants. So we're seeing backup quarterbacks perform at extreme levels, some of which are in the playoff chase with the Texans. But when you think about Davis Mills, God, it was a 2-year thing for us. Does he bring about the same disgust as, say, like Zach Wilson did when Aaron Rodgers went down? Like, when you say the name now, with the history that we have, how does it make you feel?
I'm fine with it. I'm not disgusted by Davis Mills. I never thought he was going to be a franchise quarterback. But I was never like, he stinks. Like, he had some bad games. He had some very good games, if we're being honest. But the thing about Davis Mills that separates him, maybe not from DeVito, but certainly Zach Wilson, is he's a third-round pick. I mean, what do you expect? You know? When they drafted him, we thought, well, we'll see. You know, you never know. But nobody had any expectation of him becoming a franchise. So what he is a backup quarterback that has experience, that's won some game and had some starts. Dude, that's all you can ask for in this game. You can't replace C.J. Stroud with a guy that is going to be slinging it all over the place and winning games with his arm. Certainly he can make plays, but all you can ask for is a guy that has that resume. I mean, check the boxes. You know, just he's started. He's been a reliable backup, been pretty durable, made some plays. You know, he's certainly made some mistakes, but he's never, more times than not, he's not going to kill you. I mean, what else do you want? I mean, that's about as the best you can hope for on Sunday.
It's just a really hilarious game when you localize it and look at all the connections. You have Mike Vrabel, who was an assistant coach here. He was his defense sucked when he was a coordinator. A lot of that had to do with injuries. He's on the opposing sidelines. You have Tim Kelly calling plays for the Tennessee Titans. Mm-hmm. You have Will Levis, who some people were intrigued by. Other people wanted nothing to do with. Andre Hopkins, who's moved on to be like a mop-up duty Tennessee Titan, whatever. Which, by the way, that's one. I'll get to that in confessions a little bit later on. Of all the revisionist history, that's probably the funniest thing that I've heard.
I'm looking forward to it
this year. But you just have a lot of connections. You have the Oilers uniforms, which John McClain doesn't care about, but Lopez does.
Not accurate.
So you have all these connections, and now you have Davis Mills going out there, a guy that you wanted nothing to do with, to the point where it was basically take a quarterback. It wasn't take the quarterback. It was like take a quarterback, so I don't have to deal with watching Davis Mills play another game. And now all of a sudden, like the most important game of the year, arguably a must-win, depending on how literal you want to get. You got Davis Mills going out there and trying to figure something out. There's a lot of angles to this story, a lot of connections, a lot of storylines. And I think Davis Mills is capable of going out there and winning a game. I think he's capable of winning a game like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only is he capable, like, I think he's the best. Well, some might argue Case Keenum. I don't agree with that. But I certainly keep him. I'd keep Case ready. But he's probably your best chance in this game is Davis Mills. Okay, let's play this game. Like name some of the backup quarterbacks that have stepped in, and then let's ask the question: if you could take that guy or Davis Mills going into Tennessee, would you take him?
All right, Joe Flacco.
I'd take probably Flacco's pretty hot right now. I think I'd take Davis Mills.
Okay.
Yeah.
Browning from the Bengals.
Davis Mills.
Josh Dobbs.
Davis Mills.
Gardner Minshew. Mitch Trubisky.
Davis Mills.
Come on, man.
See what I mean?
Sorry to offend you. Tommy DeVito.
I guess I got to go DeVito. even though it's a small sample size.
Okay.
Zach I take Mills over Browning, though.
Zach Wilson.
I'm not buying it. That's
really?
a me
okay.
thing. Yeah, that's a me thing.
Zach Wilson.
Davis Mills. Even though Sunday was the game of his life. So you see what I'm saying? Like, if you're gonna say we got to go with a backup, Davis Mills, there are a lot more. And some people might argue. You might disagree with some of those that I said, but I'd take Davis Mills.
I think in this situation with how much they seem to like him in the offseason, I mean, Davis Mills, go out there and gut one out. We've seen Brandon Whedon win big games. We've seen T.J. Yates win playoff games. Davis Mills go out there and get a dub.
Mm-hmm.
Now, am I going to sit here and throw all my chips on the table with it? No.
No, God, no. Because he is capable of having a bad game.
But I also have Slowick issues right now. I have serious issues with Bobby Slowick and his unwillingness to even acknowledge when you're running the ball effectively. Like the feel of Slowick so far. And again, it's a first-year offensive coordinator. It's been maddening, some of the stuff he's done. And I wonder, is C.J. Stroud saving his butt and he's, in return, trusting him too much? What does it look like with Davis Mills out there if Davis Mills is going to be out there? That's the question I have.
I think you could argue fairly that this last game was the worst, the worst performance by Bobby Slowick, only because not only did they get away from the run, but they had evidence in the first half that they should have run the ball more. Like they should have run the ball more, and instead they ran the ball a lot less. So that to me was the most frustrating thing. And to your point of, trusting C.J. Stroud too much, I absolutely think that's what was going on. Like, I absolutely believe that. You go back to Jacksonville game, Denver game, they were just saying, hey, let's call this play because, we got C.J. Let's see what he can do. Can't do that anymore.
There are two examples of quarterbacks going into concussion protocol and then playing. You want C.J. Stroud to rest no matter what, whether he's cleared or not. You want C.J. on the sidelines.
I just feel there's too much at stake in the coming years to put it all on this game 1 week or less than 1 week, whatever it is, because he'd have to practice. After a concussion, I think it's too much. I think there's too much evidence. We were talking about this earlier, and neither one of us are doctors, neither one of us are neurological specialists, but we've read data and information from all these specialists and doctors about the longer you wait between concussions, the better, because it's more likely to have another and worse concussion if you come back too soon. And you've been talking about protocols. I get it, but protocols are basically saying you can start playing again.
Yeah. If he's cleared, I want him on the field. If he wants to go. If he doesn't want to go, then no. But if he's cleared, I would like and he wants to go, and they feel comfortable putting him out there, I would like for him to be on the field.
And I also feel, though, that, you talk about Brock Purdy and Derek Carr came back the next week. That's true, and that's cool. But the vast majority, over 90%, have waited more than a week. And whether it's because they cleared protocol or their coach or their general manager said, no, let's play that on the safe side and give another week, whatever the reason, they did. So over 90% waited more than a week. I don't want to risk it. And maybe, hey, he can play. He wants to play. That's fine.
But the 90% weren't cleared.
No, we don't know that.
Yeah, I mean,
no, we don't know that. They might have been cleared.
Yeah, we don't know if that, but we don't know if that nine. No, some of them just weren't cleared. My thing is, if he's cleared,
I'm sure some of them were not cleared.
I'm not saying rush it. I'm saying if he's cleared, just making that clear.
No, I'm sure some of them were not cleared, but I know some of them were cleared, and they waited another week.
So the 832 says, John, please talk some sense into Landry. I totally agree with you. Sit the man and let him heal completely. Okay, then just shut him down for the season.
But see, I think there's a middle ground there. It doesn't have to be
let him heal completely. What does that mean?
Well,
I don't think it has. So don't put him out there against Myles Garrett. Let him heal completely. You're in danger anytime you take a snap in the NFL.
Well, you're in danger if you've never had a concussion. That's true. But when you see all this, read about, I didn't do it myself. When you read about all this research about just the way that it compounds itself and it gets riskier the quicker you return, I'd rather wait. I'd rather wait a little longer, whether it's a clear protocol or not.
Well, no, I think typically, like, if the process is to clear, he'll be doing some work on the side. The practice report, it's either going to say out, or it's going to say limited, concussion protocol, and then we get some sort of idea on whether or not CJ is going to play. This was him with Evan Washburn, though. You want to pray for CJ. You might not have to, because he's got it under control. This is CJ Stroud. This was after he got banged up 2 games ago.
CJ, what was required physically to get through this game? We saw you limping a little bit. You got pulled at one point. This seemed to be a physical one.
NFL football is a physical game, and I'm blessed enough to pray for supernatural healing, and God blessing me with that. And for real, it works, man. Like, I pray for God to heal certain aches, bruises, and pains, and it's funny because next day it'll be healed, man. And thank God for His grace and His mercy, because I don't really deserve that, you know. So a lot of work in the training room as well. On top of that, no one's 100% towards the end of the year, and I'm just blessed enough to be able to play with my brothers.
Supernatural healing. There are people that can do that. I don't know if I would trust, him over my own doctors and personnel and gut feeling about and research, as I mentioned, about what happens when you have, concussions. But there's also, if we are being completely honest with ourselves, we've seen him knocked a little loopy 2 weeks in a row, right? He wasn't even on the injury report. So they can say, no, he wasn't. But I know what I saw. He sat up. Then they picked him up, and he kind of wobbled a little bit. The referee, looking him dead in the eye, sent him to the sideline. And so whatever that was.
So do you trust the protocols would be my question.
I trust the protocols, but I'm just saying, who knows, for whatever reason, he wasn't even on the injury report last week after we saw that.
I think they've done a lot to improve them.
Yeah.
I think sometimes they might be extremely cautious, but I think the question for me is, do I trust the protocols? My answer would be yes. If he's cleared and he wants to play, then I would put him out there. My other thing is, if you're worried about that happening again, I think regardless of when Tua would have been out there, and people are saying, well, he shouldn't have been out there, that if he gets hit like that tomorrow, he's out. Like, he's out no matter what. So that was my frustration with the Tua thing was, yeah, he shouldn't be out there. And, there's some studies that'll say, like, the chances increase from, 1 week to 2 weeks, et cetera. My whole thing was, if Tua would have gotten picked up and thrown down like he did from the week to the week, he would have been done no matter what. That was my thing with it.
I think the issue with that, though, was he played Sunday, and then he played that Thursday night game, and that's when that mess happened.
If he gets
so they were comparing.
That's people just trying to have outrage over it.
But I was saying that was the whole issue. That was the problem. It wasn't how he got hit or anything, because of course he could have got hit, and the same thing could have happened weeks after.
Yeah, my thing is, if he doesn't get hit like that, then I think he's fine. But getting picked up and slammed on your head like a pile driver, that's going to happen no matter what. There's always a chance of that.
There's always a chance for it. Like I said, even if he's never had a head injury ever, there's a chance for it. But it's not a matter of it could happen at any point. It's like the likelihood and severity, when the timeline is crunched. That's where we've seen it. That's where we've read about it. That's where doctors have preached about it. I'm looking at CDC report right now. Oh, you don't believe that? You don't trust them?
No, I'm just saying. Okay, you want to read CDC report? Go ahead. Let's hear it.
Do you not trust it?
No. I'm just. Let's hear it. What are they saying? I'm asking, okay, read it.
It's the National Center for Disease Control.
Let's hear it.
I think they're pretty.
Let's hear it.
I think they've got a couple of. What
are they saying?
I think they're pretty relevant.
What are they saying about concussions?
If you fully recovered from a head injury, your brain will go back to using the normal pathways. That sounds cool, right? Unfortunately, that doesn't always happen. Sometimes the impacted cells are still unable to signal for the right amount of oxygen to complete the processes that you usually do. So that's why the longer you wait, the better.
But there's no guarantee, it says, right? It can.
I'm not reading the whole report.
It says, but unfortunately, that's not always the case.
Right.
And I think the NFL, my whole thing, and this can be me being foolish. I know Will Smith's made a damn movie about it. I know we've had drama. If they clear him, I don't feel like they're going to put him in harm's way. And if the Texans feel that he can play, I don't think they're I think they have your mindset.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the Texans are going to sit there and say, hey, it would really be in our best interest to to rest C.J. Stroud, but you know what? We really just need this game on Sunday. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying if they clear him, if the Texans feel comfortable about it, then I would like for him to be on the field, and I wouldn't want to. I personally wouldn't want to err on the side of caution because I know the Texans are going to do that themselves. So if they feel comfortable enough to put him out there, I don't think they're going to feel like they're putting him in like extreme harm's way. That's my thing with it.
I think erring on the side of caution is not playing this week. That's what I think.
And I think it's possible. I mean, D'Amico made it sound that way.
Yeah.
That's how D'Amico
I think
made
it should be up to the Houston Texans, man.
It's
because
too valuable.
I know people look at the protocol, if the clear protocol and all that stuff, but if I'm D'Amico Ryans, I'm talking to C.J. Stroud. I'm looking at him, see if he actually okay or not. If they cleared him and I feel like he's not okay, then I'm not playing him.
Yeah, and I would hope they wouldn't clear him if he's not okay. That might be trusting
that's why I'm
the
not
protocol. I'm not sitting here saying, "Hey, gut it out." Like I'm not saying that. I'm saying I'm not.
Rub some dirt on it.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying if they go through the process, and maybe I'm delusionally trusting a process, which I think is scrutiny last year with the Tua thing. If they trust the process and they feel comfortable enough to put him out there, I trust that the Texans understand the long-term value of C.J. Stroud, and that the process is factoring in other factors enough to where I would feel okay with him going out there.
So you should pretty much throw out the whole protocol thing, like whatever the NFL say. It should be pretty much what the Houston Texans say.
Oh yeah, I mean they're going to override him. I think it's all.
Well, yeah.
Equal. Yeah, I don't think the Texans are going to sit there and cross their fingers and say, man, we don't think that CJ should play. Oh, the NFL cleared him. We're going to throw him out there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They know the value more than anybody.
Even if the NFL say, oh, he good to go, I'm not putting him out there unless I feel comfortable.
That's where I am. That's exactly where I am. And you weigh the future versus the Titans. You know, you have to weigh that. And you also have to weigh how much confidence you have in Davis Mills to maybe get, to at least get the job done while you wait for him for that time that I was just talking about.
It will be interesting. We should know very shortly. Texans about to hit the practice field. We'll know what's going on, who will be, won't be. Looks like not great news for Nico Collins and Blake Cashman, but we'll keep a close eye on this. Coming up next, though, it is time for Lunchtime Confessions, perhaps the most revisionist history that we are hearing lately with the Texans. Do you agree or disagree? That's next.
John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, C.J. Stroud not practicing, so the possibility of Davis Mills, it seems to be more likely a reality. C.J. Stroud not practicing. Third phase, Ka'imi Fairbairn, he is out there. They released Matt Amendola, so C.J. not practicing. We'll get into this here in about 15 minutes. It looks like it is going to be the return of Mills Mafia, the return of Mills Mania. C.J. Stroud not on the practice field.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have nothing to do with sports. Some have to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
As of about 5 minutes ago, I am openly rooting for a Houston Texans international game in 2024.
You want to go to Brazil?
Brazil, baby. Brazil. As of just a few minutes ago, I guess it was Ian Rappaport, but I think a lot of people are reporting it because it was in the NFL meetings. The NFL will play a game in 2024 at Corinthians Arena in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Bro.
No way.
Bro.
I don't want him going that far.
Well, that's a long. You know what? That is a big thing.
Yeah, I don't want him going that far.
That's a
How
long,
far of a trip is that?
I've never been to Brazil, guys. Tina and
what? I'm shocked.
I've been to Argentina, and it was a long ass flight, but it's going to be wild, and it's going to be awesome. So I'm all in. And by the way, part of that is what we talked about yesterday. It's going from going to an international game every 8 years to 4 years. So the Texans are going to be traveling a lot more often. You like it, don't you? Brazil?
We got to do a group trip, man.
Hell yes.
I'll set that one out. I'm seeing it on the text line. I've heard it a little bit on the streaming stuff. With the Texans being without Tank Dell for the remainder of the season and perhaps Nico Collins for this week and maybe a little bit more than that, I'm seeing talk like about DeAndre Hopkins, who has 57 catches, 898 yards, and 6 touchdowns, as if like the Texans somehow made some sort of mistake not bringing in DeAndre Hopkins. What?
Yeah, no.
I did not hear anyone. This is the worst display of revisionist history ever, because maybe you were saying at the time when we were questioning the receivers, maybe at the time you were saying wanted DeAndre Hopkins, but when we saw Nico Collins, who even with only playing 4 plays and missing a game is 11th in the league in receiving, and Tank Dell, who I think was top 15 when he went down, we had that ship had sailed a long time ago. This is I got to confess, this is one of the worst displays of revisionist history that I think I've seen.
No one wanted him.
I mean, some wanted him not during the season.
I think we had the discussion of, does he have anything left, or is he washed? Is he just going to be another Tennessee going to kind of?
Do you want him in this situation?
Yeah.
Tennessee was a win now type of squad. This is a rebuild. And the argument for DeAndre Hopkins was, Tank Dell and Nico Collins, they're not in that league. They were better than him when they played.
Yeah,
I mean, they were better. So now we're talking about, well, maybe you should have. No, they've been justified in not bringing in DeAndre Hopkins. I don't give a damn what he does.
He's having a good year. Good for him, but that wasn't any part of the discussion.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I have adopted a slogan for Sunday's game. I have adopted one of the most memorable parts of the most memorable speeches in sports history.
One game. If we played them 10 times, they might win 9. But not this game. Not tonight.
There we go. Not tonight.
You think the Titans would beat the Texans 9 times?
It's just a speech. It's just a slogan.
This is just reaching.
I didn't say that.
He said it. The guy that you pointed to said it.
I said not tonight. That's the slogan for me.
They're the Titans.
They're
not the Russians.
You're focusing on the wrong thing
They're
here.
not the Russians.
You're focusing on the wrong thing here. I'm not saying anybody can win anything at 9 out of 10 times. What I'm saying when it comes to Davis Mills and this game, I don't want Davis Mills to play more than one game. But I don't want to play more than one game. I know the Texans are shorthanded at the wide receiver position, and they might be really shorthanded. We're going to get into that a little bit more. All I'm saying is Davis Mills has it in him to win one game. So not tonight. That's my slogan against the Titans in Tennessee and that dastardly Amy Adams trunk.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Never watched Miracle. So when you reference the movie Miracle, I have no idea.
Millions have.
Well, I saw it. I know what happened. I know they lost in the exhibition. They won. Yeah, I haven't seen Miracle. Didn't watch Miracle. Didn't need to watch Miracle. I don't feel like I'm missing out. Now, some of these movies that you talk about, I'm like, I'll probably go check that out. That one, good.
That's fine. Millions of people have watched it. I think you need to set an appointment to watch Devil Wears Prada and Miracle. But that's just me.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Someone I know very well, I can't say who, got a Human Fund type of Christmas card yesterday.
What do you mean Human Fund?
Someone said they donated money in this person's name to a charity for Christmas, and they gave him the card. A dollar amount has been donated to this charity in your name. Merry Christmas. Dude, that's the most garbage gift ever. Good for the charity.
Oh, that was the gift?
Yeah. Like this person got a card, got a gift from someone else that said, donation has charity in your name. Merry Christmas. Remember the Seinfeld and the Human Fund, all that stuff?
No, I don't.
Yeah. Okay. Say it. Go ahead and say it. It's a lie. It's a lie.
I don't know.
It's a lie.
No,
but go ahead and say it.
I don't know. The Seinfeld reference you make, I do not know, sir. Just like the 30 that you've made before. I don't know.
When was the last one I made?
A week ago, week and a half.
That's neither here nor there.
But
we talked about Seinfeld.
But
I didn't make a reference.
Tell the people what they did on Seinfeld. What
So
they do?
George created this phantom charity called the Human Fund and got $20,000 from his boss for it. But that's neither here nor there. When you give someone a gift, I get it. It's great for the charity. I'm not talking about that. But you give somebody a Christmas gift, a donation has been made in your name.
Yeah. I don't get it.
Gee, thanks a lot.
I don't know. Well, what about the Facebook people who say, hey, it's my birthday. In the spirit of my birthday, I would like you to donate to this.
Mm-hmm.
No thanks.
Yeah. That's exactly right.
If you want to give me some money, I'll figure out what I want to do. Maybe I'll donate to a charity.
Maybe I'll give you and Ficky those gifts this year.
I don't want it.
A donation.
Will it come with a tax return?
Yeah, a donation has been made in your name to the John Lopez Fund.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so yesterday I was listening to The Drive, as I always do, en route home. And when I get home on the Odyssey app, shout out to Show and B. Scott for holding it down yesterday. And I heard something that I guess was first brought to the airwaves on our show when we were going through our travel stuff. I guess Tyler Milner did not watch the Texans game on Sunday. And I don't know why he's admitting this, but he didn't watch the game because he was going golfing. Now, I know a lot of golfers, and sometimes this happens because it's part of their routine. Tyler's not a guy that golfs often. I know a lot of times that you want to spend time with good friends of yours. This was not a good friend of his. This was the first time that they'd ever hung out, if I'm not mistaken, from what he said. Also, I think it's one of his wife's friends' significant others.
Okay.
So I got to admit, I was a little bit taken back by Tyler missing this game on Sunday. I know Show was a little bit, B. Scott thought it was all right. I was a little bit taken back by Tyler Milner missing Mr. H-Town, Mr. Throw It Up, Mr. like, hey, Houston Pride, Oilers, all that. I was taken back by this. I was a little bit disappointed. At least he's getting his logo sleeve completed, though. Like, at least he has all the, sports logos on his tattoo. But he misses the biggest game of the year for the Texans at noon. I don't know how to feel about this. I was a little bit sad.
I get it.
I felt a little bit. I don't know how to.
I wasn't taken aback. I was surprised. So, which is kind of what you're saying as well. You were more surprised. I mean, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like you were more surprised than like anger about it or whatever. All I know is I think he told us he did watch it soon thereafter.
No, you didn't. No, he didn't. You did not watch a 30-6 game. I don't believe that. And if it was important enough to you, you watched that. Look, it's fine.
Yeah.
Look, I don't have a sleeve tattoo of my favorite teams and stuff, but I can promise you, when they're fighting for the playoffs for the first time in 3 years, I'm not going golfing with some stranger. Hear what Soulja Boy has to say about that tattoo.
This is fake. This fake. This is fake? Yeah, that's Photoshop. That's fake. On my mama, that's fake. On my heart, on my life, my little brother's grave, I could die right now, that's fake.
My thing is, it would drive me crazy.
I just can't believe
I know
this.
It would drive you crazy.
I can't believe this.
Like, if the Texans are live on television, of course I could watch it again.
I can't believe this. It's not like his boy was in town or something. Like, this is shocking to me.
It would drive me nuts not being able to know in real time, what's happening. You know this. I did it especially when the Texans sucked. I would watch games. I would put the little tablet on my boat and watch it live.
I get that, but this was a big-ass game, man.
Yeah. I don't know.
Were y'all not surprised?
That's what I'm saying. I was surprised. That was my biggest thing, is more surprised than anything.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
An in-season tournament banner.
The Lakers.
Really?
They're going all in, man.
Really?
Going all in, sir.
I think it diminishes the value of banners. It does.
At least they're going to have one for all of them, they say.
Yeah, like they can put 2023, 2027.
By the way, I guess the ratings didn't go up much from regular season games to that. Yeah.
A banner. Just stick it in some hallway for fans to look at. They have the trophies in the hallway. Just do that. A banner.
It's happening.
A banner.
Lakers are hoisting a banner.
That's my confession.
Are they doing a parade?
Really?
Are they going to do a parade?
Why don't they have a parade?
I don't know.
They should have a parade. Come on, man.
I don't know.
And by the way, I think we talked about this in Boston. LeBron MVP of the in-season tournament?
Oh, yeah. It should have been Anthony Davis.
I mean, he had 40 and 20.
Yeah, it wasn't even close. They just wanted to put his name on there. That was obvious. Coming up, CJ Stroud's not practicing. Life with Davis Mills on Sunday looks to be a reality. We'll discuss next. First, I want to tell you about Orchard's win-win program.
Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, C.J. Stroud not practicing. So that's the doubtful status has only increased. Nico Collins is at practice. He has a helmet. He's not done a drill yet, at least according to Cody Stutes, but he is out there. Blake Cashman not practicing. Shaq Mason and George Fant not practicing. That could be a veteran day. Dalton Schultz back at practice. We already knew Laramie Tunsil wasn't practicing, and Kayemi Fairbairn is back. So there you go. Schultz would be big for Davis Mills.
Yeah, two people here are very important. Robert Woods, according to Sean Bajani, is there catching some balls. Seems a little limited, but that doesn't mean anything on a Wednesday.
He's been getting the Veterans Day off.
Yeah, but he is there. Looks like he'll be around. And then Dalton Schultz. I think he's huge in this game. I mentioned this earlier. If you weren't listening, there are 5 guys that are not named Nico Collins, Tank Dell, and Dalton Schultz that have accounted for about a third of the receiving yards and about 10% of the touchdowns. You gotta have Schultz because Nico Collins, and Tank Dell have accounted for 18 touchdowns compared to everybody else 3. And so, yeah, it's huge to have Dalton.
Yeah, Schultz. I think the Schultz thing of like all the realistic ones, like of course you would love to say Nico Collins and stuff, but we don't. I mean, it's a soft tissue, so you got to keep an eye on that. The Dalton Schultz, he's been out 2 weeks. He's politicking to get into the Pro Bowl on Monday. Got to get you on the field, man. Got to get you on the field. So he's at practice. I think this is the first time he's been at practice early on in a long time. So yeah. Dalton Schultz, to me, that's big. What is Bobby Slowick going to do? What's he going to figure out? Who knows? He's going to speak tomorrow, so we should get an idea on what's up with him. Defensively, what's the game plan going to look like? And I also wonder this, you talk about eating the cheese and rat poison and all that crap. I want to see how Will Levis handles this one, man, because I think of all the guys that could potentially eat it, I think Will Levis is pretty high up on the scale.
He seems prone to that.
That random-ass win the other day that was just kind of, I would call it a little bit of a fluke. I would love to see how Will Levis handles it because of all the guys that could eat it, I could easily see Will Levis doing that.
Yeah. I think he's prone to eating the proverbial cheese and getting his head blown up a little bit. Did you mention Will Anderson?
Did not.
Not practicing. Whatever. We'll see. Tomorrow might be bigger. Tomorrow definitely will be bigger.
He's been nicked up for a while.
Yeah, but he's not practicing. So, yikes. Because we're talking about defense, and, yeah, we want to see more sacks and stuff. But
hold on. Figgy just sent me a note. Let me check this out.
Yeah, what does it say, Figgy?
Oh, damn. Okay. Well, that's good to hear.
Mm-hmm.
Will Anderson might not be practicing, but according to advanced stats, he had a good practice today. So there you go. So yeah, there you go. He just
things you don't see.
He just keeps on doing the things that we don't see. Yeah, there you go.
He was killer in the meetings.
He was dominant in the rehab room.
Won his one-on-one matches.
He was dominant in the rehab room.
I mean, he has some really insightful questions in the meeting.
That dip into the ice tub in the hot tub. Hey, elite.
So that kind of came out of nowhere, huh?
What, Will?
Yeah.
Well, not really, because he got hurt during the game.
Well, no, it was an ankle, I guess.
Yeah.
But
I was limping on that sideline.
I didn't know how serious it was.
Advanced stats say he had a good practice, though.
Yeah.
So, there you go. There is that. Good for Will. Keep it going, man. Keep it going.
What if that ankle is? I was just assuming it wasn't that bad.
He might just need a week off at some point.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is the week to do that or not. I really don't know. They're going to be facing, so Davis Mills, if he's out there, that sucks. You don't want your backup quarterback out there, but I got news for you. The 4 teams that they're going to be facing are all going to be playing backup quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. So that's
fielding.
Yeah, they're going to have. You're going to see Will Levis twice. He was a backup behind Ryan Tannehill. You're going to see Joe Flacco. He was sitting on his damn couch before a few weeks ago, and then you're going to see Gardner Minshew, who he might be better than the starting option. So. This is just kind of one of those things you're going to have to gut out. D'Amico Ryan seems to be pretty confident in where the situation is, but
there are some hits here, man. There are some big hits for the Texans. Davis Mills, baby. I mean, I don't fully expect. I mean, I don't expect that all of a sudden C.J. Stroud is going to start practicing and then play on Sunday. Maybe. I don't expect it, though. So it's looking very, very, very likely Davis Mills, and the best thing that he could have happen is Dalton Schultz, make some plays.
Oh, my God.
What happened?
So John McClain, we've heard y'all's argument. Let's relive the John McClain argument, and then I'm gonna read something that might have we might hear from him on Friday at 1:20. Figgy, let's hear McClain and Lopez. C.J. Stroud not going to be on the field. Oilers uniforms are going to be on the field. You said McClain. I think you were being nice about it, but you said McClain was being fake as hell yesterday.
He was crawfishing. He didn't want the heat. Okay. That's pretty direct, isn't it? Can I be more clear?
And we've had some arguments with McClain about this when it first dropped. This was the argument that was had yesterday.
What are your feelings now on them wearing the
I
uniform?
haven't thought. It's not even on my mind. They've been going to do it twice. Did Atlanta?
But it has to be, doesn't it?
Going to be on this one? No, I'm more concerned about will Stroud play? How will Mills play? Will Mills get hurt? I don't give a rat's.
This is the biggest shocker ever.
The uniform.
Is he playing hardo? Or are you?
No, because
I always don't care.
But we always talk about what's the story.
The story is the Texans playing with these injuries.
That's what I'm talking about.
Trying to win.
I did not expect to agree with McClain on this. Thank you. Who gives a damn about what uniforms they're wearing? They got to win this game.
You believe that too?
Yes, thank you. Yes.
People act like it's the first time they've done it. They wore those uniforms their first 2 years in national.
1999. They haven't done it like this, where they're really sticking it to the text. Like if I'm writing a column, if I was writing a preview column, to me, I don't ignore a big part of the story. To me, that's a big part of the story.
But that doesn't have anything to do with what happens on the field.
No, but it's a part of it.
What happens on the field?
No. It's a part of Texans versus Titans. It's been a part since
you got that angle all to yourself.
What's this game about?
He's focused on what matters.
But
Lopez is stuck in the past.
No. The people tell you in part what parts of the story are important to them. I can't ignore what the people of Houston
people still care about that.
Yes,
considering the team and
where it is
and how important.
You don't think Houston cares about them wearing Oilers uniforms?
I think they do. It's just not what it was early in the year when they announced it. It's all about winning.
Thank you.
They got to win this game.
It's all about the dub.
You're not going to mention that they wore the uniforms?
I'll mention it somewhere.
There you go. It's part of the
story.
It'll
be buried.
Thank you. Yes.
Everybody else can think it's a huge deal.
Thank you.
I just don't.
All right, so John McClain just tweeted this out.
Well,
you ready for this, Figgy?
Oh, I saw it.
Yeah. Quote, congratulations to Billy White Shoes Johnson for being inducted into the Oilers-Titans Ring of Honor Sunday. One of the nicest and most electrifying players I've had the honor of covering. He'll feel right at home with so much Columbia blue at the Texans-Titans game.
I thought he didn't care. I thought he said he didn't care. I've been saying this since I said this to John McClain's face.
The thing is, Billy White Shoes doesn't even have Twitter. So you're putting this out. You could have just texted him. I'm sure he has his number.
Billy's?
Yeah.
I got Billy White Shoes' number, but that's neither here nor there either. Look, I said it to John when he was sitting here, so I'm not trying to, all of a sudden, get.
Boy, his top 2 tweets are Titans, man.
Yes.
I'm looking at this. Here's John McClain's last few tweets. This was Will Levis on his emotions in the game. Mike Vrabel wants Will Levis to not try and truck defenders. And he's all over this Titan stuff.
I think John just doesn't want to get in the mix again. When this came up, and by the way, in July he was quoting guys, former Oilers, about how it they feel bad about it, really belongs in Houston, et cetera, et cetera. And now he's saying it's, and then he's going to write another story, or already has posted another story on SportsRadio610.com. Now he's talking about this or that, but he's saying I don't give a rat's. You know what? He just doesn't want the heat right now. I get it. Oh, why bother? He's a legend. He wants to just kind of move on. But I get it.
Hit it.
Oh, no. This sounds like a slime ball nomination.
Slime me.
There we go. Unbelievable, John.
It is unbelievable.
Unbelievable, McClain. You really had me. I thought you really didn't care.
You knew better.
I really thought that he didn't care. Unbelievable.
You didn't think that, really, did you?
Unbelievable,
you didn't
man.
think that, did you?
Unbelievable. Billy White shoes. How many Oilers are they going to have like an Oilers reunion too?
Oh my goodness! You want another layer to this?
Yeah, let's get it.
You want another layer to this? Mike Vrabel was just interviewed, and you're going to hear it in just a second. Was just interviewed and said he might break out the Bum Phillips cowboy hat for the game on Sunday.
Okay.
Keep telling me that it's not a part of the story, John.
Well, for them, they're losers. So it
keep
is.
telling me it's not.
They're losers. But for losers, it is, but not for teams that are trying to win to get in the playoffs.
Losers, winners, teams get in the playoffs.
It's for losers and booms.
No. Come on, get out of here with that.
Losers and booms.
No,
that's what this is about.
This is not about boomers. This is not about losers. This is about the main reason that I have been very upset about this, more so than the Oilers color. You can have the Billy White Shoes Johnson stuff, whatever. You can have, it's all belongs to them. Now, I don't care about that. I care about what Amy Adams is just trying to completely stick it to the Texans. And now Mike Vrabel, to Houston and the Texans. And now Mike Vrabel is going to try to stick it to him too.
You hinted that you might wear a Bum Phillips style cowboy hat on Sunday. Is that a possibility?
I don't know. I'm probably the most.
I vote in favor.
You voted. How about I just wear one to the game?
Will you do that?
I'll wear one to the game on that little walk up where Teron takes all the pictures.
You already have one picked out?
No, I don't. No.
Shopping spree? Who's not?
Don't tell me they're not trying to stick it to Houston and Hannah McNair and Cal McNair and the whole thing. Don't tell me
he
that.
He said
anymore.
he wasn't.
But we already
No,
knew
he
that,
said he
though.
might. You just heard him.
Yeah, we knew they were trying to stick it, but
again,
why jump off sides?
What do you mean?
Because they're trying to stick it, but why jump off sides? You got a game to focus on.
Get out of here with that.
That's what I'm saying. Like they're trying to get under your skin. Like why are you letting them? It's over. It's done. It's been done for a long time.
It's not like the Texans aren't going to be prepared. They might prepare even better. D'Amico alluded to it on Monday because of the Oilers stuff.
Well, they asked him.
Okay. They asked questions at a press conference.
But they're trying to. So they're trying to. So that makes you react. That's not a good mindset. I wouldn't. Do you teach that to 5-year-olds? Do you teach that to 5-year-olds?
You're so.
Hey, he's trying to get under your skin. React heavily. Come on.
That's what you do every day.
I'm just saying.
You do it to me every day.
React heavily. Like you don't need to do that.
Yes.
Keep it cool. It's cool. Amy Adams is a witch, and they're doing their thing. So
I shouldn't, and Houston shouldn't care.
Houston could do whatever they want. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
McClain can do whatever he wants. Mike Vrabel, Amy Adams can do whatever. I'm just. It's over. It's time to focus on the game. Don't let them get you off sides.
No. But here's the very clear hurt. It just happened moments ago. It's not over. Like why the hell would Mike Vrabel wear a Bum Phillips cowboy hat if it's over?
Because they're wearing Oilers unis.
Bum Phillips coached in Houston. Those uniforms were in Houston.
100%.
Amy Adams stuck it to the Texans.
100%.
So they're playing the game and they're trying to stick it even more.
I don't disagree with you. But
Okay.
But you know that.
Yes.
You know what they're trying to do.
And our job is to react to what's happening, hopefully in real time. And in real time, he just did that. He just said that. Amy Adams has been doing that. So it's not like to me, it doesn't have to be one or the other. Like, yes, it's about the game. Yes, it's about the playoffs. Yes, it's about C.J. Stroud. Yes, it's about Davis Mills. But yes, it's about what they did and are trying to do to the Texans. It's not like you don't separate them and have to pick just one.
Well, what's the way to solve the anger? Just win? Is that?
I'm guessing that would go a long way.
Call him, I'm asking, what's the solution to it?
Do you not ever get angry about stuff?
Yeah, irrationally, for sure. I do, but I don't know. What is it? Just stick it to them?
No, I think that's the best answer is to win the game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just win. Okay.
What's wrong with that?
No, that's good. I don't know that they're going to be too bummed if they lose. I don't think they care about representing the Oiler uniform. So I don't know that it's really. I don't know that that's going to stick it to them.
But there's evidence that they do care.
They're done.
No, but I'm saying, there's evidence that they do care. And
She cares.
Well, Mike Vrabel just hopped on board.
He jokingly said when they were about the Bum Phillips. Did you think it was that bad by Vrabel?
He had already referenced it before.
Yeah.
And then he was asked
I
about
might
it.
rock the bum.
And then he said he's going to stay just with the, on the kind of the walk-in stuff that they do. But yeah, this is absolutely a big part, not just a big part of the Houston and Tennessee game. I mean, you don't have to agree with me.
The unis, okay.
Yeah, you don't have to agree with me. That's fine. But it's a big part of it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people share that opinion. Yeah. I'm not questioning you for having that opinion. That's fine. I'm more focused on getting to the playoffs. That's it. Now, when it first came out, it was a thing, but we didn't think the Texans would be playing for much. Just win, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Whether they were rocking those Oilers or Titans uniforms, just win, baby. Let's go around the NFL. We got a lot of news around here, a lot of news around the league as we approach Week 15. Round the league next.
All right, guys, D&M Auto Leasing.
keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, D'Amico Ryans talking about the jerseys. He was asked about it on the coaches show. Here's what D'Amico had to say.
What jerseys are they wearing?
Oilers.
Oh, my goodness. We got to smack them up.
Yeah, Houstonians do not like this. You know this.
Oh,
you know
this. We don't like that. So it's, man, what an opportunity. Like, I'm getting fired up right now, and I haven't even watched, but, man, can I?
Well, there you go.
That's the quote you've been talking about? Like he's fired up? Come on.
He said we got to smack him up.
Come on.
Well, what would be an appropriate quote then?
I mean, he's just playing along with them a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You think D'Amico's got a little extra? You think?
I think he's a little fired up from back when he used to play here against the Tennessee Titans. I think he.
Well, yeah,
fired
I
up
think he
along
hates
with
the
that.
Titans for sure. Yeah, he hates the Titans.
I think that alone.
Do you think? Serious question. Serious question. Sometimes when I say this, it's not a serious question. No, this is a 100% serious question. When D'Amico is talking to the team and he's putting up like his motivational points, do you think he's putting up they're wearing Oilers jerseys?
I don't know if he's putting it up, but it's going to be brought up. 100%.
So he's going to be like, it's a division game.
Think it's not?
We got an opportunity. Davis Mills, we got to rally behind him. We just got our ass kicked against the Jets, and then you think it's going to come up. And they're wearing Oilers jerseys.
I just said no. I just said that I don't think he's going to put it on the board per se, but it will be brought up. I mean, it absolutely will. It's important to the organization, so therefore it's important. It's important to the ownership. Therefore, it's important to
ownership based on just because the uniform, the drama about getting the color, or
what Amy Adams-Strunk did,
which was.
And by the way, I don't want anybody telling me what to do with my squad. Whether it's colors, uniforms, whatever. You know?
C.J. Stroud not practicing. Nico Collins is out there, does not have a helmet. Dalton Schultz, he's back. No Blake Cashman, no George Fant, no Laramie Tunsil. It could be a veteran type of thing.
No
Thursday's usually when we Thursday's usually when we get the clarity on that. Kayemi Fairbairn is out there. Looks like you're going to have your kicker back. That could be important. Discouraging news to start the morning. Zach Wilson, AFC Offensive Player of the Week because of what he did to the Houston Texans. That would be something that I would use as motivation. Zach Wilson, you guys, these defensive players, you allowed Zach Wilson to be AFC Offensive Player of the Week. Not only did you lose, you allowed him to be AFC Offensive Player of the Week.
What'd you call it this morning? A kick to the junk?
It's a kick to the it's the final kick to the junk before you go on to Tennessee.
Yeah.
Or back to Houston, depending on how you want to, back to the Astrodome, depending on how you want to do it. On to Tennessee, back to the Astrodome. However it wants to go down, that is a fine. I wanted to move on from the Jets, and then I saw that news. I was like,
yeah. No, it was a humiliating performance, and that added insult to the humiliation. 100%.
Brian Dable was asked this question yesterday about Tommy DeVito. My goodness, what is going on here?
Brian, I know this is probably gonna make you cringe a little bit, and I want to say that I'm not comparing Tommy to the greatest quarterback of all time, but you were on the staff in New England when the 199th pick came out of nowhere and took over the team. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we're 4 games in. I know. I do appreciate the question, but
nice.
Yep.
I mean, really.
Shut that down, pretty.
Let the guy hang out.
I'm not comparing him to Tom Brady, but he didn't even finish the question, so I don't even know what that but was going to be. But I'm sure it had something to do with managing and cool and all that stuff.
What are the similarities between Tommy DeVito and Tom Brady?
Yeah.
All right, so we didn't catch this. I saw this yesterday on Twitter. This was making the rounds. We've heard a lot about that Green Bay Packers-Giants game, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And how it went down. We've heard a lot about Tommy DeVito. Tommy DeVito leads them to kick the field goal. This blows my mind right here. This comes from one of the best movies of all time. With all this Tommy DeVito talk, with all this talk about what happened on Monday Night Football, Coming to America actually saw the way this game was going to end.
Sir, I was wondering, did you happen to catch the professional football contest on television last night?
No, I didn't.
Oh, it was most exhilarating. The Giants of New York took on the Packers of Green Bay. And in the end, the Giants triumphed by kicking an oblong ball made of pigskin to a big H. It was a most ripping victory.
I'm just going to tell you this one time.
Yes, sir.
You want to keep working here. Stay off the drugs.
Yes.
That's exactly what happened.
That's exactly what happened.
Keem broke it down.
Yeah.
Broke it down perfectly. And then went back to mopping. The Vikings are going to start Nick Mullins on Saturday against the Bengals. Josh Dobbs, the feel-good story is over. He goes to the bench. The NFL, as we go around the NFL, they're going to have a game in Brazil in 2024. This is exciting. To Lopez, you want the Texans in Brazil, which, by the way, one of our listeners said is an 11-hour flight.
I buy it. Yeah, I totally buy that. Yes, I do. I mean, why would you not? Clearly, they're going to get a bye. They're going to deal with the travel. There'll be a bye week after whatever, maybe a Thursday game before. That's going to be terrific to play a game in Brazil.
Jim Nantz and Tony Romo, they're going to call Jets Dolphins on Sunday. So Zach Wilson getting that prime spot, coming off that dub against the Texans. Dolphins coming off that meltdown against the Titans. Jim Nantz, Tony Romo, going to be all over that. Drake May, this would have been big news to us not too long ago before the Texans got their hopeful franchise quarterback. Drake May of North Carolina, the redshirt sophomore, has declared for the NFL draft. Could be the second pick. I don't think he's going to be the first. I think it's going to be Caleb Williams, but Drake May in that mix, part of that huge QB class that we've been talking about for a while.
And those are the big two. No questions. You can get into the top two. I'm so glad we're out of that business.
Yeah, it is nice. It's a lot more enjoyable to watch college football as well. Dane Brugler said this, speaking of that draft class, one of the best draft gurus. This one kind of hurt me. So he says this is going to be an offensive tackle-rich draft class. There are 9 offensive tackles in his mock draft 1.0. So the number one draft guru says that in this draft, there are going to be 9 tackles out of 32 picks that he's going to put in the first round. And you invested all this money in Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, there's guys that we're talking about extending. Nico Collins, Jonathan Grenard. The Titus Howard thing is going to be in. Did you have
This is going to be directly associated with Titus Howard. Because at least one, probably more.
Yeah, the Tunsil thing, I'm fine. You pay Laramie Tunsil to be elite.
It's a Titus Howard thing.
The Titus Howard thing, I don't get. I'll exclude Laramie Tunsil from this. Paying Titus Howard like he's one of the top 5 tackles, right tackles in football, to me, when you have this rich of a tackle draft, just seems, even if you didn't, George Fant has done a good job doing his thing, and you put Titus Howard at guard when he stunk, and let George Fant play right side. I think that Titus Howard extension is going to look really, really, really rough.
And I think this is going to be kind of the compare and contrast for a while. You know, having all these tackles in first round. 9 is a big number, man. That's a big number, but it is such a premier position.
Bill Belichick, according to Tom Condon of NBC Sports, we'll get into this when the internet goes nuts. This year is going to be his last year. Apparently, it was decided in Germany. At least that's what he says. Also, the report by ESPN, I don't know how you get this wrong, that Bill Belichick and the Patriots had agreed to a long-term contract. Tom Condon said that's not true. There's 1 year remaining on his contract.
No.
How do you screw that up?
I don't know, because that 1 year is a game changer for him. Like literally, he's going to be coaching a different team because anybody can pay off 1 year. I mean, I say that casually, but in the NFL, you can.
Or and it also, is there going to be draft compensation or what? Like, what does Belichick want to do? He probably just wants to get out and try something new, get fresh.
Well, if they fire him,
they can't do that.
Why not?
Can't there be like a parting of ways?
Well, what is a parting of ways?
Man, fire Bill Belichick? That's crazy to me.
So the headline, instead of him saying Bill Belichick fire, is going to say Bill Belichick and the New England Patriots parted ways.
Yes. And it's
AKA fire.
It's the same thing, yeah. It's the same thing. Mutually agreed upon. You know how I feel about that. Just to part ways. That pushes my buttons.
Oh, you agree too? I agree too.
Well,
Okay.
you know what I always
Let's move
say, Figgy?
on.
It's
Yeah.
like let's say Figgy's my boss. I walk into Figgy's office and Figgy says, "Hey, you know what? I'm thinking about firing you." And I tell Figgy, "You know what? I was thinking about quitting." Happen. That doesn't happen. There is no mutually agreed to part ways. So they're going to fire. Why not? I mean, it's harsh, but why not?
I just think that's pretty mean. I mean, that's
I mean, they can keep them if they want.
Yeah. Yeah, they can keep them if they want. Buyer beware.
To L.A.?
I think that would be perfect for him. Chargers.
Washington, Carolina. What's going to be open? L.A., Washington,
He can
Carolina.
get Carolina if he wants it, but he don't want it. I get Bryce Young and all that, but the Chargers are so much closer.
What jobs are going to be? What if he goes to Buffalo?
Well, there's
I don't
one.
know if the Patriots would want that.
Well, if they fire him, they don't have much of a choice.
Jobs that are going to be open: Buffalo,
Chargers,
Washington,
Chargers.
Maybe Tampa Bay, but they're not in like the best situation. I actually feel for Todd Bowles.
See him going to Vegas?
Man, they ain't going no Patriot way after that. I don't give a damn what they say. There is no way.
I mean, you're getting the Patriots got the main guy though.
Yeah, but who cares, man? Yeah, I think
getting the source, the tree.
Man, come on. Yeah, he's got to go to Los Angeles.
Atlanta?
Bill goes to L.A. Arthur ain't leaving.
You don't think so?
I think they like him for some reason. Yeah, I think he goes to L.A.
Yeah, that's the best place.
Now, it's not like going to revive the city. It's not going to become like some. He has Justin Herbert. He has Bosa. He has some stuff to work with.
And he's got L.A. I mean, he's going to be part of the marquee. You know, it's not going to, all of a sudden.
What about Washington?
I like Washington, but I think L.A.'s better. Just for him, where he is in his life, you know?
Where is Bill Belichick in his life?
Well, he's in his 70s is my point, you know? He doesn't need to mess around with Carolina, you know? I think the Chargers would be the best fit.
Bill Belichick, we hardly knew you.
Yeah.
Big Saturday in the NFL, especially for the Texans. Vikings at Bengals. You need the Bengals to lose. Steelers at Colts. It's a win-win situation. They're both in the same spot as you. And then you got Broncos at Lions. Broncos have the same record. Lions are in a danger zone right now.
They are.
Now, Green Bay kind of helped them out a little bit. So the Lions are – it's not as monumental as it would be, but the Lions are kind of in a little bit of a rough spot compared to what was being said about it. They're 9-4 right now. Minnesota's sitting at 7-6. Green Bay's sitting at 6-7. So there's no like real strong threat for them to fall out of the division, but the Lions need to get a dub.
They desperately need a W, and I think they're kind of like they're in the playoffs. They're going to win the division.
Favored by 4 against Denver.
Yeah. They're in the playoffs. They're going to win the division. But we were talking not long ago about, the Lions might be, the best or second best team here, or one of the better teams in the NFC. That isn't the case. It's not the case.
Yeah, I think they need. I think they're kind of where the Rams were, where might need to upgrade at quarterback. As good as Goff has been for them, you might even if he's been somewhat productive, might need to upgrade at quarterback.
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah, no, I not a maybe. I think eventually you're gonna. Here in the near future, you're going to have to.
Big news, C.J. Stroud not on the practice field. We'll give you the latest on that. But coming up, the internet goes nuts. So do we. Next.
Low T Center right now, guys. Let's talk about the Low T Center and what it can do for you. The website, I just said it, lowtcenter.com, is going to take care of you. There's a big green button.
610.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Practice has ended early. C.J. Stroud not on the practice field. That, of course, had the internet going nuts, as did the news that Bill Belichick could be gone. Dave Portnoy, Barstool Sports, most obnoxious Boston fan in the world. I haven't even heard this. I want to hear what the hell he had to say about the end, official end, according at least to NBC Sports, of the Patriot way.
If Belichick wants to coach forever, and the Crafts are like, you've earned it, we got 6 rings, coach till you want to stop coaching here in New England, and we only win 2 games like we're ass this year, I'm okay with it. I got 6 rings, I can sleep on those 20 years dynasty. No other franchise will ever have it. They don't owe me anything. We never win another game, another playoff game. I'm fine with it. But I'm also fine with the Crafts being like, we are pure ass, and we got to make a change, because guess what? If Belichick was the Crafts, Belichick would get rid of Belichick. He's done it for 20 years. Guys you never thought he'd cut. He always said, my job is to make sure the Patriots are best prepared for the future, and he'd get rid of whoever. It didn't matter who you were as a business. That's what made him so great and kept us on top for so long. So if the Crafts want to take the Belichick philosophy, I'm fine with that. Yeah, we suck right now. It doesn't shock me that Belichick will be gone. Be a liver for the worst team in the league or one of them. I sleep easy at night. It's thanks to Bill Belichick, Tom Brady, and the Kraft. Whatever they want to do, I'm fine with it. They never got to win another playoff game. I'm fine with it. That's the reality. You can't forget what they gave us. The greatest run of all time.
All right, you might need to tell that to a lot of people in that city, because a lot of people in that city are ready to move on and go to the next chapter. That's cool. I think that would be the mindset in most places, but there are a lot of folks in Boston we talked to, and we heard that, what have you done for me lately, Bill? Get your ass out of here.
Well, he's kind of saying that. He said he's ready to move on if that's the decision they make, or keep. I actually think that's kind of a healthy approach. Like you couldn't have asked for more than he gave you. If they want to keep him around for another couple of years till he wants to go away, you know what? I guess that's the tax you got to pay. That's the best way I could put it.
The Greg Popovich rule.
Yeah. It's a dynasty tax. That's the only way I can think of it. Like, you give me 20 years like that, I'll give you an extra 2 or 3, and I'll pay that price. But if you want to move on, I'm good with that too. I thought that was a very healthy approach by him.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Draymond Green is crazy. I mean, we knew that already, but he's crazier. You saw this, I'm sure. Figgy, I'm sure you saw it. Oh, but I didn't mean to hit him. Get the hell out of here. You haven't meant to hit like 700 guys.
He punched Nurkic in the face. This was his apology, Draymond Green's apology.
Again, I apologize to Nurkic because I hit him. So I do apologize to him, and I didn't intend to hit him. So I think you guys have known me long enough. If I intended to do something, I'm not apologizing for it.
Shut up.
I did make contact with
Seriously.
him, so I apologize because it wasn't my intention.
Landry, you've played enough basketball. We've all played enough.
Punched him in the face.
But I'm saying, like, you can make it look like, oh, I was just flailing my arm.
He punched him and then flailed his arms afterwards when he hadn't even moved. Yeah.
I've seen guys take shots in the boys with the back of someone's knuckles and elbows to the rib. You can always make it look like, oh, hey, it was an accident. Just shut up.
How does somebody play so wild like that, man?
He's out of control. He's demented.
Because he's never been punished. Like, he doesn't like, there's nothing that happens, and it's silly. Like, it's like Adam Silver is a problem. Like, of all the things, like, Adam Silver, like, he tries to do a lot of things. Like, if you really care about the game and you care about humanity, like, when a guy punches his teammate that's 100 pounds less than him without him looking and knocks him out, or when a guy kicks another guy in the nuts or is going around and punching someone, there should be very harsh consequences. But I don't think Adam Silver really, like, I think he is a fake-ass, holier-than-thou guy, and he just allows this to happen.
You hit the second part that I wanted to make here. Like, this is an Adam Silver problem as much as a Draymond Green. Draymond is a menace. I can't put it blunt enough. He's a menace. He's unstable.
He's a disgrace.
He's a disgrace. He's a hack. He's a liar. He's dangerous. He's all that. So Adams to do something.
He's going to give him like a 5-game suspension.
I mean, come on.
I mean, you're cold clocking guys when they're not looking. Like, what has to happen? Like, do you have to have like another Rudy T situation before you actually react to like does someone have to like get knocked the hell out and like hit their head and almost die? Like when you're swinging at someone when they're not looking like that, like he's lucky that he doesn't hit that hard, obviously, because Jordan Poole didn't. Jordan Poole went against the wall. You had a clear shot on Nurkic. Like there are a lot of guys where if you get hit like that, I mean, it's going to be really, really bad. But Adam Silver, he just doesn't seem to care. Did you hear what Nurkic said about it?
I didn't hear that.
This hadn't really been making the surface. So Nurkic was asked about it. And here's his reaction to the Draymond Green apology.
What's going on with him? I don't know, man. I was behind the play. What's going on with him? I don't know. Personally, I feel like that brother needed help. I'm glad he not try to choke me. And nothing to do with basketball, man. But I'm just out there trying to play basketball. You know, they're swinging. I think we saw that often, but hope he, whatever he got in his life, he get better.
That's true.
Whatever he's got going on in his life, I hope it gets better.
Yes, he's demented. He's unstable. And Adam Silver goes, okay, well, 2 games.
Where's Steve Kerr at, too?
We're really mad at you this time.
Where's Steve Kerr at?
He kind of,
Steve Kerr has a lot to say about a lot, but I mean, Draymond Green knocks out his own teammate, and he's doing it like, where's Steve Kerr?
Yeah.
He defended the Rudy Gobert. He's put him in a chokehold, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is like really, really bad. And there's Adam Silver. Okay, this time I really mean it. You go to your room.
Okay.
Next time you do it, you're going to get a 10-game suspension.
5 games.
Sure.
I mean, this honestly is something that kids do. There's kids watching this and saying, okay, I can just punch a guy in the face, and it's going to be a 3-game suspension or something like that. And now when I'm out there playing, and who knows, maybe they're on the blacktop, the kid gets punched in the face, he falls down and hits his head. This is because you allow this to do and you minimize it. Like it's a duty of you to figure something out. I might sound a little bit dramatic, but that's just...
No, you're not.
I just think this is where you're the commissioner. You need to figure this out. It's awful.
Yeah.
It's awful.
I got the internet going nuts.
So we don't believe in jinxes here, right?
I do not.
Okay, so 3 minutes left in the Miami Dolphins-Tennessee Titans game. The Dolphins were up 14, and at that point, teams were 767-0 when they were up by 14 with 3 minutes remaining, going back to 2016. Barstool has a guy named Nicky Smokes, who's like an obnoxious Dolphins fan. Frank the Tank, who's a big Mets fan, is also a Dolphins fan. So they were watching the game. Nicky Smokes then tweeted out, 10-3, first place Fins, baby, exclamation mark. And he got killed by Miami Dolphin fans to the point where he put out a video crying and trying to apologize for jinxing him.
Damn it! I did not just do that! I'm deactivated Twitter. I'm done! I'm done! What the f? All my fans out there, I'm sorry. That's on me! That's on me! 767. That's what teams were when they were down by 14 with 3 minutes, and I did that. I'm an idiot. I'm so sorry. I thought it was over. It's never over with this team. I should know that by now. I'm sorry. To my fans, I'm sorry. You want to hate me? I get it. Just no more death threats. Everything else is fine.
Now, do you think Frank the Tank forgave him?
God, no.
You don't think Frank the Tank would forgive him for jinxing it?
God, no.
Let's hear it.
Over until the game is over, you f***ing moron!
My funeral will be at Queen of Elizabeth in Pompano Beach, Florida.
They're going to lose their judge this season.
All right, so here's what's going on. Get over yourselves.
Yeah, you were so important that you...
Get over yourself. Both of you. Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't have... I almost said a bad word. You didn't have anything to do with it. Nothing. I think this is just... I'm sure that he puts a little extra jelly on it because of Barstool and all that. It's just an act, the show. I'm sure he's a very adamant fan. Get over yourself. You didn't have squat to do with it.
Do you think Draymond should be banned from the league? Someone on the text line is asking.
Season? If you want to send a message, it's got to be harsh. What would David Stern do?
Oh, it would have never gotten to this point.
No.
It would have never gotten to this point.
Yeah.
Like at this point.
Say what you will. Yeah. Actually, most people love David Stern, but say what you will about him and how he manipulated media and built stars. And it was all for the same reason.
Yeah, for the game.
For the stature of the game.
Yeah, the game.
And the respect of the game.
The game.
And the stars of the game.
Yeah.
David Stern would probably sit him for the rest of the year after this, cumulative effect.
I got the internet going nuts.
This Brazil thing's got the internet going nuts as we speak. It broke officially today. The NFL's doing two things, and both of them affect the Texans. Well, one maybe. The one that definitely affects the Texans is as of now, as of yesterday, every NFL team plays one international game every 8 years. That just got cut in half. So the Texans are playing international games every 4 years minimum, as opposed to every 8. And then the other thing that happened is they announced, and it was expected, that the NFL will play a game in Sao Paulo, Brazil next year. I think it's awesome.
How's that going to go?
I think it's awesome.
Will they like it?
Brazilians?
Yeah.
They'll party for any reason. Like they'll party because the weather changed. You know, it's going to be awesome. It's a great sports country. It's a great stadiums. You know, a lot of people, a lot of football fans, melting pot as well. I think it's going to be an exciting time for the NFL.
I got the internet going nuts.
We talked about McDonald's getting in the coffee game, and we kind of talked ourselves into them being a big player in this space. There's two areas that have just completely blown up the last 10 years. The coffee game and the wing game. Whataburger is going to add boneless wings and iced coffee to their menu in 2024. How do we feel about this?
I have a hunch I'm going to feel differently.
Okay.
Because my feeling is I don't think they would do it unless they got it nailed. They got it down pat. You know? They're not going to say, hey, let's. They didn't announce this and say, now let's figure out a recipe. Let's figure out how we. No, they already know all that. They've already probably done some studies.
The iced coffee's a no-brainer, though, right?
The coffee's
they should have iced coffee already. Yeah,
I was actually shocked they didn't have iced coffee.
Yeah. I'm talking about the wings. I bet you they're gonna be
especially
good.
if you serve breakfast.
Figure you think they're gonna be good? I do. It's Whataburger.
I mean, for like a quick bite, like if you're they're basically competing with KFC, Popeyes, Churches.
That's what I'm thinking. I don't know if it's gonna be better than Popeyes.
Yeah,
Popeyes is up in their wing game right now. Like you can see it. They got like
Popeyes actually run the wings back that KFC used to have.
Yeah, and they're
no
good.
barbecue wings,
and they're delicious.
Yeah.
They're absolutely delicious. So I think KFC though and all that. It's a good comp.
So you thumbs up or thumbs down?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be in like the Wingstop tier or anything like that. I think Wingstop's still going to be a notch above.
That's a whole nother tier.
Thumbs up, Figgy?
I don't think it's going to be better than Popeyes.
I know we all have to taste them first, but I think they've got this.
I think they'd be okay.
Yeah, I think they got this nailed.
they'd be okay.
They're not going to throw something out there that's going to injure the brand.
KFC's not the same as it used to be.
Of
as
course
the wings.
not.
They're not
of
even
course
the same.
not.
But I think Popeyes has come the closest.
You think Popeyes is the best on that level?
On boneless wings like that? Yes.
They've come a long way.
On the fast food level.
In the last year, they've come a long way too.
Yeah, they did.
They have, and they got all the options.
They put the gas on KFC, man.
Oh yeah,
KFC is in the rear view.
Yeah, KFC's wings are even Deion Sanders couldn't save you. Those wings had 4 wins, just like Colorado this year. They tried to put the press on with Deion, did not work at all. See what happens with Whataburger though. Keeping a close eye on that.
Yeah,
very much so.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Tommy DeVito, he is the NFC Offensive Player of the Week. Zach Wilson is the AFC Offensive Player of the Week. You got to be kidding me, man. Do you think if these guys played in another city that these would be the Players of the Week?
No.
Well,
I think it's a little bit New York bias.
It might have been a tiebreaker. But they both played spectacularly well, you know. Like, it's kind of hard to say they wouldn't be. Hell, C.J. Stroud won it, you know. So, yeah, I think they'd probably make, after these types of games. The thing about Tommy DeVito that's just so awesome is, I said this, yes, I think he's just in the perfect city. Like, it was a perfect storm for that dude, man.
I mean, Browning had 275 and 2 touchdowns. How does Joe Flacco not get consideration?
That's what I'm saying.
The guy had 311 yards and 3 touchdowns straight from the couch.
And see, if he played for the Jets and had that same stat line, he would have got it.
That's what I'm saying. It might have been a tiebreaker.
He beat an 8-4 team and threw for 311 yards and 3 touchdowns. And Joe Flacco didn't get it. I think Joe Flacco should have been offensive And then Brock Purdy threw for 368 and 2 against Seattle. Yeah. We're not even looking at him.
Mm-hmm.
Dak Prescott beat the crap out of Philadelphia, 271 and 2.
That's a regular thing now.
Starting to throw darts.
Yeah.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop. Coming up, we got big news, big show news that you're going to enjoy for tomorrow. A legend will be joining the show, Mignogna. We'll tell you who that is, plus we'll give you the latest on what's going on with the Texans on the practice field next.
The Texans 30.
GA-won'twait.com. That's GA-won'twait.com.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
D'Amico says C.J. Stroud's getting better. He says C.J. Stroud is getting better. We'll talk about that in a sec. First, though, big show announcement tomorrow, this exact time. Andre Johnson's going to join us. He will join us. I guess he's got some merch dropping. Obviously, Titans week. Obviously has the Hall of Fame stuff. So we'll talk to Andre Johnson tomorrow, this time, right here on Sports Radio 610.
That's always good. Andre is one of those guys that maybe not a lot of flashiness in how he says things, but what he says is always strong.
It always means something.
Yeah, always strong.
Always a little bit of a purpose. D'Amico says CJ's getting better. He
Quote,
says
a little better.
Getting a little better. We'll see how he looks as the week goes on. But he was not on the practice field today. So D'Amico saying he's getting better, still in protocol. We'll see how the week goes. Will Anderson not on the practice field. Laramie Tunsil, George Fant not on the practice field. Nico Collins was there, had a helmet, did not do a drill. Blake Cashman not practicing. Dalton Schultz, that's big if Davis Mills is there. Hell, it's big if CJ's there. He returns. So there's a lot of stuff going on, but the most significant, obviously, CJ Stroud not practicing for the Texans.
Obviously, hugely significant. We've talked about what Davis Mills, can and can't do, in his stead as a replacement of him. It almost doesn't even matter if these receivers don't come in and produce. Definitely, Dalton Schultz. Noah Brown has to step up. Robert Woods has to step up. I mean, it's really that simple.
And it also might need to be time to start looking at the practice squad for at the Bachmans or some of these other guys, Johnson, Steven Sims, to see if maybe those options are better than Mechie. I mean, we saw Steven Sims. He made a couple of big plays a few games ago. He had the 20-yard reception or whatever where they just threw it sideways. Does John Mechie make that play? I don't know. I like Mechie. I like what he's built. Maybe eventually we figure something out. But this, hey, can so-and-so step up? Like, we've seen it at times with Noah Brown. We've seen it with Brevin Jordan. Maybe we're just expecting a little bit too much, and it's not realistic, because I do wonder, you look at these slot guys, you're talking about the Bachmans and the Sims. Guys are better options than John Mechie at this point. Hurts me to say, because I like him and I like talking to him and I like what he's made of. Hell, I'd like what he was made of even if he hadn't gone through what he went through last year. But hey, it's time to start evaluating him as a football player. You got a big game ahead of you. There's guys on the practice squad that have shown, specifically Sims, that when they're ready to go and they're called upon, they go out there and make plays. So maybe it's Sims season instead of Mechie. I don't know.
Like, you talk about what's realistic, though. I mean, those are all cool and those are very much hoped for. But the realistic thing is those three guys. The realistic thing is Noah Brown, Robert Woods, Dalton Schultz.
So you're essentially saying what I'm saying. It's just we're right in the middle of you're essentially saying Mechie's no longer on this list.
No, I've kind of hinted around it the last couple of weeks. Like, I keep waiting and waiting and waiting. We've seen hints. To be honest, we've seen hints of Xavier Hutchinson too, and he hadn't really broken out. Just a little here, a little there. Like, all right, maybe next week, maybe next game, whatever. But it's not realistic. Like, what you're saying about those guys, whether it's Sims or Mechie or Hutch or whomever, that's just like fingers crossed, But it is. So the realistic thing is let's not count on that. Whatever we get out of those guys is gravy. If we don't have those three guys that I mentioned, then the Texans are in essence screwed. Because they were screwed with C.J. Stroud.
The other thing, and this might be getting in the sticks a little bit, and we'll progress into the sticks as the matchup approaches. But the other thing about this, and I don't know if this matters. I don't know. This could be a tomato type of thing, like which side matters. But I hear Davis, the thing where McClain says he had a good game against the Titans last year, and he's performed decently against the Titans. Mike Vrabel also has 3 or 4 games of tape on Davis Mills. So and Tim Kelly was his OC for a year. So I don't know, does that matter? Is there enough of a sample size? It's a completely different system. So it's not like you're just comparing the offense that Tim Kelly already runs, but there is a lot of familiarity there, at least like with tendencies and whatnot, when it comes to Vrabel and all that. So who knows? It's never an ideal time when you have C.J. Stroud on your roster for Davis freaking Mills to start a game.
No. And
it's not unrealistic to think that he can go out there and win a game, though.
Not tonight. Just win that one. That's all I'm asking for.
You're going miracle.
That's all I'm asking for. We don't need miracles from Davis Mills. One game.
You're really going to try to make this one stick, huh?
No, I don't care if it sticks or not. You know me. It's my thing.
We're going miracle. We're going miracle.
And yes, I know, texters, it's a noon game. But
what's that mean?
Because I said not tonight. Texters have been saying, yeah, but it starts at noon. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, actually, guy. But C.J. Stroud would have a very, very hard time winning this game if those three receivers weren't producing. Right? So Davis Mills, it's going to be quite difficult. But if they do produce and Schultz plays, then it gets a little better. It gets a little easier.
I just don't look at the Titans like I do the Russians. I'm going to be I thought the Russians were a bigger deal. I feel like you're kind of minimizing one of your favorite.
Well, actually, guy.
I feel like you're kind of minimizing one of your favorite movies of all time here by acting like the Titans are the Russians. I feel like you're minimizing the great American history that you like to refer to so often.
I feel like you're being an a-hole right now because I'm not comparing it to the Russians. I'm saying that's the mindset. Just quoting a movie. You can quote a movie in all kinds of
we
different...
got McDermott in the building.
You can quote a movie in all kinds of different contexts. I'm not saying it's for a statement about the free world. I'm saying we need a win. We just need one win. That's all we need.
I thought that was bigger than one win, man. I feel like I've been hearing about it for my entire life.
Oh yeah, the U.S. hockey team, 1980. Yeah, that was pretty big.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
That's what I heard. Well,
it meant a lot to a lot of people.
But the Russians were good, right?
They were the best.
So they weren't like the Titans.
They were the best team on the planet.
But the Titans aren't. I'm trying to understand why Miracle has to come into this. Screw Miracle right now, okay?
I'm quoting a line out of a movie.
Yeah, but you know what? Screw Miracle.
Lopez, why are you surprised, man?
Oh, I'm not surprised. Come on now. I've been sitting here for years. I've been sitting here.
I'm sure there's plenty of movies. Someone help us on the text line 713-572-4610. What's a better movie to reference here instead of Miracle?
What the line
like
is?
If they're playing the Chiefs or something, I would say okay, just once, or the Ravens.
The spirit of the line,
or the Niners,
is what I'm referencing. Like maybe you don't think you have a chance, but not tonight.
I
Tonight
think they
you
have a chance, though. I think people think they have a chance.
I think people think they don't have a chance. I think both things are true. I think people are disappointed that C.J. Stroud is probably not going to play. I think people are down on Davis Mills. Whatever happened to those Davis Mills?
How about Jonathan Moxon? Why can't he be Varsity Blues? What's
the line? Give me the line.
When Mox comes in, I don't want your life. I don't know, something like that. I don't know.
How is that appropriate for winning
Lance Harbor, John Moxon. How about that instead of this?
How does that
Miracle
fit?
Crap?
I'm willing to listen.
How about when Adam Banks got hurt on the Ducks? The Ducks were going. Adam Banks got
Mighty
hurt.
Ducks is what you're saying.
Well, I'm saying like maybe Adam Banks getting hurt, maybe Lance Harbor, John Moxon. Like I just don't think this is the Russians that we're talking about. It's the Tennessee Titans. They're not a good team. I just think you're kind of. For someone who's such a big fan of Miracle, I think you're disrespecting Miracle by bringing it into Titans versus Texans. I don't think it's like that improbable.
And I think you're being very Landry right now. I think you're being very, very Landry right now.
I'm just trying to get a better movie reference here. Like we need we need like a movie reference that makes sense here.
Look. Let's talk about another movie then. I think all I said is in that line, in that moment, in Miracle, he said, not tonight. Not tonight.
Yeah.
That's how I'm saying. I'm just using that quote. Mm-hmm. I'm not talking about Russians or the Soviet Union. I'm not talking about gold medals or the Olympics or the magnitude of the game. How that line, if you plucked it out of that movie, is appropriate for this game.
But they were more than a 2.5-point underdog.
It doesn't have anything to do with the movie. It's that line. That line. Yo, Davis Mills. You don't have to win 4 games. Just got to win 1. That's all I'm talking about. Go ahead, say something else. I know you're thinking of something. I know you're thinking of something.
No, I'm okay. It was romantic, John.
I don't even care if it's romantic. Just win one game.
I'm in.
That's all I'm saying.
You want Al Michaels to call this one? They're kind of freeing up his schedule.
Well, it'll probably be boring enough for
maybe
him.
this can be the replacement for the play. Maybe you can get him to scream, "Do you believe in miracles?" if the Texans win.
It'll probably be boring enough because I do expect a kind of a mucky game. A lot of defense, running the ball on both sides, quarterback play that can be well below average. But just win. Just win one game. That's all I'm talking about.
There you go. Show you down with you down with that rally cry for this week with C.J. Stroud not on the practice field?
It's run, but not today.
Not today.
That the feel of it?
Yeah.
Did you like the movie Miracle? Were you a big fan?
I did. I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed when he made them continue to skate after practice.
Again.
Again. Yes.
And I've actually read stories with those guys that was 100% accurate.
I would have thought it was a Gordon Bombay ripoff, but then
no,
that occurred before.
They said it was true.
After
again
match against ice,
vomiting all over the ice.
Now that was a movie. Mighty Ducks. I can get that. Sean Johnny,
Mighty Ducks
in for Clem.
Yeah. He likes that over Miracle.
Clearly,
big time.
Boy, those are close. Mighty Ducks and the Miracle.
Oh, I don't think it's close. I think Mighty Ducks dominates.
Oh yeah.
I don't think it's
screw the Soviet Union versus the free world.
I don't think it's close at all.
Yeah.
Not even.
Who cares about the statements
I was
about?
glad they were able to take care of Finland too. Also,
dude, people forget that.
People do.
Yeah.
People do.
Man, I was listening to y'all yesterday. I heard y'all Tyler golfing yesterday on Sunday at noon.
And listen, I got crushed. I'm all right. I know many times it's because I wasn't born in Houston that I don't understand it. Hardcore psychopaths that are fans of sports and their teams like Tyler.
Yeah.
In a really, really big game.
I had Vandermeer and Andre Ware with me, dude.
Say, yeah, I'm going to go golfing during
with someone who I don't hang out with and I'm not much of a golfer.
during that just surprised me.
No, I think
everybody seemed to understand.
But I think it goes back.
We didn't understand.
I think people were just going to say the opposite of what you said, no matter what.
You're pretty.
But I think I think it goes back to the how do you want me to think it? The Jalen Petrie thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like we were talking about Jalen Petrie. As
you're lowering the bar for Tyler?
I think Tyler was held to enough of a bar to where he didn't go to the game, and now it's just like. Man, I gotta adjust.
I guess he's not the fan we thought he was.
He's a French fan.
No.
He's a French fan. They haven't been in the playoffs in a long time, and he went golfing with someone he never hung out with.
Because what I would have thought from Tyler.
Is that what happened?
I wasn't in New York.
What I would have thought from Tyler.
Oh, you mean
What I would have thought from Tyler is that would have been a hell day for Megan and the dogs. Like that would have been a day where I don't want to do anything.
Yeah, save them some grief.
Just leave me alone. Just leave me the hell alone.
Yeah.
Like that type of loss. But he said, "Hey man, let's go get 18."
It was a beautiful day.
It was a beautiful day.
Let's play 36.
Listen to the play-by-play. Caught the replay later that night.
Somebody text me. Text on text line. Hey. There's more to do here in Houston, Kansas City. All they got is a football team.
Okay.
I'm like, okay.
Hey, I'm throwing the challenge flag too. You didn't go watch that after you knew what happened, right?
I watched the whole game.
I believe that.
I
think Tyler would at least do it for work.
I would have to say, man.
It wasn't fun, but it was nice.
Reason.
It was nice knowing going in what I was about to witness.
I bet he rewound things multiple times.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. Feeling good. Legs feeling a little loose. Feeling good. That had a good workout. Red tore me up again today. But I'm feeling good, baby. Drive is live. You hear Tyler. The sweet tones of Tyler as he takes care of things. And then, to my right, as we know, Clint is out right now. He is he's doing his magic with his newborn and taking care of things with him and his wife. And I'm sure helping a ton. Lauren really, really is thankful for having him there and having him around.
How y'all feel about a man twerking?
Probably twerking as well. When those two get napped. I'm telling you, man, they got two, Jack. Woo!
They got here some way.
I mean, wow.
They got that twerk on.
Oh, no.
That's for some people, not for me.
Mine are all 3 years apart. Mm-mm. That last one was not on purpose, but they were all 3 years apart. Somehow, man, I just couldn't imagine one in 2 weeks. Woo! All right. But
yeah,
good for
I'm
him,
thankful
man.
my three are getting older, you know?
I'm just not going to get tempted, man.
I'm just reliving everything right now in your mind?
No, I'm not going to get tempted, man. He always likes to jump in when we're talking about children. Like humans,
I have 3
humans. He loves to jump in and
the dog guy
compares with his kids.
Fur babies.
And the thing is, that's why I stopped myself, because it is not a joke. Tyler is dead ass serious when he talks
No, he's
about them
not.
as his children.
No, he's not.
He's dead ass serious.
He does it
Sean.
because he tries to be that thorn in your side,
No,
like, I just got to worry about dogs, not no kids.
No, I thought that for a minute, but if the listeners come to, Tyler is dead ass serious about this.
You made that sound like raising 3 pups is just a walk in the park, Bajani.
They're not puppies. They're not puppies.
But
they are mature dogs that
dogs.
behave and they know what to do and what not to do.
But I call them puppers.
Do they pee in the house right now? No, they don't.
Funny you say that. One of them actually pissed all in my bed to start my day today.
No way.
Yep.
You get to leave them in the house when you leave by themselves. You get to leave them in the house.
They're in their kennels.
You get to leave them there.
Yeah, and there you go. Yet, Ron, I put him in a cage and then I leave.
Whoa.
I don't have to worry
they
about
aren't
anything.
Cages. They are kennels.
It's a cage.
He said, whoa. They are.
I don't say, hey, pups, let's go cage up. I say, let's kennel up.
Okay.
I do. Listen, yeah. Like I said, I'm not going to get sucked in because I know there's so many dog lovers that feel the same way about their dogs. So I don't get sucked in, and I just have to pause every time he does it to collect myself so I don't just lash out and say what's actually in my head the way Clint usually does. That time Clint told us any dog over, I believe, 45 pounds is supposed to be outside.
The hell is that?
I'm closer to where Clint is than I am with Tyler.
Oh, my Lord.
I just say, let it go. 713-572-4610. You can join the show. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, hello. How are you? You can also join us that way. Those listen to the Odyssey app, we appreciate you as well. All right, I want to get to a couple of things, but first, I think the big news we just heard as D'Amico spoke to the media, and it is great to have Sean here. Now, a little bit later on, we'll have Brandon Scott from the Texans report, but you were out there during practice as well.
Yep.
Now, you did miss the media portion of it because you had to come here and work, but you were out there in practice. What we did hear from him was CJ still in concussion protocol, and they said he is feeling better, is what D'Amico described, but obviously they're taking it slow. Did not practice today, amongst others. What did you see today so we can get it from your eyes? You were out there, Sean. What did you see in terms – because this is a big injury issues all year with the Texans and that damn injury report.
Yeah.
Is long. Sometimes they've had to really skinny up the font for us to be able to fit those names up there.
I was just thinking today might be one of the longer injury reports
today
that
might
we've
be a
seen.
7-fonter.
Yep.
They might have to do it. But what did you see injury-wise today, Sean?
My biggest takeaway, well, I'll give you the peoples that were and were not there, okay? So no C.J. Stroud, no Nico Collins, no Will Anderson, no Blake Cashman, no Tavier Thomas, no Christian Harris, no Sheldon Rankins. Laramie Tunsil was there, looked limited, as he usually does on Wednesday, along with Noah Brown. There, looked limited. Robert Woods, there, looked limited. Shaq Mason, there, but
Didn't
looked
have a
limited.
helmet, I saw that, yeah.
And when I say they're there but looked limited, I mean either no jersey and or no helmet and no cleats. So Woods and Brown were both in flats, just tennis shoes. But the most encouraging thing, I think, just from what I've observed all this season on Wednesday and Thursday particularly, with guys that are limited and even classified as DNP, or veteran rest day, like Robert Woods probably will be today, if I'm guessing.
Probably Tunsil, too.
Probably Tunsil, too, yeah, and that's typical. And Will Anderson's been a typical DNP, with a knee, and now he's got an ankle.
This one feels a little bit more serious.
It does now that he wasn't even there on the practice field today. But the most encouraging thing that has been the case all season long is either Wednesday or Thursday with guys like Robert Woods. If they're on that side field with the quarterbacks just kind of stationary, catching passes, like simulating routes and stuff, that's been a good sign. They've usually been, I think, 100% of the time, available and played on Sunday. So the fact that you got Woods, Brown, and Dalton Schultz.
I was going to say, you didn't mention Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz was dressed.
Fully dressed, helmet, cleats, good to go. But he was fully dressed, looked good to go, and in cleats at the end of the week last week, too. And then was inactive on Sunday.
I just hate, man. I hate this is going to completely go a different way. I just hate that I cannot shake that fat Ron in me all the time.
You can't what?
You did shake him.
I can't, but I cannot.
Thanks to soda weight loss.
I cannot mentally shake him because this is fat. This is so fat and sad, man. And we will get on to this, but I can't help it. Every time you said fully dressed, all I could think about was Jersey Mike's and how much I would love that number 7, that turkey, fully dressed right now. Give it. That's all. Like you said it twice in my head, and I instantly was there with Danny DeVito at the counter ordering my meal at Jersey Mike's fully dressed. That's all I could.
I want to go back to the film.
And I'm so sorry. And because I couldn't. And why it's so fat of me? How much weight? What will have to happen before I stop thinking about that? You could just say fully dressed, which was just about Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
But all I could think about, give me that oil, give me that vinegar, the mayo. I want the tomatoes. I want the little red cherry. I'm sorry.
I want to see.
And I'm doing well.
Tyler, see if you can check the tape on Twitch and YouTube. Go back and see every time that I'd mentioned fully dressed if Ron was like actively licking his lips.
There's like a glimmer in his eyes, like his eyes are glazing over.
Man. He said it when he went fully dressed. I took off. I literally took off and went to that. And I'm the fatness continues. I can look up and see the menu as if I'm there. I can see it.
15 pounds down, baby.
I know what I mean.
Ron's like Homer Simpson. Like,
I'm sorry. But
Ron's saying, dressing.
I'm sorry, man.
Dressing.
It's a damn shame. My man can't just say, Dalton Schultz was fully dressed. It was the second time they roped me in. Man.
What's wrong with you?
Shout out to Jersey Mike's.
Jeez.
You're looking for somebody.
And out of all the places you went, Jersey Mike's, my God.
It just got to me, man. When you said fully dressed, that's where I went. All right, I apologize for taking us off the tracks. But Dalton Schultz, they need any Davis Mills because I don't think CJ's going to play, and I'll stand by that. Davis Mills needs all of the help that he can get weapon-wise.
It was a small little encouraging sign, but the fact that the guy was able to be seen today is encouraging. Nico Collins was not in cleats, was in tennis shoes, but in no jersey, but he had a helmet on. Now, he wasn't doing anything. He was walking, around as far away as the eye could see, talking with the member of the staff, and went and sat on a training table while everybody else was practicing. But the fact that he was there, he went out, what was it, like the third or fourth play of the game?
Yeah, we never seen him, heard from him, yeah.
Yep. The fact that he was there, to me, is an encouraging sign that when the member of the media, leaves, maybe he walks through later and is a limited participant in practice. That's a possibility. Maybe he ramps it up a little bit tomorrow to Friday. Who knows? If there's the slightest bit of possibility, if he's a game-time decision on Sunday in Tennessee, to me, that's good news.
Well, it's good because they went ahead and ruled out Blake Cashman, or the reports that Blake Cashman won't.
And Thomas.
And Xavier Thomas.
Old barbecue brisket.
Yeah.
Your boy.
That barbecue brisket there. They've already said they're going to miss a week or two and didn't include Nico in that. So that is a sign that we'll continue to follow. We will get the full official injury report and see how these guys are labeled going into this game on Sunday. And speaking of this game on Sunday, because I was here and I was ready, because Wednesday is the date for me, fellas. Tyler, we talked about it. Like, people like to turn the page on Tuesday. I'm not a turn the page on Tuesday yet. I need to the middle of the week. And you get me to Wednesday. Now, okay, I flushed. I'm talking about now the Texans. They flushed it a lot sooner. But we here, radio-wise, what we're doing, content-wise, we completely literally flush the previous week's game, and it's on now to Tennessee. A huge, huge game because now this becomes the biggest game of the season. So I'm ready. I'm generally ready to look forward here, and there's a lot to look forward in this game to try to figure out. I just can't quite turn the damn page yet because today there was reason for me not to be able to turn the page today, and I do not know why this is bothering me so much. It is like I'm just specifically myself. And that's just to a point that is like it is really pissing me off. I really, really irritated.
I'm just pissed off
by this. Your AFC Offensive Player of the Week, Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
27 of 36, 301 yards, 2 touchdowns, 12 rushing yards as well. Did have the fumble there. But he is the AFC Offensive Player of the Week.
Oh, no. Hell no.
How in the hell did they allow this to happen?
Yeah, it's not good.
This is, I don't know why, fellas. This is bothering the hell out of me. That this, like a big, huge game with the playoffs on the line.
I started my day pissed at this as well.
I
woke up to this horrible news.
I did. I needed the thought of the fully dressed because this is just D'Amico, man. This has to be D'Amico's most embarrassing moment as a coach in his coaching career. That in a game that mattered, like they didn't have the injury thing on the other side. They had Jim Ward. Derek Stingley was back, coming off being the AFC Defensive Player of the Week, and we're going to see the head-up matchup between him and Sauce Gardner. They had Steven Nelson. They had Crew. Blake Cashman goes down, but they had their guys against a team. What'd you say, Tyler? They totaled up 13 points
I believe,
in the previous 3 weeks?
Yep, I believe so.
Yeah, well, the sacks, I think Wilson had been sacked
17 times.
17 times in the last 3 games.
17 times the Jets had given up between him and Boyle. Yeah. 17 times.
And look, but you got to him.
It is irritating.
You hit him 9 times, you sacked him 4 times,
and
never mind that, but they played on the same crap field and the same crap weather as you did. There's no doubt about that. That should bother you, and I don't think it's crazy to say that, that's probably the biggest blemish easily on D'Amico Ryans in his defense this season. But I saw this morning by Texans Cap on Twitter. 7 of 13 opposing quarterbacks this season had their best or second best passing grade against Houston. Best, Desmond Ridder, Falcons, loss.
We don't like that.
Best, Bryce Young, Carolina, lost. Best, Zach Wilson, Jets, lost. Second best, Gardner freaking Minshew, Indianapolis, lost. Trevor Lawrence, Jacksonville, the first. You beat them. Second best, Baker Mayfield, Tampa Bay. You beat them, but still, from a defense's perspective, what you probably started to feel most comfortable with Jimmy Ward back, with a healthy Blake Cashman, with those dudes that you just mentioned that now I know you're kind of lighting the pants with. You lost some of them. You felt pretty good in terms of what was able to give you the most consistent product on a football field. I'd take the defense over the offense. Now, I'm not sure.
Especially against that Jets offense.
Yeah. We don't like that.
But all right, those teams and those quarterbacks you listed off, none of that feels anything like what happened Sunday. Because sure. like even to this point, I will say it. I think that C.J. Stroud in the games against the Falcons and the Panthers, just quarterback-wise, was outplayed by Desmond Ridder and Bryce Young in those games in particular. Those two quarterbacks were played better than C.J. those days. But none of them looked like this. None of them were even thought to be NFC Offensive Players of the Week.
Right.
It was more or less like, oh, boy, C.J. and the offense didn't play well. But Bryce still threw for 170 yards in the game. He wasn't great. Desmond Ridder made some plays and probably played one of his better games, but it wasn't like he went off.
Right.
They let Zach Wilson.
He kind of did in the last series or two. But.
He went off for Desmond to the tune of, 240 something. This cat went off.
Yeah, he did.
Second half.
Yeah.
To the point that I would have bet all kinds of money if you said to me, all right, hey, man, I bet you Zach Wilson, I bet you he'll be AFC Offensive Player of the Week after this game. How much money I would have put down and lost? Yeah. That is just.
Yeah, I know. I think it was the first time, and I've failed to do this still, and I guarantee you probably John Harris, with the Texans, maybe Drew Doherty know this answer better than I do, but I still think that's the first time in franchise history that the Texans have given up 30 points in the second half to anybody. We're talking about 22 years, man. And they've done it a couple of times in the first half, but I don't think it's ever happened in the second half. And just the circumstances surrounding that game. That's why this is a gut punch 3 days after the fact, is that Zach Wilson is the freaking AFC Offensive Player of the Week against you, who has already been benched, who is already... His own head coach didn't even want to talk about the cat. Pled the fifth a few weeks ago.
He didn't even want to play. Yeah. There were reports that he didn't even want to play. I'm just saying, hey, D'Amico, I think you are a top 3 defensive play caller coordinator probably in the league.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of the top defensive minds. You can't be fully healthy against this team and put that up.
No doubt.
I got to look at you. You were healthy.
I mean, not even lose.
You were mostly healthy. There. I mean, that one is tough.
Not even losing one of your best, maybe the best defender during the game, and you got banged up otherwise. But I mean, a lot of that was late. With Christian Harris and Will Anderson. I mean, you'd already dug yourself a hole at that point in time. But I mean, just the secondary. You're supposed to feel really good about the secondary. Rewind training camp, preseason. It's the one area on this team that you felt comfortable enough to I can hang my hat on this. Jalen Petrie, Jalen Ward, Steven Nelson, Derek Stingley, all healthy. Secondary. You getting carved up by Zach freaking Wilson.
Especially from what we've seen up here. Zach Wilson is...
I know a lot of it was on linebackers too, but still.
Good God, man. All right, coming up. I think it's time for us to have a very real conversation about... somebody that the Texans straight up need. And this is the question. I want you to think it through. We'll talk about it on the other side. You can get in on this through YouTube, Twitch, 713-572-4610. Do the Texans have a Jimmy, not a Jimmy, I know you didn't call him Jimmy. Do the Texans have a John Mechie problem? Do the Houston Texans right now at this point have a John Mechie problem? We'll discuss that next on the other side. But before we talk about potentially issues with the Texans wide receivers,
hottest takes and best interviews from around the game. New episodes every Monday and Wednesday. Just follow Heat Check on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive as Sean Bada Bing, Bada Boom Bajani is in the building with us today. And I just, listen, 713-572-4610, YouTube, Twitch, you can jump in on this. This is just quite simply, thank you, Tyler. Quite simply, do the Texans have a John Mechie problem? Because his one catch for 6 yards, and that's just part of the story. The other part is, like, he just couldn't gain a lick of separation. I don't know if it was the weather or the field. I don't know what it was. Mm-hmm. But he just couldn't get any lick of separation. And, I mean, it was just ease with either one of the corners, not just Sauce Gardner, but Reed as well. It was just ease anytime they were together or in coverage near him. There were times where the ball touched him, and as soon as contact was made, he couldn't complete the catch. And listen, we understand everything that goes around that surrounds John Mechie. But I mean, if we really look, it's a second-round pick that you are kind of in need of right now, and what he's showing you at this point is rough. And I'm not even just looking at now, but even bigger. Like, is it too early to call this a potential problem, or do you think we're in a spot right now that the Texans have a John Mechie problem, a second-round pick that they just may not get a lot of production out of?
You could have a problem. I mean, I'm not going to lie.
You're not ready to get there yet.
I'm not going to tell you that I haven't thought about that, but I still kind of think it's a little early in terms of the opportunities that he's had on a football field. He's not played more than 50% of the snaps, but just one time this season, and that happened this past
Sunday.
weekend.
Yep.
He played exactly 50% of the offensive snaps, which was 28, was targeted 5 times, had 1 catch. You just mentioned it, for 6 yards. That was the worst, target to reception ratio he's had by far this season. But every other game that he's played into this point, the amount of targets he's garnered was 3. 90% of the time, it's 2. And he's caught at least 1 pass, I think, in every game that he's played this season. If you look at the target to reception ratio, it's pretty damn good given the opportunities that he's had. The problem with John Mechie may not be that, okay, and we got a whole bunch of texts coming in here saying some of them are pretty harsh, but, like one, he's a shell of himself, from the player that he was at Alabama. Mechie has no hunger for the game, says one texter.
No,
it's gone.
That's completely unfair.
I think that's completely unfair. And I'll say this before we even continue. John Mechie was asked by our very own Brandon Scott, I believe it was last week, who caught up with him in the locker room ahead of the Jets game. And he was asked a question, and I'm paraphrasing here, but hey, how nice is it to be able to talk actual football and put, the cancer diagnosis and that rehab and everything there behind you? He's repeatedly
said he's not leaning on that, yeah.
And hey, man, this is awesome talking football. Let's talk ball. I mean, if he can put that behind him, then you know what? So can the rest of us, and I surely have. I'm glad to be able to talk about John Mechie, the football player, and John Mechie, the football player right now, is TBD, MIA, incomplete. I haven't seen enough to be really super concerned one way or the other, or super encouraged one way or the other. I'll say that. I think this is the most important week that Bobby Slowick particularly has had in his coaching career because of what he has to work with, given the organization whom they're playing, what they're playing for, and where they're playing at. I think you could draw some positives from the situation. You and I were just talking about that. I think that's a much deeper conversation for later on, too. But it's very difficult to see the forest through the trees, given everything that you have to take into account with healthy bodies available to you. And speaking directly to John Mechie, what he's shown you so far within this offense? Is it just something as simple as Bobby not able to dial it up for Mechie? I don't know. I think there's an element to that. He hasn't been a real part of this offensive game plan yet.
All right, I'm glad you spoke of that. And, yes, I think there's a fairness point of how many opportunities has he gotten.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he definitely has gotten one last Sunday and will probably have one the rest of the way. All right, but seeing some things from the text line. As I just simply stated, the question, do the Texans have a John Mechie problem? For the person who texted in, Mechie is less than a year back from cancer. What in the world do you expect? That's why I haven't even given my opinion yet. I just simply threw the question to you.
Yeah.
Does he have so there's no what do you expect? I haven't even said it. I haven't even given my opinion. Now, I will take the time at this point to give my opinion. And I said, as I said the question, do they have a problem? And the reason why I'm leaning towards yes is, for me, if you just and do, but if you take away the medical situation with the cancer,
mm-hmm.
and you say to yourself, all right, when you draft John Mechie, a second-round pick, and I've said this before, the only skilled player that they have drafted in the top 2 rounds with all of these picks they've had over the last couple of seasons. John Mechie, you draft him in the second round. What is your expectations for a second-round draft pick? A second-round draft pick that's a wide receiver, what would be your expectation? And for me, my expectation would be an NFL 2 at the very least. A number 2 receiver. Hell, you can go be a number 1 receiver too, but a number 2 receiver. Now, I just watched the Texans draft a kid in the 3rd round
mm-hmm.
that played in the AAC and not in the SEC. Right? I understand he came off injury and all this, but he has showed up immediately. Now, Tank Dell immediately
mm-hmm.
and he obviously has some physical things that kind of potentially could hold him back. And he is, in some of y'all's mind, a 1. I think a very good, he's come out there looking like Tyler Lockett and some right off the bat. And when I say potentially a problem, I got it. You said the forest through the trees. It is really hard for me to see. I'm not saying it's over.
Mm-hmm.
It's really hard for me to see that he is going to live up to expectations I would have for a second-round pick wide receiver. It is hard to see that. He may, and it maybe this full season, get back, and next year, bam, he's going to look like what you would expect. But it is hard to visualize that he will get to that expectation.
I mean, you just said you would expect him to be a regular number 2.
A number 2 receiver.
I would just, maybe this is a little too general. Maybe it's a little closer to what you're looking for. But the immediate thing that came to my mind already, without cancer, the whole thing. I mean, we knew about the ACL
from Alabama. Yep.
Right. Okay. Regular contributor. If the Texans evaluated him based upon what he did at Alabama as a football player, never mind medical history and all that stuff, and still taking into account the guys coming off of an ACL, and then never mind he had to deal with cancer. No, I'm not worried about that. Regular contributor, especially in a really good offensive scheme for him. And I think it is a really good offensive scheme for him. I just don't think Bobby Slowick, who has been a little slow in kind of coming around and trying to figure out what works best for particular guys, right? And just in a game plan in and of itself. The encouraging thing is we've seen it in the same breath, Slowick be able to adjust from week to week. Not necessarily from one half to the other half, but week to week. I think that's the encouraging thing. And when your back's up against the wall and you have to rely upon or down stretch, along with Xavier Hutchinson and others, I kind of, in Bobby, I trust for him to figure out, at least to give us a pretty damn good sample size, on to have at least a better idea of how to judge John Mechie at this point in time.
All right, we'll see. We'll continue, because there's something you said there that I want to touch on the way back, and I see people still coming in with their thoughts about John Mechie. Also, Seth, we had him on yesterday, at his regular time on Tuesday. He said something that was really interesting that jumped out to me that I want to take to you, the listeners, and get your thoughts on. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, everybody out there, get your holiday shopping done at Academy Sports and Outdoors, y'all. These deals are, good. I'm telling you, man. We're talking about good stuff, too. We're talking about Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, all the brands that you know. And look here, a man like me, I got to keep my beer cold.
Hyundai Tucson. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we talked about it here in a bit, coming up in just a second. Seth has something to say. I want to get you all's thoughts on it as well. I said that we have a John Mechie problem here with the Texans, and my thought was, man, if I take the expectation of a second-round pick, to me, it's somebody that you said a contributor to me. I'm gonna go. I need you as like a number 2 receiver. I need you to be in that vein for the team. A number 2, a third, like put up production. Like that, because we see guys in the second round be ones. We see like guys like that really step in. We look at it like obviously the guy behind him in a George Pickens, even with poor quarterback play, has been a guy that at the very least looks like a 2, and for the Steelers at times it's probably been their number 1 receiver.
Mm-hmm.
And now John there's just obviously with things that have happened. There's not really very much production at all, and it is hard for me to see that he can meet those expectations. But you did say something like about, Bobby Slowick, and I do think it is going to be on Bobby Slowick to kind of help navigate, get him in the absolute best positions possible. But to that point, a second-round pick also for me, I don't think should have to almost constantly depend on being schemed open,
right?
And like Noah Brown, I could see that, right? But like a number 2 pick, a guy like a John Mechie with the talent that we watched at Alabama, what we've seen, like that shouldn't be a guy to me that just has to always be schemed into. You gotta do stuff to get him. Like he should be able to run a slant and create separate open. He should be able to run a dig and create separation to get open. He should be able to run a corner route and create separation to get open. And we haven't seen that yet.
I agree with you. Going back to what Bobby Slowick had said, maybe it's been 2 weeks ago now. It was immediately after Dell went down, right? And the question was, like, how do you replace that type of production? And he's talking about the rest of his receiver core, which at the time entailed Xavier Hutchinson, John Mechie. Nico Collins was very much a healthy part of that receiver core as well. Robert Woods, who wasn't even targeted, looked at once 2 weeks ago, and just a few times this past weekend. I mean, they looked at Brevin Jordan many more times. I think he doubled up the targets that Woods garnered this past weekend against the Jets, which is still somewhat kind of encouraging, okay, if you have to rely upon that guy. Again, which is a possibility this week. There is good news there that Brevin has made, I'm not going to say the best of his opportunities, but has done a pretty good job. But let me just say this. Slowick said there is really good to elite qualities with all of these guys. We saw it firsthand exactly what that is within this system for Nico Collins, for Tank Dell, early on with Robert Woods. What is that for John Mechie right now? That's what we don't really know the answer to. Has Bobby Slowick failed to put him in the best position to showcase those very good to elite qualities? Himself said we have to find a way to take advantage of it. I just think that, one, he hadn't had the opportunity, needed to have to really rely upon Mechie that much. In terms of, targets, I mean, how much really was Mechie a part of the game plan going into the New York Jets?
That could
you know
be
what I mean?
Well, I would think he was.
In-game adjustments has not been a strong suit of neither D'Amico Ryans or Bobby Slowick's repertoire this season, if we're being fully honest.
But, Sean, you watched the game. Tyler, you watched it later. Let's just be honest. Like, I know there wasn't no there's a legit criticism about adjustments, but John Mechie wasn't running away from anybody. And John Mechie in that game, it didn't matter. I mean, you could have given him. It didn't matter what route you gave him, right? Like the John Mechie was not creating a lick of separation. Like he was seatbelt locked.
Right. Well, that kind of brings me to another point that I wanted to make on the broadcast. I thought it was interesting, and granted, peek behind the curtain. I couldn't watch this game live, so I had no idea what the hell was going on. I'm in another studio with no TV cutting up highlights. I didn't watch this until afterward, but it helped me actually because Andre Ware during the broadcast said that talking about John Mechie particularly, his route running was not good. He was not breaking off and getting flat in his route. He was kind of fading, which when you fade your route, the ball stays in the air a little bit longer. It allows a defensive back or a linebacker, whoever it is, to break on a ball. And how many balls did C.J. Stroud nearly have picked off in that game alone? That was probably the most opportunities he'd given an opposing defense for some freebies maybe inside of the last month. He had a really bad game. I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Jacksonville, where it was like, oh my God, like how many picks is this dude going to throw, potentially.
The Cardinals game, yeah.
Was it the Cardinals?
Yeah. 3 picks in that game.
And so I went back and I watched it later that night. I'm like, yeah, you know what? Absolutely. You could see it. Go back and look. Be that guy. Go back and watch the game specifically for guys running their routes. They weren't the greatest of routes. And then ask yourself the question, well, what the hell am I what am I really expecting here? Guys like Xavier Hutchinson, who went into that New York Jets game, who had been targeted a total of 4 times all season. John Mechie, who had been targeted a total of like 16 times all season going into that game, to run great, crisp routes when they're not even presumed to have impact roles going in terms of the game plan. Maybe at the time they're asked to do things that they weren't asked to do before. D'Amico Ryans was asked that question by Cody Stutes this week. When you have to all of a sudden make that adjustment without Nico Collins in a game and you're inserting Noah Brown to be that guy or Xavier Hutchinson to be that guy, do you have to change the game plan and suit it to what they best do? The answer is yeah, because they're not Nico Collins. Maybe they're just not good at what they were asked to do on that particular day. And now they've got a full week for Slowick to help scheme them up. And maybe, yeah, you know what? For 4 games for a month, you need to be schemed up, and that can be okay too.
Yeah. From the text line, here we go, Tyler. Typical shock jock show. Throw out an extreme prompt. Throw out an extreme to prompt a response. Then get up on the fence and justify profession.
That was a fair question.
What's extreme?
The man was diagnosed with cancer after being drafted. He's played a halftime or part of the year as he recovers from cancer and cancer treatment. It's unfortunate set of circumstances that should open him up for. Listen, shock jock. I love it. This is becoming a theme here with me making very measured and understandable responses.
You're being crazy, bro.
What I'm telling you here, Mr. Tony.
You're wild.
Mr. Tony, the cancer situation happened, and it's going to have happened next year and the year after that. And what I'm asking you, you're seeing it. Like, there's got to be, like, it's not in your mind that you're thinking, damn, they drafted Tank Dell, who played in the AAC at U of H, who's 165 pounds and 5'9", and he's jumped into the screen, and not just, been good. I mean, it's immediate in training camp, immediate in the season, immediate. Hell, he's probably maybe a top 5 route runner in the league. And I'm not saying that he needs to be on that level, but and John Mechie himself talked about
he said he does not want to be judged off the cancer stuff anymore.
And when I watch
him, told us that.
When I watch him play, he seems like he is moving, and I'm not saying about his body, but he seems like he is moving in a space, and he's active everywhere. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying the cat needs to be Tank Dell, but you can see the difference between a 3rd-round rookie and where he is production-wise. I mean, he's in the arena league.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, it's not even. I'm not even saying he needs to be him. It's not close.
Yeah.
Like it's not close. It's not all right, hey man, Tank's got 700 yards this year and he's got 240. No, it's not close.
Let me interject something here. And it comes from a guy, I'm going to quote a guy who generally says a whole lot of nothing about everything, and that's Nick Caserio. However, back in September, during his press conference after training camp, I might have been the one that asked the question. I can't remember. Somebody asked the question about John Mechie and what kind of camp he thought he had. What was his evaluation? Here was a direct quote from Caserio. Quote, "He's worked really hard, but I'd say he also looks like a player who hasn't played football in 18 months. At the time, I remember kind of going, whoa, that's a solid evaluation from a guy who generally says nothing about everything. And I just can like, whoa, that sounds very honest. And I question myself, what have I been looking at the last, 4, 5, 6 weeks watching John Mechie practice? Because I thought like, damn, dude looked pretty good. How good did he look? How big of a target was he, during the preseason in practices? The guy was very much a part of what they were doing offensively. And then boom, nothing, right? Training camp's one thing. It's another thing. 18 months. Keep that in mind. Dude did not play football for 18 months. And I'm not saying make an excuse. We're talking about why we shouldn't make an excuse. We're talking about why Mechie doesn't want us to make an excuse. But when you are elite at something at one level and then you don't get to do it for 18 months, how hard is it and how long should it take, really, for you to get back to even being in the same zip code of the player that you once were?
As I said, like I'm not saying it's done. I'm simply saying you needed that guy to step up and he played last week, and he didn't look like he belonged on the field with those guys. He didn't look like he belonged on the field with those guys, and I simply said, do they have a problem? And the other question I said is, he's a second-round pick. Do you look at him and think he is going to live up to the expectations of a second-round pick? Now, if those are shock jock questions, then I'm shock jocking this thing on up. Coming up, the Rockets, they've got a big game tonight to try to get to 11 straight. They better, and we got to talk overall potentially where they are. And then one of the biggest idiots in sports that needs to be stopped. We will discuss that coming up next.
The Texans trip to East Rutherford. live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents the Stoerner and Hughley with the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
Let's go, baby, as we are live here on The Drive. And my guy, Sean, bada bing, bada boom, Bajani is in the building as Clint is still helping out and taking care of his newborn daughter. And that's where he is at this point. So Sean is in the building. Tyler Milner, of course, is running things and holding it all down for the show here. And there's a few things, a lot of things to hit, a lot going on, and a big one tonight for the Rockets. The Rockets, they're seeking their 11th straight win at home. And they're 4th overall to try to run their record to 12-9. They're 2 games above 500, and obviously they've been a great home team. They're 10-1 currently at home, and as I said, looking to get their 11th straight. And they're playing one of the worst teams in not just the West, but in basketball. The Grizzlies are 10 games under 500. They're 6-16. Probably wish they were playing in Memphis. They're 1-10 at home, by the way, at home.
Let's go, Rockets. But
this, to me, is a game just like the last one, right? They just said the two teams, you got the Spurs who are in the midst of 17 in a row, and then you got this team, and we all know Dylan Brooks is going to be up. He didn't shoot the ball well in the last game against the Spurs, and we know he's going to be up and ready to go. This is a game I expect them to come out and win.
I do, too. It should be another Jalen Green game. Right?
Who knows? Well, I guess up and down, Jalen. He had 7 and was 2 for 10 in the last game, so maybe we get good Jalen.
I mean, it's been a little while.
He's like Framber. You're up and down. Good Jalen, bad Jalen.
Totally true.
Except not as consistent as Framber.
But just look at the matchup, though. I mean, I said it's been a little while, but we're through barely a quarter of the NBA season. Green had one of his best games against the Grizzlies earlier this year. I think he'd scored 30, 35 points, something like that. I kind of expect it to be the same. 1, because they are at home, but then 2, you took away my main point, man. Dylan Brooks, like, this team kind of can feed off of him, man, when he's not trying to do too much, but he's Dylan Brooks. He's playing tough. He's setting the tone. I think that's when
Jalen Green, stare down somebody for 10 minutes before the game starts and just stand there. Favorite thing Dylan does.
When you can allow Dylan Brooks to kind of be, the tone setter from a physical standpoint early, and he kind of lets the game kind of come to him and find some easy baskets in the lane, some good looks off of a screen on the perimeter. To me, that's when Jalen Green is kind of at his best, because it almost opens everything up for him. We all know this. He can do it if he wants to. He can score from anywhere on the court. Jalen Green can. He can do it.
No, he can't.
Anywhere.
He's just not consistent. You just don't know what you're going to get.
I think when he didn't feel that onus early to be the guy, I think that bodes well for him. And the fact that they're home, they've been stinking the last 10 games. They're just 3-7, not shooting well. They're getting blasted on the boards. And I think just from a matchup to matchup, basis, the Rockets should do what they did to them the first time and beat them by 20.
Yeah, this is just a bad basketball team. And the Rockets, they're still learning. But these are games they can win, just like they did. They didn't play well at all, really, against the Spurs. But their defense, which has greatly improved, you hold them to 82 points like you did, and you come in here and you play hard. This is a game that if the Rockets just play hard, they're going to win. If they play hard at home, they're going to win. And so I expect this to be a W for the Rockets. And to be honest with you, man, I am starting, and Tyler, I didn't put any money on it like I should have, but I am starting to feel really, really good about what I said to begin the year. I said, this team, my expectations is that this team at the very least, is fighting all year long to be in the play-in at the very least.
In the hunt.
In the hunt for the play-in. And I'm going to tell you right now, as I look at this thing, as they sit, they're 9th in the West right now, and they're a game back of Sacramento, who's 5th. So I mean, and that's what we're going to see. They're going to be tight, close, congested in that West. But they're right there, and they're 1-8 on the road.
Yeah.
But they're right there. But I look at the teams behind them. there's some slow starts to figure out the top 10 go to the play-in and the playoffs. I mean, if they they don't make it, highly disappointed right now at this point because the Spurs aren't coming back.
I won't say I'll be disappointed if they don't get in, but they need to be competitive right up until the very bitter end, right?
They are ninth. These are the teams that are outside of the 10. Now, how many of these teams do you have expectation will come up and should grab a spot over the Rockets? The Spurs, the Trailblazers, the Grizzlies, the Jazz, and the Warriors. The Warriors is maybe the only team, and they're self-destructing, and we'll get to that fool here in a second. But the Warriors are the only team that you look up and say, all right, that's a team that's probably not going to be down there. But the Jazz, Grizzlies, Blazers, and Spurs suck.
Yeah. I'm looking at the Warriors, and my mind immediately goes to, all right, whose spot they taking?
Yeah.
Are they taking the Rockets?
That's the one.
Are they taking the Hornets?
Well, the Hornets are in the East.
That bottom two, Pelicans.
Pelicans,
sorry.
yeah.
I got New Orleans Hornets on my mind.
That's all right.
Man.
I got you.
That's really only two. Everybody else, I fully expect to be there, and to kind of. It's going to be interesting because Phoenix is a much better team than an 8 right now.
If they'll ever play together, yeah.
The Clippers, I don't know. Maybe keep an eye on them at the 7 right now.
Yeah, this crew here, I got to tell you, if they play hard most of these games, they got a chance. I have expectations. This team is at least fighting for it.
Yeah,
at this point.
I'm
going to clean up this road.
I'd stick to my guns because a lot can happen. It's still a long season. I won't be disappointed, and it's on my season expectation. But it's just so cool to see like the Texans and the Rockets kind of doing what they're doing at the same time. I'll say this: the biggest difference maker to me, Rockets controlling only what they can control. This is a really hard coached team. How sustainable is it for these young guys when they get in and around that All-Star break and they're staring the back half of the season in the face? Their bodies are worn down. Teams have improved. They're playing their asses off to get in. How does this team respond?
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, they ought to win the next 2 games. They ought to win the next 2 games to be 13-9. They play the Grizzlies back-to-back games. They ought to beat the hell out of the Grizzlies, one of the worst teams in basketball. So big one tonight for them to go ahead and take care of business.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, the story really right now in the sports world is something crazy happened in the NBA late last night. If you were asleep, what do you think it was? Oh, let me guess. Draymond. Guess what? You're right. Draymond Green was ejected again this season with a flagrant 2 as he just spun around and cold-cocked almost, softly, almost could have connected, could have been harder on Nurkic last night at the Suns. And it's just yet again, he goes up high in somebody's face and hits him. And then after the game, the kind of taken responsibility for it. I apologize to Nurkic because I did not intend to hit him there. I was just trying to sell the call by flailing my arms. That your flailing of the arms is a spin, like cuff punch. Dude is.
You did Draymond a solid right there in paraphrasing what he said after the game, because what he said after the game.
But the most of it was excuse making.
It was horrible. I'm actually surprised they even let him speak after the game.
No, he speaks every time.
To me, yeah, but he got ejected for that, dude. It's one thing to, punch a guy in the nuts. It's one thing to step on somebody. It's another thing to do what he did to Rudy Gobert earlier this season and literally put him in a headlock and drag him out of a pile.
Like a bouncer?
Dude, this was, and I don't care if I sound like this guy or not, this was closer to an assault on a basketball court than it was to anything basketball related that he's ever done. And that includes to kicking and punching dudes in the junk. I think people like Stephen A. Smith, I heard like a little snippet of what he had to say this morning, and I didn't even want to listen to it because I didn't want it to affect my opinion on this matter. I just saw what I saw, and I think what I think. And when I see XYZ person believes that Draymond's going to be suspended for at least 5 games or 10 games, screw that. This guy should be suspended indefinitely, and there should be real fear instilled in him that he may not play basketball for the rest of the season, because this dude the reason why the NBA has lost a lot of OG basketball fans, like for this kind of stuff right here. This is the reason why people have the opinions that they do of the NBA, and they want to call these guys thugs. That right there. That had nothing to do with basketball. That had nothing to do with him selling a call. What call? What call? There was no body weight being placed upon this guy at all.
Didn't have a contractor out there.
Had like neurons that were firing off like crazy and spazzed out like a psychopath, spun around and literally tried to knock this dude out of the game.
I want to say something you did say there about why some people don't watch the NBA. I think it's completely unfair because he's one person that does silliness with most of the guys in the league don't act like I mean, the vast majority, like 97%.
I'm not saying they do.
Oh, I know you do. I'm just saying to the point you're making, yes, and it's something that the league looks at. But like I just saw someone text in, he needs to be suspended 10 to 15 games. Like, here is my thought. Is I think you're indefinite in the season, and I'm telling you right now, if they came out and said that, I wouldn't really trip about it. They said, man, we're just going to sit you down the rest of the way.
I wouldn't either, based upon precedent, because they've already shown they don't have the nuts to do anything that really is going to prevent, as best they possibly can, this happening in the future.
My thought is, I look at a situation like Ja Morant, and I look at Ja Morant, who got suspended off the rip this season for 20, and has been, I believe, suspended for more, even for some of the prior incidents that he had. Like, none of his incidents came to a legal spot. Listen, and I agreed that there should have been discipline laid on Ja Morant. And I don't even mind what the discipline has been. But the deal was, like, hey, he became repetitive in these issues where we would see him kind of put himself that could be in dangerous spots, that could be where he's taking pictures, you know, with weapons on Instagram, or we see him again. And he had conversations with the commissioner, and then he went and did it again. And this became a thing where it was multiple incidents. None of them legal, though, but multiple incidents. And they felt like, all right, man, we gotta send a message, and we're going to suspend him 25 games. Well, if Ja Morant gets suspended 25 games, we're doing the same things with Draymond. Draymond repeatedly doing this. Like, I mean, you could just roll through a few in your mind. I don't even remember his first. I know this is going to be the third time he's suspended this year in this season. Hell, they ain't played 20 games. Ja hasn't even returned yet because he hasn't played. They haven't played 25 games. Yeah. But he had choked out. He tried to choke out Gobert. He did this thing here with the guy last night with the Suns.
Yeah.
He did whatever he did. I can't even remember what it was earlier. He stomped on Sabonis in the playoffs and missed a game. He punched out Jordan Poole in the face that he got no repercussions for because it happened behind closed doors. It's repeated. It's repeated. It's 18 times he is going to be suspended. This will be the 19th time he's suspended. To me, if Ja gets 25 games for the things he has done because they have been an embarrassment to the league and it's been repetitive, this is an embarrassment to the league and becoming a physical thing on the court that is potentially going to lead to, because I was talking, me and Tyler, we were talking today, and I said, I'm telling you, there are about 30 to 40 guys in the league that are just waiting, that are in the I wish Draymond would do that to me. And listen, and I don't think Draymond is scared to do what he does to anybody. No. I don't think this is a situation where Draymond is seeking out people he doesn't think he's going to do it. Draymond doesn't give a damn. Draymond will fight Shaq.
But you're right. There is a line.
But there is going to be some. There is probably a player in Detroit. There's probably a kid in Portland. There's probably a kid somewhere in Miami just wait. Oh, I wish he would. If he gets me, it is furniture moving all over this place. And then you're going to have a real issue. Then you have a real big thing. So I think they have like, this can't be a 5-game suspension or a 2-game suspension, which is it
needs to be 25 minimum, but an indefinite suspension. an indefinite suspension with 25 games served minimum, period. Because what you're saying could literally spill over not just into the concourse or the player parking lot, but elsewhere, and we talk in real life
you're gonna
human
have a scene.
consequences.
You're going to have a scene one ahead.
Really could.
And because they're going to be like, there's guys out there, all right, man, y'all not going to take care of this? I'm going to take care of it. I'm telling you,
100%.
there's probably a couple of players for the Rockets who are sitting here that just waiting. I wish he would put his arms
I'd name
around my
3
neck.
of them right now. The Rockets that ain't afraid.
That are saying, I'll take these 10 games. I'll take this one. But you ain't going to do it to me if y'all ain't going to do it. So, I mean, and like someone texted in, a good-ass whipping is a hump. Listen, Draymond is not – that's not getting to him. But I'm just saying what potentially will happen moving forward. All right, coming up, we give you an update from the head coach, DeMeco Ryans. We give you an update on the latest on C.J. Stroud. You can hear that coming up next right here on The Drive.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Lewis Floor and Ability Tree Experts. Look, if you've got big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, you need to listen up, man. Give me your attention one time.
Payne and Pendergast in the 7 a.m. hour for your cue to call. And you could be heading to see rock royalty reunite right here in Houston.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh boy, Draymond will elicit a conversation, baby. We continued that segment through the break as they are awaiting when that decision comes. When it is 3 to 5 games, boy, Draymond gonna be over there laughing. Steve Kerr is over it. I bet Steve's like, God, man, just please take him for 15. All right, if you have been wondering, it is Wednesday. This is a practice day, and I know Sean Bajani was out there. And the big story, obviously, is C.J. Stroud. What's going to happen? Will he play? Will he have a chance? Will he clear the concussion protocol? Here is D'Amico Ryans, who spoke with the media earlier today. This is the latest update that the head coach had with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, C.J., he's getting a little bit better. We'll see how the week continues to go, but he is still in the concussion protocol.
All right, there it is. C.J. Stroud, he's getting a little bit better. We'll see how the week goes. You were today. Was he even out there? Did you see him?
No, he wasn't out there.
He wasn't even out there, which you would think so, concussion.
Which sometimes.
But that's interesting because Henry To'oTo'o is somebody who had concussion.
Yeah, but he wasn't seen initially.
He wasn't seen either. That's what I was going to wonder. The guys that we know, Christian Harris had one, Tank Dale had one. Were they out on the practice field?
The one guy that I can remember seeing out on a football field that was fresh off of a concussion, I want to say was Blake Cashman. Now, I can't remember if it was this year or last year that he'd had a concussion, and we're walking into practice, and Cashman was getting work on a side field and then walked into the training room, disappearing for, practice. And that's why I say sometimes, just because we didn't see C.J. Stroud out there when we were there, doesn't mean he didn't come out. Now, there's, multiple phases that you have to kind of go through when you're in concussion protocol. I wouldn't even anticipate seeing C.J. Stroud on a football field until I think it's phase 3 where they can start doing like cardio and, sports-specific type movements and things that would call for him to be on a football field. But until he even reaches that point, hell, he's just 2 days removed, from this. So I just wouldn't anticipate it. I wouldn't anticipate seeing C.J. Stroud on a football field, and this is just my opinion, until next week.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think he plays at all. And he's still, saying he's in concussion protocol, said he's feeling better, which is a good sign to hear. But we look at it, man, the Tua thing last year, we talked about it earlier this week, was a big deal, and everything that happened to him, where he had a bit of the stumble that they didn't call one, kind of like CJ kind of had a bit of a stumble against Denver that they did not look at as a concussion. And then the following week, we see that big hit. We saw that big hit from CJ bounced off his head. I feel like they're taking it very, very serious. Yeah. And I think you can tell me if I'm wrong. The 3 guys that come to mind, Tank Dale, Christian Harris, and Henry To'oTo'o, who had concussions this year, they all at least missed a week.
Yeah, so it wasn't Blake Cashman this year, right?
I can't remember.
It was probably last year that I'm thinking of. It all kind of meshes together.
There's a lot of injuries. I'm certain those 3.
Yeah, no, you're right on those 3 for sure. And not all concussions are created equal. That's the first thing that you have to understand. Whether you saw the hit or not, think back to Tank Dell's. He didn't even get hit.
Yeah.
He caught a ball and went to the ground, and his head hit the turf, bounced up. And if you watch that in real time, the last thing you were thinking was like, oh, boy, concussion. Like, I thought shoulder or something. Yeah. Right? So they're not all created equal, and the time in which it takes a person to be good and okay to come back and pass protocol and get through phase 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, it's all different sometimes, man. So that's the most encouraging thing, but it can also be the most worrisome thing.
Because I'm with you. Like Tank's like, oh, you had to watch it a couple times. CJ's, you watched once. You knew exactly what the thing was.
Yeah.
You saw that head bounce off the turf and him lay there. Like it was that was clear ahead thing.
Yeah.
At that point, so we'll see there. That is the latest as we continue to look at the injury report and importance with especially C.J. Stroud and what the potential of him could be on Sunday. Speaking of this offense, and this offense is potentially going to be without their top two passing threats, and I don't even say just passing threats, their top two weapons on the offense, and that is obviously we know Tank Dell won't be there, but that is Nico Collins. He is up in the air as somebody else that we need to look at because he was out after the third play of the game last week and never returned, and we'll see what happens there. No, he didn't practice today from reports. But I got to say, fellas, I think this really, and I know it did it for me, and I felt this anyway. I think hopefully everybody took a step back and said, yo, maybe we owe far more credit to Nico Collins and Tank Dell for this offense and their seasons than we've been getting. Because it feels like to me one narrative that has been, and especially with Nico, I think kind of the hometown hero aspect of Tank Dell maybe releases not as much going towards. I think it was a real feel of that these guys were really elevated by C.J. Stroud. And I think there is something to that. I think C.J. Stroud has obviously helped make those guys' seasons better and their transitions better to the league and Tank Dell's, and then from what Nico worked with before. But I think it's been clear all season if you watch him, and then really clear Sunday, that these dudes have helped make CJ as much as CJ has helped make them. It was glaring, Sean, the amount of separation that those two have been able to carry compared to what we saw last week. And now I don't think it's also a coincidence that we saw other receivers garner more separation when those two were in the game. So I think C.J. Stroud deserves a ton of credit and has put together probably the best rookie season we've ever seen at the quarterback position, and is playing and played for the most part at a really high level. But one thing is, those dudes are good in their own right. Those dudes are guys that can go themselves and have created a lot and not just been lifted alone by CJ. Those guys deserve probably a little bit more credit than we've given to them.
I think it's inarguable. I think it's a great point.
Last week was so glaring.
But it's also very basic, right? I mean, when you're talking about, okay, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, C.J. Stroud, you're talking about best of the best. Throw Dalton Schultz in there too. There's a reason why you've had one of the best quarterbacks in the entire league, and there's a reason why those three receiving threats in Schultz, Dell, and Collins, have caught the most touchdown passes, have been the most effective in the pass game. You're talking about talent rich, and there's a steep drop-off. And the steep drop-off goes to just another dude to developing guys. And some of those guys that you're developing, their ceilings are a hell of a lot lower than that of where Nico Collins, Tank Dell, and Dalton Schultz are currently at, right? So, yeah, have they kind of facilitated the growth and success of C.J. Stroud and vice versa? Sure. I would even say the same thing, that all of those guys have maybe made us feel a lot better about Bobby Slowick than maybe we should have.
Hey, there's fairness there. Some absolute fairness there. I think it's become very, very glaring. Like, those dudes are not just dudes that's being made. Those dudes are helping too, and it became very, very evident, and agreed. Probably will continue to be evident as long as they're out in this game. All right, coming up, it was interesting, our conversation with Seth Payne yesterday, because he said something that made me really I had to leave home, really think about it on my drive home, like really think this one through. Let you hear what Seth had to say and get your thoughts on that as well, coming up next on The Drive.
Clint Stoerner here, and I want to take a minute to tip my cap to all my
Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I did it again. By the way, come out, hang out with us tomorrow, a little Thirsty Thursday, as we'll be out Buffalo Wild Wings, out in Clinton Tyler's neck of the woods. Well, where Tyler grew up. Baytown. We'll be at Baytown.
Hey, Dirty Bay, what up?
Now, are there multiple Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown, or is it just
Not
the
that I know of. There's always just been the one over there on Garth.
On Garth, right there, on Brooks, right there. On Garth, excuse me. So come hang out with us tomorrow, 2 to 6, as it'll be a little Thirsty Thursday. Your chance to win prizes, have some wings, have some fun with our good friends at Bud Light as well. Come on out as we'll be in Baytown. That Buffalo Wild Wings coming up tomorrow on a little Thirsty Thursday. I've done it again, and I promise you, and maybe it's just really deep down in my loins. I promise you, I don't do this on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes I feel like our guy Benny. He's probably got to be thinking, boy, that's got to be one of the rudest sons of guns I've ever seen. We're walking by, come out of the restroom, and Benny walking back. He's walking up the hallway. I'm walking down it. And he says, "Hey, how you doing?" I said, "Great." Just kept on walking.
Didn't ask him how he was doing.
I never return it. I just
you got to reciprocate, man.
And I don't even think about it. But we had this conversation earlier this week. I did it to somebody. It's just, I bet he's thinking, God, man, that guy's a real ass.
Yeah, probably. Why don't you just say, how are you?
I don't. Do you do it? Is that like I'm?
Yes.
Is that a comment like when you like?
Rarely.
It's not like we're stopping.
No, and that's understood.
It's a clear passing because in my head, I don't know that he's just, hey, how's it going? I feel like he's just saying it because if he meant, I think he would stop.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I'm,
it's not an interaction of genuine intrigue.
Yeah, that's what I don't believe so. Because to me, and my thought is, I think this is my thinking, is like this conversation. If it really continued and we both did it,
it'll make you
like
late.
we're linked. We're getting
further
further
away from each other. Yeah.
Like how are you? Oh,
I've been doing good. The family. Is hanging out.
I'm good.
Hey.
But I know in my mind, I walked through. I just said, why didn't I just say, good, how are you?
Because it's not genuine to begin with in my mind anyway.
I just said,
it's like a thing you just say. Like instead of saying,
that's what it feels
hey,
like. A formality.
Hi, it's I don't say hey or hi to anybody. I'm like, hey, how you doing?
Do you?
That's it. And so the other person, whether they reciprocate it or not, whether it's you or them, to me, in my mind, this is how I work. Maybe I overthink things very quickly, but they don't care anyway.
I was gonna say, do you think he
didn't matter?
You think he walked off kept walking yeah, man,
I mean, some might think that way and some might not, but just do it. I mean, it's minimal effort and I
agree.
It's nice,
Because this person just said, "Show it's Ron." By the way, my go-to is good and you. Boom. Then
that's how you handle it.
But that's one word too many already. I just say good you.
But it's just like, do it. But isn't it rude if you just keep walking by when you say good you?
A little bit. It's just quick.
And now it's quick, and they say quickly good. That's what is that what it usually happens?
Yeah, it's a hey, how are you? It's a quick. I don't know, doing great, man. How about you? I'm doing good.
I feel like I do need to add that to my game.
Yeah,
I feel like
it's
I
a
gotta
simple
start doing.
fix.
I don't ever think I'm just like he's like, hey, how's it going? Great, and I
just make it to where, for me, it's just muscle memory now. Like, hey, man, how are you? Oh, I'm doing good. How about you?
So you don't pause. You keep walking. You continue walking through the good, and now we're extending.
Well, if they stop, then I'll stop.
But it depends on the person that initiates that. If you get the vibe that it's really a heartfelt hey, how you doing?
Like, hey, how's it going? Yeah.
You need to reciprocate it.
Yeah. Now we're stopping.
And
I don't get that. I feel like it's just hey, man.
I feel like sometimes
that's what we say.
I do that to people. I'm asking hey, how's it going? When there's enough separation towards each other. And if then I don't get it back, sometimes I'll give them a sarcastic, tremendous. Or fantastic, and I'll keep walking. It's like I expect
living
something.
the dream. That's one I get. Living the dream.
Awesome. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, living the dream. Yeah, I just say, hey, cool, man. Good. And just keep
grinding, man. You.
Yeah. No, see, that's too much. Like, I feel like that's a stop. Just grinding, man. That's a stop and combo.
You drew that out way too long. That grinding, says man. This guy wants to stop and lay it all on.
And trust, I don't want to. I don't want. I don't. I'm trying to get to where I'm, because I do have some like I have been told, and Tyler is one of the latest. Have been told, like, I don't say bye when I hang up.
Oh my God, it drives me insane. I've known 2 people in my life that do this, but you get this man Ron the Show Hughley on the phone.
It's just wrong.
The conversation's going to end, and you might not even realize it. But the conversation's going to end. He's going to hang up, and that's when you know, okay,
like, all right,
that phone conversation's done.
I'm more of a I don't.
He'll call me. We'll talk a bit. Yeah, what about this topic? Yeah, this is going on with Stroud. All right, yeah, you are going to Buffalo Wild Wings, right? Yeah, man. Click.
No, it'd be like, all right.
Well,
like,
he does throw in an eye. He'll be like, all right.
You get what you need, and you don't want to stay around.
I don't know why. No, he's not the first person. I have
it's
now
just
Tyler. Now Tyler's aggressive. Tyler will call back. You're gonna say bye.
Well, you're just hanging up on my ass.
Text line, damn Ron, that's pretty self-absorbed of you, Jay Houston. Listen, I'm not doing it on purpose. I've never said it bye. I've never said it bye. I don't ever do it. I know it's rubbed some people the wrong way.
Bye, later, see ya.
And my dad says later. I don't.
Something.
I just ended. All right. That's my goodbye. All right. And I know some people think I'm going to another topic, but all right. They're like,
sometimes you don't even say all right, though.
No,
sometimes it's just like, I've said something, you've said something. There isn't really a whole lot more to say, but you just hang up. And I'm like, all right, well, we're done. Okay.
Guess that's it.
Purpose of text said. You just hang up on folks. That's rude. All right. Yeah.
That is kind of rude. But
I don't think about it.
This man and my late grandmother, the only ones I've ever known that did this.
Old grannies can get away with it.
Yeah. I'd be talking to my Grammy like, can't wait to see you, Grandma. Yeah, I can't wait to see you either.
I didn't even know it was something that I did too. I had a few people.
But the fact that it's on your mind tells me that you care a little bit, or you're cognizant of what you're doing may not be received that well.
That part, the out there when people walk by. The other one, I did not know. I didn't even realize I did it till people. like multiple people said it to me, and and Tyler early in our relationship repeatedly would call back when I did. All right, I want to play this from Seth, because Seth said this yesterday. We had him on. If you want to catch it, you can go to the Odyssey app and listen to that. He was on with us at 2:40. We were talking. He was talking, and he said that, hey, you guys think you're a good football team. Talking about the Texans against Jets. You're not a good football team. And I followed up with this, and he continued his answer. And I want you to hear what he has to say and tell me if you agree with where Seth is on this. You don't view the Texans as a good football team?
I look at them as a 7-6 football team. Is that good? Is that an awesome football team? I feel like that's the definition. That's the definition of mediocre, is it not?
Mid. It's pretty mid.
Yeah, I mean, it's right there in the middle. If they lose this game, they'll be a 500 football team. So they're not bad. They're not good. They're just right there in the golly, what a nice fella.
Like it's so when I heard him say that, including the golly nice fella part, when I heard him say that, I was thinking to myself. I think when I was thinking, especially even before the Jets game, they're sitting there 7-5. I thought they're a good football team. They're a playoff team. They're a playoff team. They're a good football team. Not great. I'm not picking them to win a Super Bowl. I'm not picking. I didn't see them as a team that I would be able to feel comfortable to pick to win a playoff game on the road, which I think is potentially what they'll have to do. But I thought they're a good football team. But he made some points there, Shad. And when you really look down at their performances and you think of like who they play close with, and it's really everybody. And when you look and say everybody that's on their schedule, there aren't a lot of top tier teams that they've had to face. Maybe the most top tier, obviously the Ravens week 1, but really since we've seen this team become who they are, is that Bengals team with Joe Burrow. And even then, they marched with 100%, and we didn't have T. Higgins in that game at all, and one of our best defensive linemen in Sam Hubbard. But I guess when you think back at it, it's maybe he's kind of right on it. Right? Like in my mind, I would say they're a good football team, but I've thought through it, and it's just like, are they more of an average football team that's going to have a chance to make the playoffs? 713-572-4610. Do you think the Houston Texans are a good football team, or do you agree with what Seth Payne's assessment was?
That was the first I'd heard the audio, and I knew you wanted to talk about something that Seth said in regards to the quality of football team that this Texans squad is. And my first inclination is that, okay, well, first off, I know without even hearing this, I already know Seth gets too emotional about things, and he lets it at times, I think, affect what he's really seeing. So what's really the evidence here? But after actually hearing that, I guess I still disagree with his assertion that, the Texans are a team that is equivalent to, that's a nice guy. Now, I think this Texans team is a team that you would say, you know what, they're a tough out. And I would also say this Texans team is a team that is mired in a mix of 5 other squads that have very realistic hopes of getting in, and the realization that a couple of these teams that are 7-6 right now are going to get in. There's going to be a separation that occurs over the course of the next 4 weeks where you might be an average to okay, mediocre football team, but in 4 weeks' time, you might look up and say, and this Texans team might be one of the ones you're saying it about, that's a pretty damn good football team.
Yeah, somebody just texted, can you be a good football team and lose to the Panthers? Damn, that's good. Hold on. I would say you can, but if you're realistic, can you be a good football team and lose to the Panthers and Jets and have a fight to the end with the Cardinals? Like I
don't know. Can you be are the Baltimore Ravens a really good football team that has not lost to a lesser opponent this year?
No,
are the Miami Dolphins a really good football team that hadn't lost in amazingly horrible fashion to a lesser football team this year 48 hours ago?
Yeah, but
right?
But man, are they Panthers Jets bad?
The Panthers, the Jets, the Falcons. Look, got
the Falcons. I don't really include that.
It's a blemish, man. It's a blemish.
The Jets and Panthers losses are a head scratch.
That was the first game.
Especially the way that I know the Jets have their win total, just the way that they were playing and where they were in.
Look, that was the first game. That loss to the Falcons, that was the first game where you'd said, holy crap, C.J. Stroud, this dude's pretty good. He's got that killer in him. He's got this. This is why we can have faith in this guy. Lead us down the field, go score late. It's complimentary football. The defense wasn't very complimentary that day.
Yeah.
They let Desmond Ridder, do Desmond Ridder things for that 1 week, and then he was benched a couple of weeks later. Like, he didn't look like Desmond Ridder. He looked like frickin' Joe Burrow. Things happen in the course of a season. Good teams lose to bad teams beat good teams. Right now, is this Texans team a good team with what they have to
not right now. I'll be fair, full strength. Like Nico, are they a good?
They ain't a deep team.
No, they're not. They're not. All right. Speaking of that, I want to get to this here coming up at the 4 o'clock, and that is, let's be honest. We're seeing kind of getting an understanding who's going to probably be on the field on Sunday for this offense for the Texans, and a gotta-have-it game against the Titans on the road. And all eyes are going to be on Bobby Slowick. What are the fair expectations for Bobby Slowick on Sunday? Think about who is potentially going to be there or not. What are the fair expectations for Big Bob Slowick on Sunday? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got
or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Been a really fun first 2 hours. Sean Bada Boom, Bada Bing Bajani is in the building. Clint still out tending to his number one team. His newborn daughter, 2 kids under 1. And Sean Pendergast earlier, he really kind of cut at us a little bit, called us soft. And
Damn it, man.
And I would tell you, Sean, as I told you in my response, you're damn right I'm soft.
Easy for him to say.
Yeah, he said,
Come on, Sean.
3 kids in 16 months.
He's all his kids are grown up already.
No, but I mean, they were. He probably had 3 and they weren't always grown up. He had them born 3 because he had twins and
like he's had a while to kind of let that sink in, and he's been able to get over that feeling.
Not good, Sean.
I'm to tell you what, Sean, you can have it. Yes,
Yep.
I am soft. I got 3 of them jokers.
I'll wear that too.
All 3 of them in 16 months? Nah, man, I'm good.
Come on, Sean.
I'm in the 3s with this little one right here. And the 3s with the 6 and the 9s, those 3 combinations at times are something on their own.
It's a whole lot of different kind of swing of emotions.
I try to go in my son's bedroom just to, when I got home, just to sit in there and, hey, that fool got up and ran out. I want to get to this.
Hold on, so
maybe.
Oh, that's funny.
I gotta say this. None of my kids, they do not want me to take them to bed.
Not even a 3-year-old?
Damn.
No. And when we get there, it's all right. But when I say they will throw fits, like, all right. All right, hey, what time is it? Hey, it's time to go night, go potty, everything. And the two little ones, me and my wife rotate. We rotate. Whose night is it? Nicholas, you're going with Daddy. No. And listen, man, I'm telling you, I read the stories. I do voices. I really sell out. I resorted into doing anything. I would do video good night books. I was doing anything. And no, big deal. And then when it's the other one, my daughter, I mean, she melts down. And I'm like, damn, these kids are really. And
Maybe you're doing too much.
I'm going to say, Courtney, what are you in there doing? What are you doing? Well, then they'll tell me. They'll tell me, well, mommy, she stays in with us. She lays down with us.
Yeah.
So I tried it. I sing songs. I do it all. It is a complete meltdown. Yesterday, my wife had a lot of work to do, and it was bedtime, so I had to take them all, which she has to do. Sometimes we have other work. So I tried to take the other two down. That's fine. I told Trey, hey, son, I'm going to take you to bed. And he said, ugh. And he's 9, stomping down the hallway. And then he just refused. He was like, no, I don't. Him and my wife are reading Harry Potter right now. He won't let me read it to him at night. He won't even let me. He just stomped down and said, no, I don't even want to take it.
So what do you do? Wait for mama?
Don't want to take it to bed. No, he didn't even accept a bedtime from a parent. He just went in himself. Text line. Not even your kids like you. First off, your mama. Second, I don't know what happens. But when I get in, we have a blast. We have a blast. Read a little chicka boom boom.
Oh, so it's just the before.
It's getting there. It is like.
And then you got no problem getting out? Like they're good with you getting out?
Yeah. I'm like, and more, and then we'll just stay longer. Just stay. And I'm just like.
Dang, they got amnesia. Like 24-hour amnesia, man.
But my son,
maybe Courtney's giving them like candy or something.
You're right.
And she's told them not to tell you that because that's not a good thing.
Because, I mean, they lose it. Dang. I mean, you would think I'm going to do something to them. They absolutely lose it.
You're throwing me off, man, because I try to use everybody else around here with older kids than mine, and I have a 3-year-old. Try to use you guys as a gauge, like on what to expect, right? And so you got me all over the map right now because my boy, we both take him to bed every night, and one of us has to stay. And my wife lets him pick, like, all right, who do you want to stay until you fall asleep? And 90% of the time, he picks his mama. But when he picks me, it's always the night that I have to write.
You have like a deadline coming up.
Yeah. But the thing is, I'm fine with them picking the mother and Courtney. My deal is the reaction doesn't have to be like I'm about to waterboard them in their rooms.
Right.
Not gay.
That's what I was going to get to, though. Like, I can't wait, I think, until the day that my boy is just, like, absolutely disgusted by me, and he doesn't even want me to go into his room to put him to sleep, because I do kind of dread that right now. It's just like, I got stuff to do.
Just wait till they get older and they get, like, arthritis.
Till they get arthritis?
I got one at home.
Oh, your dogs.
I got medicine for that arthritis. I have to massage her joint time, but we love them, you know.
Yeah, just wait till one of them has incontinence.
Oh, that's happening too. That's the 13-year-old. Yep. Oh, yeah. She's getting older.
So you get that a little.
She's becoming an old lady.
I can't do this. I can't.
What?
All right, Sunday. It looks like I'm just not even going to
move on
because you're really pushing.
So you could talk about Nicholas all day, but I bring up Holly for 2 seconds and you can't do it. Okay. Sorry, Holly.
It's not the same.
I'm not going to do this.
Sorry, Holly. Daddy loves you.
I am not going to give you a forever drop. I'm not going to do this. Listen, I
don't get it, but whatever, man.
There are many people in this audience that have a feeling about me anyway, and I'm not going to add it. I'm not going to add it by being the person that
mean to Holly, being mean to my daughter after I hear about your sons and your daughter,
who brings up. Wait till you get someone who's 13 and has arthritis. All right.
I'm saying it's a new hurdle.
Sunday, there's potentially going to be no C.J. Stroud, potentially going to be no Nico Collins. The leading receiver on this team, catches and yards. By the way, once again, Nico Collins has somehow gotten over 1,000 yards in like 10 and a half ball games. We just, by the way, just how ridiculous that is.
Nico has
by the
got
way.
him on fire, baby.
But we'll see about Dalton Schultz. Obviously, no Tank Dell. So listen, that is tough and difficult already with the injuries across the offensive line and just the poor play of the offensive line. And I'm asking this, and I see some people texting, some in 774-610, some of you on YouTube and Twitch. Bobby Slowick, when you look at this is game plan is going to be a big thing. Adjustments in the game is going to be a big thing. Bobby Slowick, what is your fair expectations for Bobby Slowick in this game on Sunday? 713-572-4610. Sean, I know what's the fair expectations? What he's got to work with? Big Davis Mills, what's the fair expectation?
To me, this is a microcosm of that same question coming into this season. None. Right? Almost. For a lot of people anyway. That's what it is for me. Like, I don't have any expectations because we've not seen anything that we could potentially be seeing on Sunday. Davis Mills as your starting quarterback with neither one of your top 3 receivers or offensive weapons potentially in this game. Now, reports and based just upon what I'd seen this morning with my own eyes, Dalton Schultz looks like he's going to be able to contribute and play on Sunday. How effective, I don't know.
He's tricked me already before with that. Hey, he practiced on Wednesday and then then he set it down Thursday. But I hope so.
But they've kind of had that ramp up week. Like it's almost a dusty bake. Look, when I know they're ready to go, then I'll give them an extra few days and then be good. So
felt like a setback to me, but I hear you.
The setback watch should be on for this week for Dalton Schultz as he's going, potentially full go tomorrow and Friday, potentially in practice. So I'd worry about that then. I don't have any expectations, and I guess by that I mean my expectations are low. I don't have a good feeling about this game on Sunday because I haven't seen what we're about to see. Who's Davis Mills going to throw the ball to? Is it more believable that the Texans can go back and look and utilize what worked well in the run game in the first half against the Jets with Devin Singletary and utilize that, play off of that more in Tennessee this weekend? The answer to that for me would be no, because they ain't figured a way to do that out for the first 13 weeks, no matter who's been running the rock. And so I don't have belief in this team to be able to do what is necessary, and that is win this must-win game on the road against a divisional rival that is constantly a pain in your ass. No matter what their record says, hell, they just beat the Miami Dolphins, came back from 14 points down inside the last 3 minutes. Holy smokes, you kidding me? What am I supposed to expect?
Yeah, as I see some people texting in on the text line, I expect Slowick will call a pedestrian to bad game coming up. The offensive game plan against Carolina was trash, and CJ showed that the next week. Your expectations, Davis Mills will start. Case will start the second half to generate some offense, but it will be too late at some point. Listen, I want to be fair to Bobby Slowick in the same way I think it is to be fair, and I felt like I was earlier this week with C.J. Stroud. Listen, I think C.J. Stroud has been amazing. I think Bobby Slowick has been amazing this year, especially when you take into account both of them have had to deal with young teams, injuries to important pieces and spots all over the place. And then Bobby had to deal with kind of a rookie quarterback that's always seeing new things for the first time, case in point, Sunday against the Jets.
Yeah.
So I do take that into account. I'm not going to say that I have the same level of expectations that if Kyle Shanahan was put in this situation, that I would expect him to generate the same level of offense, that if Mike McDaniel was put in the same situation, that I expect him to generate the same amount of offense, Sean McVay, any of them. I'm not saying that because I do give grace to this is the first time he's had to go through it. But he has put together some really, really good game plans. One that really sticks out where he has had to put together a good game plan and combat potential problems. The Steeler game is the one that comes to mind the most, where you got Austin Decula starting out there at left tackle, right?
Yes.
And you had you had injuries, and you had Kendrick Green starting out there at left guard out there, and they put together a game plan where bam, he's getting the ball out quick, bam, he's getting things out, and then I allow Highsmith or T.J. Watt to even become that game. They put up 30 in that game, right? And he so I do expect. I'm not going to sit here and say, hey man, you're the offensive coordinator. It's your job to put something together. Now listen, he ain't making water out of wine out of wine, whatever the hell I'm trying to say. He ain't making that. That's going to be on the best stuff. He ain't making that. But I do expect something because he has shown it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? He has shown it multiple times this year where you're like, damn, man, that was Bobby having a big time day the way he has schemed things and didn't allow his problems to come up and ruin the game.
That's what he has to go back to, and it's really before the Steelers game. It's that Jaguars game on the road. I mean, mind you, you started the first 2 weeks dealing with some similar issues that you're dealing with now. The last, 4 games now, the Texans have allowed a total of 18 sacks. The first 2 games of the season, you gave up 19 quarterback hits and 11 sacks, and we all thought C.J. Stroud was absolutely doomed for, right? And in that third game on the road in Jacksonville, the offense blows the top off. Deep balls to Tank Dell, Nico Collins, berths. I mean, he's getting yak. I don't know if the run game was really working that day or not. It probably wasn't.
Steelers game was, but probably.
Yeah, the Steelers game, I guess I can't remember that far back in terms of what they did with the run. No, there was. They ran for 139 yards that Steelers game. I'm looking right at the numbers.
DP had 80-something.
But that's a great point. Keep this in mind.
It's got to
be that type of look in this offense, including this Jets game, have had to operate without their full arsenal of wide receivers for 10 weeks. They're 6-4 in those games, okay? And I have to include this past week because they lost Nico very early. You might as well include it, right? So the fact that he's been able to operate like that with limited weapons, but now you've potentially got to do it without your star quarterback, never mind what they won't potentially have available to them defensively with their best defender in Blake Cashman being out. That's book it guaranteed. There's a lot of other elements in here, not just offensively, but when you talk about how well is this team going to possibly do on the road with missing so many key pieces in various areas, that's a tough one for me to get behind, regardless of how pleasantly surprised I think we all could be by this offense. They still have an uphill battle.
I see some people saying they want to chime in this. You can call in 713-572-4610. What is your fair expectations for Bobby Slowick in this game coming up on Sunday? And if I were to say to you, Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA, is going to suspend Draymond Green for the remainder of the season, would you think that Draymond Green, based on precedent, based on everything we've seen, you think he would be treated unfairly if that happened to him? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, guys out there, and listen, not just guys, any person that has a man
favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. As we were talking through, and I see some people a lot of people roll through on the text line. What's your assessment? What's your fair assessment of what you think that Bobby Slowick's going to do? His expectations, the fair expectations, because I felt like, to me, coming out of Sunday's game, he was the, from what I saw, the top person that people gave blame towards, and I'm wondering what your expectations are for him with with the injuries that he may be plagued with, not having his top two weapons potentially, or obviously his quarterback.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, man.
Just in regards to that, because I know we're going to talk on something else here, but just thinking during the break, that's a tricky question, and I know my answer wasn't like a great one, right? Because I said I just don't know. I don't know what to expect because we hadn't seen it, and it's just not a great feeling in terms of who is going to be at his disposal, from quarterback to the weapons on offense. Never mind we don't know what's going to happen defensively, but just keep it specific with Slowick. Isn't it possible for him to just dial this bad boy up, a great game plan? But considering the fact that he's got Davis Mills as his starting quarterback, having to entrust two rookies, essentially, in Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie, along with Robert Woods, who's been you've been targeted as much as Robert Woods has almost in the last couple of weeks, right? And, okay, Dalton Schultz, Brevin Jordan, two tight ends at your disposal. I mean,
Sims.
It is freaking slim pickings. You want to go Steve Sims route? Cool. I'll raise your Steve Sims with an Alex Bachman. My gosh, that's what he's got. That's what he's got right now. So couldn't you dial up a great game plan? But considering the fact that you've got just next to nothing to work with, they don't execute, and so it looks really, really bad.
Yeah, his great game plan could be 150 yards passing, no interceptions, a touchdown.
Well, that'd be the key, right? You take care of the football, no fumbles, no picks.
Someone texted in, I expect him to game plan that gives us a chance to win. Earlier in the season, we were talking about the chances of losing him after a season due to his head coaching opportunities. If he wants those opportunities, this is his chance to put something on the resume that shows how great of a coordinator he is. I just feel like he's already done that.
Yeah.
Now, this could take it up a notch. Like you're saying, if they roll through here and they put up 24 points on the Titans, and Davis Mills looks like a different player than he did last year with these weapons, then because I don't think that has changed. Like there are fans here that go up and down with Bobby Slowick. No, I think Bobby Slowick is still going to be somebody that gets head coaching opportunities in this at least being looked at seriously.
Dang it, Bobby!
This offseason and next, and probably as a head coach by next year at the latest. I mean, I wouldn't even be shocked right now if he pulled the Mike McDaniel, who was a coordinator who wasn't even calling plays, mind you, in San Francisco, and then bam, got a job with the Dolphins immediately 1 year as a coordinator. I would not be surprised by that at all. I think Bobby Slowick has been really, really good this year. He's had some moments where he would like to have some games back, which is not surprising for somebody who's done it for the first time. And done it for the first time and with a cast that he has had. So the Bobby Slowick thing, it'll be interesting, but a lot of eyes will be on and I think there is some thought of how to fairly evaluate what you expect from him, because he is going to be beyond the 8 ball potentially in this game. All right, Draymond Green, that's probably the top national story happening right now. If you missed it late last night, he just took out Jokic of the Phoenix Suns. Again, another over the next shot. If you watch the video, he looks like he's trying to get post position against somebody who is not trying to prevent him from getting post position. It looks like he is the only one flailing his body all over the place. It looks like Nurkic just literally standing there, just playing defense at the 3-point line.
Good assessment of what you saw. That's what happened.
And then he spun and came around with a right open hand type of a number that got, I think, his forearm and hit him in the face and clubbed, and then had the audacity to afterwards flail his arms as if he was the one who was hit. He was immediately ejected with a flagrant 2 and is potentially awaiting what the league should do. And I'll just throw this out to you, because what we're hearing a lot of is, and even after when he tried to drug 7-foot whatever Rudy Gobert out as if he was a bouncer in a club breaking up a fight of drunk people. He only got 5 games, and people then were talking, like the Stephen A. Smiths, the guys who cover the league, just based on precedent, that he would get probably 3 games. They thought 5 would be too much. And we're hearing around the same thing again. This will be the 19th time he is suspended, the 5th time since the playoffs last year, where he was suspended a game for stomping on Sabonis' chest in the playoffs. If I were to say to you, because David Stern would have these moments. He's had moments where he's just said, F you guys. Like, I don't care if it's unprecedented or not. You're done. Ron Artest, many of the guys that were involved in that. And I'm not saying this is to the malice in the palace territory, but this is a cumulative effect that it is becoming ridiculous. And it seems like once a month it's a thing. 6 days ago was the choking thing. Six games ago was when he had the choking situation. If Adam Silver came out and said, you know what, due to just the repeated times this is done, he's done this, and he's clearly not getting it and getting through with it with games and the loss of the money that he has gotten, which has been even more. He's
getting worse. These infractions are worse.
If you take your as objective as you possibly can, weighing everything, and listeners, you too, and Adam Silver said he's done for the year. I'm suspending him the rest of the season. It's December 13th. I'm suspending him the rest of the season. You think that's too much?
No. And the reason why,
Tyler, you think that's too much? You think that would be
no?
Here's where I'm at. Here's why I say,
he keeps showing over and over.
Yeah.
No,
I think he should get a
during the break. I
think the year is a little too much.
I said no during the break, and then I started talking to myself about it, and I said, okay, well, here's the thing. Here's why it would be too much, because of what precedent has already been. Okay, but then I convinced myself, literally, as you're breaking this down, that, you know what? No, it's not too much, because it's never too late to do the right thing and to take a stand and to say, without saying it by action, that, you know what? We've screwed this up before, and I'm putting my foot down, not just for us to make a point to one individual, but to make a point to the rest of the league. It took him twice to get the dang thing right with Ja Morant, and he's coming back in 6 days. We'll see how that goes, okay, when he gets his phone back and his IG account back.
But if you're going to suspend Ja Morant for 25 games of off-the-court stuff that doesn't anything to do with legal stuff, and I agree, I am one that agrees that he should have had consequences for his repeated actions, how in the hell is this going to be 5?
It ain't. It's not going to be 5. It's not going to be 10.
I bet you it's not going to be anywhere near what you. I bet you at the most it's 10, and I don't even think it's going to be 10.
And that's a failure. That is an absolute failure.
They're going to use,
because you have to instill fear into the individual and just have it hit absolute home that what you've done is not going to be tolerated anymore. This was more than about basketball. That was this far basketball play that you watched last night, and most of you probably didn't watch the dang game. What you've seen on Twitter and social media, that was the furthest thing away from an actual basketball play that Draymond Green has probably ever committed in a game of itself in his entire career. And that's why I say it's gotten worse with him. The infractions that he has done have gotten worse. If I'm Adam Silver, I am saying an indefinite suspension with a minimum of 25 games. And there has got to be anger management courses.
I can roll with that.
There has got to be,
that's what they
regular
did to Ja.
visits to psychologists.
Ja had to do all of that.
You've got to be evaluated. And honestly, what Nurkic said in his post-game press conference last night should absolutely be taken with weight and gravity, in that, you know what, this brother may need some help. Yeah. You're right. He probably does, but the NBA needs help first, and you can't right any of the previous wrongs, but you can certainly make the right decision here for Draymond, for your league, and really protecting other people, because the next time Draymond goes out and cold-cocks somebody in the face for no basketball reason, no reason whatsoever, somebody may take it upon themselves to do something a hell of a lot more serious in that concourse, in a locker room, out on them streets. I think that's where Draymond Green's headed.
Listen, he only cold-cocked Jordan Poole. Right? He's more of a kick a guy in the nuts, choke guys, drag guys. I guess he kind
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
What was what you saw last night? That was a
halfer. That was a half.
That was a 180. I'm trying to end this dude right now.
Man, Ray Savage swing on there. Coming up, Texans practice report with our guy Brandon Scott. It's an important day. Big news, big stuff on the field. We'll talk to him coming up next.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
It's Texans game week. D'Amico's crew heads to Nashville to take on the Titans in a crucial division test on Sunday. Texans countdown gets going.
received a vaccine. Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. A little programming note here as Brandon, a hard-working man, trying to get here, is in bumper to bumper in that Houston traffic. We're going to push him back to 5:20. And listen, it's important, so you want to stay tuned for that because he was there. He got to sit there and listen, talking to D'Amico. Generally, this is a day we hear from C.J. Stroud, and we usually play that in full. Obviously, C.J. Stroud did not speak today. I wonder if Davis Mills did. I don't think he did either. So we'll get an understanding of the feel that Brandon's getting from being around the locker room, being around the media and all the coaches and things today, because this is a big day with all the injury things. I know you were out there earlier as he was too, so this will be a big one to watch.
They just sent the transcripts out at 4:39, which means the official practice report from today should not be far behind. So we should be getting that here in the next 30 to 45, I'm guessing.
Yeah. So that'll be important to hear from Brandon Scott. A lot going on here with the Texans. A big day with all the injuries and updates. So stay tuned for that as he'll be joining us coming up. And I'm seeing on the text line, Draymond Rodman Green should be suspended until the All-Star break. That's where we've talked about this with Draymond. Once again, they're waiting to see what happens with him, and I think it should be. I think the year is that would be over the top. Now, I'm not going to tell you if they said it, I wouldn't be like, no, it's a travesty. He was missed. I would think they were going over the top, but I would also say I can't. It's hard to really fight hard because you put yourself in this position now for the 19th time, right? And playoff games doesn't deter you. The finals doesn't deter you. Probably losing a finals potentially with LeBron and them in 16 doesn't deter you. Nothing like. So I would think it's over the top because precedent wise, what he's done to me it doesn't reach our test going into the stands and fighting Patriots.
It doesn't reach that, but it's got to be dealt with a similar seriousness.
And that's the only thing we've seen that's like for that amount of games, like that amount. But I do. But to me, the Ja Morant is precedent. I think they suspended him probably 5 or 6 before. And then they had another incident, and I know he got 25 off tops.
It was 25.
In this season. That, to me, is a precedent that I think they can follow. Because, to me, it was Ja Morant continued to have issues, didn't seem to be getting it, even after they had met with him and talked with him, and he assured them that he was going to clean up these things, and they kept happening in a short span. That, to me, is at least comparable to Draymond. And his wasn't even physical that we know of, physical issues to anybody, especially other players on the floor.
Morant got 8.
So
initially.
He got 8 before.
8.
So he's going to be suspended for 35 or 36 games, in total for his issues. And to me, I think that is absolutely fair. And should be in play, but I don't think they're going to.
I just think it's simple, man. It's simple. Whoever texted in on the text line, suspended until after the All-Star break. I think that's the indefinite with a minimum of 25 attached. I think that is, to me, it's just clear cut. It's what is necessary, and it's not just about what Draymond's done before. It's about what the NBA has recognized about its previous failures in assessing the necessary discipline. With Ja Morant taken into example like you're talking about, Draymond Green is worse with his behavior on the court. and you've got to put your foot down if you're Adam Silver. And to me, that indefinite suspension speaks loud and clear. And you know what? Maybe his team needs to hear that and experience that too.
Well, they're certainly not sitting him down.
But you know what? Who's getting up in his face? Like, where's Steph Curry? Where's Steve Kerr? Like, what have those conversations been about in terms of like, hey, dude, you're costing us games? Steve Kerr pretty much said it last night in his post game, talking about his actual team, actual basketball stuff. Our starting lineup is pissing away these games. We're having to rely upon our bench to get us back in and win us games. Well, the last time I checked, Draymond Green is being paid and has been treated like a very integral part of that starting five.
No, he is.
And he's costing them games.
But listen, Sean, the Warriors have been the most successful organization in basketball in the last however many years. I think they've got I think they've been down this road.
They have.
It's just like nothing is getting to them.
But you've enabled an individual to make your road what it has been and what it will be. You know what I'm saying?
That's fair.
So, like, where's that intervention? And if you know what, your team's not going to take care of it for the betterment of that individual, never mind the team, the NBA has to.
Yeah,
the NBA's got to protect its players.
He completely ruined their season last year when he punched out that kid.
Yep. 100%.
And they keep rolling that. So we'll see what happens there. All right. Hey, I just have a simple question. To jump in this first. 713-572-4610. The people you can answer as well. Coming off this game Sunday against the Jets. Tough one to watch offensively. Just simply this. Do the Texans have a John Mechie problem? Because when I say a John Mechie problem, Tyler and Sean and the people, like this guy is a second-round pick. And I like to continue to repeat, outside of C.J. Stroud, he is the only skilled position player they have drafted in the top 2 rounds over this little run here. And they've had a lot of picks, obviously.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
He's a second-round pick, and you needed him to step up. We saw what he did last week, 1 for 6 yards. By the way, that happened to be the play in which C.J. Stroud was hit and removed from the game. Do you think, Tyler, that the Texans have a John Mechie problem on their hands right now?
Yes, they 100% do.
You're ready to go there?
Yes.
You don't need to see more to believe there's a problem.
No, right now they have a Mechie problem, the Houston Texans, because of everything you just laid out with the skill position draft, that the players that Nick Sirio's drafted in skill positions and how limited that's been. This is a second-round pick that is sitting at 144 yards receiving for this season. This is week 15. That ain't gonna work.
So you're ready to go there.
That ain't gonna work.
Who has a total of 21 targets, by the way?
Second round pick.
21 targets. He played in 50% of the offensive snaps on Sunday. Prior to that, he hadn't played in more than 43. He's averaged 25% of the snaps on offense this season.
He got 5 of those targets on Sunday.
I understand. I understand that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he hasn't had as much.
But is it a him problem?
He hasn't had as much of an opportunity. But, yeah, do you think that's because of him? Do you think that's because the guys in front of him have been so much better? Or do you think that is also – it could be also a deal of the Texans are desperately taking things slow with him to get him back. I think all of those things could be possibilities, but we are heading to week 14.
Let me ask you a question. I got 2 questions for you. One, what were your expectations of John Mechie this season coming out of training camp? That's one. Number 2, when Nick Caserio after training camp says, hey, he's worked hard, but he looks like a guy that hasn't played football in 18 months. After having that type of evaluation and assessment from your general manager, what should you have adjusted your expectations about John Mechie to be then, when your own general manager, and I'm going to assume since they've seemingly been in lockstep since day one, is on the same page in terms of how they would evaluate their talent with D'Amico Ryans, Bobby Slowick, about one of your young receivers? What should you have changed your expectations to then? At what point in time, the Texans feel like, he could play some football for us, a little bit anyway, and situational, little gimmicky little things here, little end-around jet sweeps, little snags, whatever. The occasional corner, crosser, no more than 2 targets a game for 13 weeks.
I expected him, especially after maybe the first month of the season, to be a contributor. Like a contributor. He's not a contributor.
So a guy that hasn't looked like he hadn't played football in 18 months. All of a sudden, like there's a time crunch. Like now I expect him to contribute. For a guy that there are people think he's looked like a guy that hadn't played football in 18 months. And like me, I ain't played football in a really long time. Like
from when you talk about from training camp, I thought they would take him along slowly. About a month into the season, I'm thinking week 5, week 6, I expect him to be somebody that is a contributor to the team. I'm not saying that he needed to be great, but somebody that gets out there and can contribute like a Noah Brown does. I like maybe not to the 175-yard ball games, but somebody that is out there in the package of 3 receiver sets, 4 receiver sets, and he's not contributing at this point. And I can understand, like, hey, man, as someone texted in, I think under 18 months, out 18 months, and the cancer diagnosis seems relevant. Yeah, it is. It is. There's a reasoning to that. But to the expectations part, like now we're getting where I think it is with Tyler. Now we're getting to a point of like at some point it's like he's a 2nd-round pick. And I understand the cancer situation, which looms big time, and I'm not minimizing that at all. But at some point, it's like he's a 2nd-round pick. You had certain expectations of the type of player he would be when he was drafted. And the thought is, do I believe he can reach those spots? And what I'm seeing right now, I would probably lean to where Tyler is I got a major concern that he can do that. To reach whatever your expectations were to John Mechie, and he may come out, Sean, next year, turn this sucker up and be what Tank is or what Nico. He may, but right now that one's hard to piece together and see.
It's hard to see
right now at this point. And yes, the cancer thing is a major situation, but that's going to be a thing in next year and the year after. That's going to be a part of his story, and it's just kind of hard to see him get to that point. All right, coming up, Texans injury report. We'll give you the absolute latest there, and maybe one of the all-time greats is going to be going somewhere else. We discuss that coming up next.
All right, fellas, to all y'all out there with a full head of hair, man, beautiful head of hair.
get the full picture. They may add up to transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Sean. Bada bing, bada boom. Hey. But Johnny is in the building and
brought a little passion with that one.
The DILF. The big DILF. As well as Psycho T Mill. Tyler Milner is in the building. Clint Stoerner, if you're wondering, he is out. He is still kind of helping his wife get the family. They're coming together as they bring a new little one into the world, and he is taking care of the business he needs to be taken care of. And Sean is in, and we've had a really, really fun show. I love the listeners' text line calls. I've been on top of it. Remember, coming up after this in this segment around 5:23, you'll hear the Texans report as it got moved back there. But it's a very, very big deal with Brandon Scott, and one of the real great advantages we have is Sean is in here with us today, and Sean was actually out at the practice field and kind of got to see some things because the Texans, I have not gotten the official injury report out at this point, Tyler. Sean has been looking as well. I have not seen that either. But we do have some names of some things that we believe practice and did practice. But, Sean, you were out there, so kind of fill us in. Who are those that kind of potentially could show up on this injury report and what you saw at practice today?
Well, what my eyes saw and didn't see were C.J. Stroud, a no-show, along with Will Anderson, Blake Cashman, Tavier Thomas, Christian Harris, and Sheldon Rankins, all not present nor visible at practice. Nico Collins was present at practice, had a helmet on, was wearing flats, walking around, but chilling on a table under the medical tent at practice. So he's probably going to show up as a DNP, limited at best. Dalton Schultz, fully dressed, cleats, helmet, the whole bit, running some routes. I'd say jogging, walking through some routes, at least what I saw. On that side field, along with Robert Woods and Noah Brown, who were there, but with no helmets and both in flats. Laramie Tunsil there looked like a veteran rest day, their load management program as he's been on. The biggest surprise, honestly, that did not practice today, Shaq Mason. Shaq Mason, very limited, no helmet, not in cleats, in flats. That's big because he's literally been the lone constant on that offensive line for the Texans this entire season. Has not missed a game. I don't recall him even missing a practice. Maybe he showed up limited one day, but you could probably bet that when that injury report does come out that he probably shows up as a DNP today. And that's maybe the most concerning. George Fant's kind of been banged up a little bit, shown up on the injury report, taking some days off in the last couple of weeks. But Mason not being fully dressed and looking like he's going to be a full participant today is probably my biggest concern.
Yeah, I think that one of the things that jump out, obviously those concerns, but one of the things that jumps out is Dalton Schultz.
Yeah,
and
that's a good thing.
Yes, as a good thing that he was not someone that you mentioned, as you said, he was out there, he was in full pads, he was in practice where it looked like he was participating. It seemed like from you, it looked like he was participating more than some of those guys on the side field.
I'd almost guarantee that he's going to be limited, on the injury report, the official injury report today. And I would expect him to be a full participant by the end of the week. And that's just based on him dressing out in full last week and being limited, from a DNP. And then it usually bodes well when you're working on the side field, when everybody else is going through their positional individual drills. When those receivers that are on rest days and limited are catching balls like stagnant positions from the quarterbacks, he was there today with Woods and Noah Brown. Usually bodes well for them playing that week.
Yeah. It's just a lot of guys, man. A lot of guys that have, Blake Cashman's going to be out.
Mm-hmm.
Barbecue Brisket's going to be out. Javier Thomas. Which, I mean, you don't want him, but you're an injury away from,
Yeah.
And so.
It's that way at a lot of position groups,
Yes.
right? That's the depth is a huge issue.
We don't like that.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot there. C.J. Stroud, the big one, he remains in concussion protocol. Here was D'Amico Ryans, the head coach, expressing the latest on an update for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, CJ, he's getting a little bit better. We'll see how the week continues to go, but he is still in the concussion protocol.
All right, so he is still under concussion protocol. I am still in the stance. I don't think he plays Sunday. You get the feel? Is that where you are?
I don't think he's going to be able to play, and I don't think he will play, period. I think the Texans are going to do the right thing, do what's necessary, and protect him. Because, again, my initial takeaway was I don't want to have a Tua Tagovailoa conversation this year with C.J. Stroud. There is absolutely zero reason.
And the league doesn't even want it.
Nope.
Like the league doesn't want to have the highlight repeatedly showing in the game if he plays against Tennessee of the hit that he took in that while they're playing this one. So they're going to wait. Just last week, this was and then immediately the Tua stuff. So I don't think it's something that'll happen. So tomorrow is a really, 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 really big day. And as soon as the official injury report comes out, if it does come out while we're still on the air, we will give you the latest with that. Shut up, Tyler.
5 o'clock fire.
By the way, Tyler was not he was kind of thrown off by you addressing slides as flats.
What do you mean?
He said that in my ear.
Not slides.
Oh, what are flats?
Like flats, just like tennis shoes, like non-cleats.
Oh, okay. Flats. I just had never heard flats except for these certain kind of shoes the wifey's got.
But first off, don't say that like that's just acceptable. Like people refer to tennis shoes as flats.
Yeah, I've never heard that.
I've never heard of it.
I guess maybe it's like a football thing. Like if we...
Is it?
Ooh.
Like as a coach...
Sorry, Bajani.
No, but I mean, as a coach, you're telling your players... usually on Fridays, it's like, all right, we're going to go out and practice
Is that
in
lingo
flats.
they say we're going to play in flats?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
And
play in
heard
flats.
And heard that.
Fair enough.
He just told us no cleats.
Only flats I knew of were women's shoes.
Now listen, my years.
I thought you were talking about slides.
My years stopped at high school, so I'm not. maybe they moved to flats.
I got you. My bad.
Nah, you good.
Old habits die hard.
The drive's all about educating and entertaining.
Yeah, I thought you was talking about some non-heels. I was like, man, they got some guys
you
out
thought
there.
slides?
Yeah, that's what I thought, because I just never heard. The only time I'd ever heard flats is like women's shoes.
Like them Nike shower shoes, Like those are flats?
Yeah.
That's what you're thinking? No. No, yeah, so maybe you learned something today.
Yep.
Flats.
You did.
Non-cleats.
Sure did.
Something else that we've learned here in the last couple of days is potentially the future of Bill Belichick. Here's Tom Curran, who covers the Patriots in Boston. This is what he said he is hearing, the potentialness, if that's a word, the potential future, not potentialness, the potential future of Bill Belichick with the Patriots.
When they came out of Germany, conversations I had that week made it very clear that a decision was made and they were going to play out the string, and at the end of the year there would be a parting of the ways for a variety of reasons. The main one being, you don't fire Bill Belichick during the season. It's just not going to happen. He's an asset. He's under contract for another year. It's only through next year. So that would not be an impediment to them changing course. It had gone too far. The Germany game, the Commanders game, the Saints game. All huge marquee games, and then there was a Chargers game after that. Just because they won last week in Pittsburgh in prime time, I don't think it quells anything.
All right, I believe this. They talked to Bill today. He continued to say we're focused on Kansas City, their next game. But I don't think Tom just reports this if he doesn't have it. And I think Bill Belichick will move on and not be there. And I'm going to be honest with you, fellas, not only do I believe he should retire, I think him and Greg Popovich need to I don't know why they're doing what they're doing, why Greg Popovich is even going to sit there and waste time to have a 17-game losing streak, and why Bill Belichick These are two of the greatest of our times in their respective sports, and why they would sit there and go through this. Just that's silliness to me. But not only is that and I think he's going to probably get another job somewhere else. We've heard Carolina, not really as much as, but
another job is in another head coaching job.
We've heard the Chargers a lot, LA a lot. I just for me personally, there is nothing that would lead me to want to hire Bill Belichick in the year of our Lord 2023 and 2024. There's nothing. There's nothing. He's a great coach. Then to be my head coach? No. I don't think he relates at all to players anymore. I think his style, which he comes from the Bill Parcells tree, and I'll do whatever you do whatever I say do. I'll cut your ass on Christmas type of deal. I don't think that resonates anymore, especially with him and not winning like that. And then when you look at the coaching decisions he's made and the decisions he's made, like what he has done to Mac Jones, I don't want him believing, let me bring in a former defensive coordinator and a former special teams coordinator to coach my quarterback.
Yeah,
and then bringing Bill O'Brien to follow him up.
I'm not as adamant about not wanting him as you are, and
I'm just me. I would.
I've got to know more about this question that I'm about to ask you. When you say he's not able to relate anymore, is that something you believe that he lost just over the course of the last 3 years? Because when he was with Tom Brady in New England and they were winning all those games up until the very end that Brady decided to leave New England and go to Tampa Bay, I don't know that he needed to relate to those players probably at that point in time.
Probably the fair point, because the thought is, like, his shtick would work, and I hate to call it a shtick, but it's his style. Mm-hmm. His style would work because they were winning. And they were winning big, and they had Tom there, and you just came in and you went on with the Patriot way. Like Bob Knight, his thing, well, I'm not comparing it to Bob, but they're hard coaches. It works. And then when they start losing, and when they start to lose things, it doesn't resonate as much. Mm-hmm. Like players aren't looking at like, oh my God. Like young players aren't coming in like, oh my God, this is Bill Belichick, the one who won all these. That's not what they see most recently. Mm-hmm. And Tom is not there to kind of hold those things together. So for right now, you look at the type of coaches that are working right now, I'm good. I think he can still coach defense in a major way. It could be a great asset to the defensive side of the ball. But for me, I don't know about you. It doesn't get my rocks off, Tyler. Ooh, Bill Belichick bringing Josh McDaniels with him to be his OC? Because that's going to happen.
I don't know. Let me ask you a question.
Bringing him to be my OC.
The Patriot way.
Justin Herbert, come have it. Nah, man.
Rewind. Forget about it. Let's just say D'Amico wasn't available. Sean Payton wasn't available. Like, the Texans were still in the situation that they'd been in the 3 previous years, right? And Belichick becomes available in an offseason. Are you telling me right now that we're not having a conversation about, hey, Bill Belichick's out there. You already got Caserio as your GM.
You see, I think it's different here, though, because of everything that's happened in recent years with Texans and Texans fans tired of this Patriot way crap. I think it would be a little bit different. I hear what you're saying, like, because we all talked about Sean Payton.
I would,
but I think the Patriot thing would have Houston like hell.
Yeah,
no,
but I even think Sean Payton, especially an offensive-minded, borderline Hall of Fame or offensive-minded type coach in today's day and age, that I still think, as we're seeing it now, can relate more to players. It wasn't like players weren't just playing under Sean Payton because Sean just had all of these championships. Like Bill's deal is like, man, people like Rob Gronkowski just retired just to get the hell away from it. Yeah. And then came back and played again once he had the chance to get the hell away from it. He said, man, I'd rather go to the WWE.
Yeah.
I just don't think like players right now. And then it's like, all right, man, who's your support staff you're going to bring in? And we're looking what he's done. Like Mac Jones, I don't know if Mac Jones is going to be great, but he sure as hell didn't have a damn chance in the world when you look at what he is been put through here. So that's just wild. All right.
Coming up, back from traffic, the injury report is officially out, and we'll go through that. He was there, huge day, not only at practice, but in the press conference. We'll get his thoughts from D'Amico, C.J. Stroud, and what that potentially means. Our Texans report coming up next right here on The Drive. But listen, Texans Nation out there, this has been – listen, I know last week was a tough watch, whether you were out golfing –
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Sean Bajani in the building, and Brandon Scott, his normal day here on Wednesday with us. A little traffic, as we know Houston provides, and he's back here, though. We had to have him. It's a big day here to get the Texans report. I'm going to go through the injury report real quick because this thing just came out.
Let's do it.
And Tyler and Sean lose the bet. This just came out. Will Anderson.
What was the bet?
Oh, I mean, you guys seemed to have a different time. You thought the thing may come out.
It felt like a day where it'd get released at 6:02.
Yeah, I bet you did.
Yeah.
This
is noticeably later.
That's right. This is a lot later. Yes,
noticeably later.
Will Anderson Jr. with the ankle. He did not practice. Blake Cashman, we heard reports yesterday he'd be out a week or two. Didn't practice. Nico Collins with the calf. Didn't practice. George Fant with the hip. Did not practice. C.J. Stroud, concussion, didn't practice. Tavier Thomas, who we also heard potentially be out a week plus, did not practice with a hamstring. Laramie Tunzel did not practice. Then you're limited in practice. Noah Brown, Malik Collins, Shaq Mason was limited. And then Henry Toa, as well as Robert Woods on the rest situation. And then Dalton Schultz, full participant. I think he was full maybe this time last week too. And then didn't practice the next couple of days.
If he was full, I feel like it would have been Friday last week.
No, he didn't practice. He didn't practice after Wednesday.
He maybe was limited. Maybe he was limited.
He was limited, I believe,
Wednesday?
last Wednesday, and then didn't practice at all.
And then
after
practiced
that.
the rest of the week. And then Fairbairn, he is a full participant with that right quad. So you two were out there, Brandon. You were out there. What's the feel you get from this injury report that just got released?
It feels like it's a team that's getting ready to go on the road with its backup quarterback, or with at least a backup quarterback, one of its backup quarterbacks. And Ron, you and I have been having this conversation all week about, we had some fun yesterday with Case Keenum and a lot of the, Sean, your U of H people, a lot of the Cougs in the house, and a lot of people that remember his first year with the Texans and some of the magic that happened very, very early on.
Yeah.
We're like, yeah, you know what? I'd rather see Case out there than see Davis Mills. And we had some fun with that. Now, Davis is the backup. Davis is the guy that's going to get the start on a serious note. But I did get the sense from listening to D'Amico today, and I know y'all heard the audio. Y'all tell me if y'all agree with this, but it felt like, as far as backup quarterback situations go, which are never ideal, there's a reason why your starter's a starter. There's a reason why your backups have not been poached by somebody else, right? With all of the quarterback issues that we've seen across the league, all of the injuries, there's a reason why nobody's tried to come and get Davis Mills from you or wanted to get Case Keenum. And we heard rumors about that earlier in the year, like could some of these guys get traded? There's a reason why that didn't happen. There's a reason why they're in this position.
And there have been quarterback issues all around.
All around. I mean, Joe Flacco's off the couch playing. Jake Browning is making it happen. Joshua Dobbs has played for two teams, has started for two teams now. So when you think about that, you're like, okay, there's a reason why these guys are still on the roster, a reason why they're not starting for somebody else. But at the same time, as far as backup quarterback situations go, you could do a lot worse than guys like Davis Mills and Case Keenum. And I feel like, or I got that feel from listening to them, like, hey, we feel good about at least our backup quarterback situation, keeping it in the context of backup quarterback. So that was the feel from practice, with it being the first time we didn't see C.J. Stroud out there, obviously for obvious reasons because of the concussion protocol, and then from hearing D'Amico Ryan's talk.
Both of you all there, and I know you heard D'Amico, but did you got that they are preparing to go without CJ on Sunday?
Oh, yeah. I mean, one, he's not out there, but then two, I observed, Mills seemingly getting first team reps, in terms of the individuals that we could see.
Yeah.
Keenum getting the second, and all we have to go off on it, who goes first, and then when you're working handoffs and then passing, you're implementing receivers and tight ends into the pass game. It was Singletary getting first rep with Davis Mills,
yep.
And then Dameon Pierce getting that second rep with Case Keenum. So I think just based off of that, you're led to believe that it's going to be Mills. To me, it should be Mills. 3, it should be obvious that it's going to be and should be Mills, being is that he's been the first dude off of the bench twice this year when you've had to, play a snap without C.J. Stroud on the field.
Proudest Cougar I know. One of the proudest Cougars I know telling you that. So if he's not letting his Cougar, if he's not letting his Cougar bias get in the way,
man, I already won $100. I won $100 bet with my father-in-law to start the season because he was hell-bent serious that Case Keenum was going to start this regular season with Case Keenum as his quarterback, as the quarterback on this team.
But there's a reason for a lack of belief in a rookie. They hadn't seen it from C.J. Stroud yet. And then we talked about the PTSD with Davis Mills from last year. So it's not wanting to go back to the well that was last year.
What was the feel with D'Amico, Brandon Scott, Texans report, as he spoke today? It feels like a sense of his voice from that performance Sunday, and I can't tell if he's still just annoyed from the performance or annoyed to continue to have to talk about it.
Yeah, so my guy from Houston football, Cody Stutes, asked him the question about the defense, and we, Sean, we do this a little bit before we get the availabilities. We might workshop some of our questions with each other, talk them through a little bit, some of the concepts, some of the things that we're thinking through. Mm-hmm. And so Cody and I did this before that question was asked to D'Amico about how do we delicately approach him with, hey, man, you've got some quarterbacks that have had some of their best days against your defense. This is on the heels of Zach Wilson being named AFC Offensive Player of the Week.
Stop saying that.
And so it's like, what's the best and most respectful, cordial way to ask him, hey, man, what is it about y'all's defense that allows quarterbacks, especially some of the not so good ones, so great ones, to have career or at least season high type of days?
See, we couldn't hear the question.
He wouldn't even get. He seemed like he didn't even want to give the quarterbacks credit. Maybe he's busted.
Well, so now that's the context of the question. The question is, why is it that these quarterbacks are having these career or season high type of days against your defense? Are you able to pinpoint something about y'all's defense that y'all are doing wrong to allow this to happen? And that's when he goes into the somewhat of a diatribe about, hey, man, it ain't about them quarterbacks having career days, man. They dinking and dunking their way into missed tackles and missed assignments and miscommunication and a lot of misses. It's a lot of misses on the part of the Texans defense as D'Amico Ryans' explanation for why backs have been able to pass some stats.
D'Amico was asked about that question already. Let's see, today's Wednesday. He was asked on Monday by a person who is not so delicate with his questions at times, DJ Bieniemy.
Oh, yeah.
DJ flat out asked him, like, hey, man, so y'all lost to some less – I don't remember the exact words, but y'all lost to some lesser quarterbacks, and I think he ended up naming them.
Yeah.
Ritter.
That's right. He did do that. I remember.
You remember?
Yeah.
And it was pretty much the same response. He's like, I'm not worried about who we're playing. It's less about them and more about us type of thing. But
this is a
that's
similar
probably a reason why it sounded like he might have been a little bit annoyed because he'd already answered that question.
Yeah.
Real quick before we get out of here, I think the other piece here, injury-wise, and what could happen in this next game, and Sean, you can probably throw in on this as well. What was the feel you got from Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz? Because those two have not been ruled out at all yet, but there's a feeling, boy, if they could get those two, that would immensely help Bobby Slowick and Davis Mills in this game. So.
Dalton Schultz was actually out there doing some work, so that was a good sign. I think that would point to him trending upward. Now, I would point out that I said the exact same thing a week ago because it looked like he was trending upward, and then he didn't practice for the rest of the week. So Dalton Schultz, I feel like, is the one to monitor. Does he continue to practice? And again, I want to go back and look at this, but I do believe last week, the difference is last week he was limited, and this week he's a full participant. It would be a lot more surprising to see him go from
full and not
full participate out there participating from what we could see, from what our eyes could see. Mm-hmm. So all of a sudden he can't practice or can't play. So I'm going to feel a lot better now about Dalton Schultz playing than I did this time last week when I said it. So that looked good. And then Nico Collins, you and I both saw this, Sean. He was off to the side. We were standing next to each other. He's off to the side with a hoodie on. He's got his helmet, but he's not really doing any work. He's kind of moving around. He looks fairly nimble, so he's not – I didn't feel like he was limping or labored or anything, but he also wasn't really doing any work.
Yeah.
And then there was that period where we just saw him sitting under the medical tent, just kind of hanging out. So Nico Collins is the one to watch to see if he participates in practice at all. And right now, I would have some doubts, but it's something to watch.
The fact that he was just there and visible, though, it feels
It's
like
a better sign.
It's a good sign to start the week. The thing that I'm worried about, it's a calf.
Yeah.
He's already missed week 10 with a calf. I think it was week 10. He's already missed one game this season with a calf. I don't know if it's the same one.
And effectively this past game, because he was there for one drive, caught the one pass, and we never heard from him
and didn't
again.
even threaten to come back in.
Yeah, so that's what has me a little worried, too, on top of just him not practicing at all today.
Yeah.
All right, that's Brandon Scott, Texans Report. Big day tomorrow to get a little bit more clear understanding of what maybe the Texans are going to have to deal with tomorrow. By the way, Brandon Scott, he'll be out there with us tomorrow. We'll be in Baytown. Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah, hit it out east, baby.
Thursday.
Hit it out east. Let's do it.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Clint just slid his way in there for a hot second. But we'll be out in Baytown. Buffalo Wild Wings, come hang out with us. A good night, and Buffalo Wild Wings will take good care of you. You can hang out with us and a chance to enter to win some prizes as well. So Buffalo Wild Wings in Baytown. What'd you say, off Garth? Is that what you said, Tyler?
Yep, right across from the old Sanderson Mall.
Sure. Right there.
I know that. I know that area, baby.
All right, so come hang out with us.
I won't get lost.
All right, Seth Payne. Boy, he had something to say that really had me thinking. And I want to pose it to you all. But you have to hear that coming up next.
All right, fellas, to all y'all out there with a full head of hair, man, beautiful head of hair. Congratulations.
and get it all fast with free Drive Up. Score low prizes and great deals all season long. Now at Target. Exclusions apply.
Love like this before.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Thanks to Brandon Scott, who joined us, gave us his Texans report in a big day. And as he said on his way out, Tyler, be ready. He said on his way out, he said tomorrow be a huge, huge day when it comes to – he said, we talk about it all the time, but tomorrow is going to be a really, really big day with the injury report as that stuff starts to drop. We may even get – there may be some players who are declared by reports out. Maybe there's a possibility we could see that tomorrow on Thursday as well. But
yeah,
it'll be a big day. It's been a big day. By the way, I want to drop this note. When I look at the Titans injury report, Jeffrey Simmons, who hasn't been playing here and didn't play against the Miami Dolphins, he didn't participate with that knee issue still. So listen, we watched the number that was done on Michael Dieter and that interior, specifically by Quinnen Williams. And I'm telling you, Jeffrey Simmons is on that same level.
Mm-hmm.
He's on that same level of player. Uh-oh. And it broke something. Oh, there it is. We're good. He's on that same level of player. Aaron loses mind. That same level of player. So that's one to really, really watch.
Yeah, he's like the one. From the Titans. I don't know how frequent.
Errol Landry looked pretty good coming around that corner repeatedly against the Dolphins last week.
Yeah. I don't know how often Will Levis has been showing up on the injury report, but he was limited today
the
with
ankle.
An ankle. So
yeah, I'm not thinking he's fine.
No,
it's
it's far less about the Titans for me this week than it is the Texans and the situations, the multiple situations that they're dealing with.
Yeah, Jeffrey Simmons is the only one though. He just, I mean, we saw just Quinnen ruin the game repeatedly, and he's that type of player if he's in the ball game. All right, let's look at this. We had Seth Payne. He joins us every Tuesday, and he talked about the Texans, and as he said, they're not a really good football team. They're not a good football team, is what he had to say. And I thought that was interesting. I followed up with him. This was the rest of that conversation we had. And I want to get your thoughts. Do you agree with what Seth is saying, or 713-572-4610? Do you agree with what Seth is saying or disagree? Also, you can come in and participate on YouTube and Twitch if you're there. But this is what Seth had to say after he talked about them potentially not being a good football team. You don't view the Texans as a good football team?
I look at them as a 7-6 football team. Is that good? Is that an awesome football team? I feel like that's like the definition. That's the definition of mediocre, is it
it's
not?
Mid. It's pretty mid.
Yeah, I mean, it's right there in the middle. If they lose this game, they'll be a 500 football team. So they're not bad. They're not good. They're just right there in the golly, what a nice fella.
I'm not going to lie to you. I think that there is a real sell job that you can make either way on this, and have a pretty good point. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'm thinking to myself, all right, they've got a fringe MVP candidate at quarterback, and I'm talking about healthy, right? A fringe MVP candidate at quarterback. Nico Collins is a guy who is yards wise. Going into the game Sunday, now he got injured, a top 10 receiver in yards. He's over 1,000 yards in 10 games and 3 plays, which is impressive as hell, especially when you think about that. Right, and their coaching seems to be pretty good. They've got some young players that seem to be coming on, especially defensively. Jimmy Ward's been a pretty good player. Blake Cashman's been a pretty good player. Will Anderson had a breakout. Felt like what could have been a breakout game against the Broncos. John Gennard is now a 10-sack player this year with 4 games to go. There's a feel when I look at him thinking like, especially before the Jets game, I would have thought I would have said that's a good football team. Not a great football team, not a Super Bowl contending football team. I don't think they're on the level of the Niners and the Cowboys.
Sure.
Or the Eagles or the Ravens.
Those are all better than good football teams, though.
But I would think they're good. I think they're a lot close. I think the Chiefs are closer to the Texans than they are those teams I named right now.
Right now, yeah.
Right, like it's. I think they're. I would think they're a good football team, but then you could actually position it a little differently to say, boy, they've not really had to face any of those real high-powered Super Bowl caliber teams except for the Ravens in Week 1.
Mm-hmm.
And in that game, neither one of those teams are the teams that they are today. And the Ravens still probably got them pretty good. But they play everything tight. And they've lost games to teams that got no business losing to, that you would say, multiple games. They got tight games with teams you wonder, boy, should they be in a game like this with Arizona? Should they be, in games like this? Like even now we look at Tampa, like you look at Tampa, boy, is that tighter than you would think that the talent it brings up, especially when they were full go there with the Texans. It's the thing. It's 713-572-4610. Is this a good ball team? And I guess when I really take a deeper dive and look at it, I think maybe overall, maybe this is more of an average football team than it is a good football team. I do agree with Seth. They're not bad, but maybe more of an average football team. But I didn't even think about it until he said that. I would say, yeah, it's a good football team.
Yeah. It's a sliding type of a scale for me. And I'll try my best to explain. I guess I would end up siding more with you at the end of the day when you ask me to pick. Is it a really good or an average football team? We know they're not a bad football team. We know that. I mean, they're in the mix with five other teams in the AFC that are all 7-6 records, and they've beaten 3 of those teams. They beat a Bengals team, which seems to be coming on a little bit. And look, all of those teams that they've beaten that I just mentioned in that mix, they're all in the mix. They could all go. They're not all going to go, but they all have just about as good a chance as anybody else making their way into a postseason inside the AFC as the Texans do, which, Texans are losing, control each and every week, it seems, of their own destiny. But I would just say this, let's build it out. And so in my mind, when I built it out and I punched down a few bullet points, I'm saying, all right, let me try to make an argument for this team being a good one. Well, they've beaten other pretty solid teams, right? Teams that I just mentioned that are in that mix of 7-6 squads or division leaders, like the Buccaneers, even though they're winning their division right now with a 6-7 record. They need to learn from their mistakes in the course of the season.
That's a good point. Like the Buccaneers, to me, aren't a good football team.
Okay,
they're okay.
They're okay, but
they're okay.
They've got an opportunity to go.
But maybe the Texans are that.
I would just say, in terms of preparing and responding to losses and understanding how to carry over momentum from wins, figuring out a way to win, I guess you could lump the fact that, they've played in 8 out of their last 9 weeks in extremely close games that have been decided all within the last 30 seconds of a game. To me, a good team can kind of neutralize the opponent, right? Sometimes that can be a negative, sometimes that can be a positive. But what I mean is, on paper, how many of those games were the Texans favored to win going into, but they had an opportunity to control their own destiny within the game's final drive? Do good teams do that? Do good teams give themselves an opportunity to win late? Home, road, no matter the situation or the pluses and minuses, wherever that may fall, do they have an opportunity to win late? And more times than not, the Texans have done that. So that's where at the end of the day, I'm like, I don't know. The argument against, they've lost to some stinking teams. Some stinky teams, man, and the quarterbacks ain't been nothing to write home about.
Yeah, the Jets and Panthers thing, that's a tough one.
Ability to not adjust effectively in game, talent evaluation mistakes, the Singletary Pierce thing, just kind of, it's the elephant in the room for me. Have they figured it out yet? Is a good team a deep team? Is a good team a team that figure out a way to play closer to their optimum level when they're not as deep in key positions or key position groups? I think we're about to find out the answer
Do
definitively
you know what
this
their
Sunday.
optimum level is?
I mean, I think a team that's building that we're learning about, maybe not necessarily, but think back, when was this team operating optimally this season? When would you say that? I would say weeks 3 through 9. There's a good 6-week stretch there that, you know what? Damn, this team is finding out ways to win games, playing complementary football, and finding different meanings and definitions of the word complementary football.
Yeah, the Bengals feels like the high water mark.
Stretch.
That's the high water mark, the best game that they played. And the best, probably their A game thus far this season. I don't know. I think you can go either way. I'll tell you what, Tyler, though, by the way, coming up behind us, Nick Caserio on Texans All Access. It's Wednesday. You can always hear the general manager following us on Texans All Access. All I know is I'm seeing a lot of people agree with Seth. Well, that Jets game must have really spun many of y'all around.
Yeah.
I mean, swung you completely around because
an ass kicking will do that.
Because I mean completely around that one. It